Blastoise, Blastoise. And we're done. Let's get our show started.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a magical Saturday. USA, USA. And are ready for some more Pokemon TCG action. Hopefully you enjoyed the dominant performance by the men's U.S. national soccer team last night. It was pretty magical. We're ready for some more magical action. This time featuring Crustle. Okay. I saw that apparently, yeah, there's like many undefeated Crussles, like 3 undefeated Crussles at the North American International Championships. Pretty crazy, all right? So, going to see how that ends up going for us at today's events. We've got 3 undefeated players. Rahul. That's not true. Someone told me it was 3 undefeated Crussles, but I guess like maybe one of these 801s is Crustle. Dang, dude, you got All Out Blitzel is 9-0. That's crazy. Rahul 9-0. Carter Malnak 9-0. Wow. Amazing. We bowed out yesterday after round 7 as I had to take a break to go, eat dinner. I'd been live for like 10 hours, so I was like, yeah, gotta eat dinner, see my baby boy before he goes to bed, and enjoy the rest of my nights. But now we're back at it, ready for some more Pokemon TCG. You feel? Will this be Blitzel's big breakout performance? Will this be Blitzel's big dub? I don't think Blitzel... Can Blitzel beat Crustle? Cooper is Crustle. Got it. Yeah. All right, so we got... Yeah, Cooper is Crustle. Rahul is Crustle. Is Carter also Crustle? So. All right, let's see what the pairings are. Crustle Mirror, is that what we're getting? Folks? Is that what we're getting? Are we getting a Crustle Mirror? On stream? Oh baby. Blitzel does have a top 4. Yes, but this would be like way bigger, right? Doesn't Blitzel have a top 4 at a regional? Like, that's a good performance, but like, I mean, like, NAIC top 4 would be like so big compared to that. I mean, 9-0 at NAIC like is crazy. If I were playing at NAIC, would I have teched for crabs? Absolutely not. I want everybody else to tech for crabs so I don't have to. That's what I want, bro. Now, everybody else needs to stop trying to take my swag by letting everybody else needs to get scared of Crustle so that I cannot be scared of Crustle. Do you understand? That's how this dynamic's going to work. I'm never going to tech for crabs, okay? But you guys need to stop taking my line of thinking. You guys need to be afraid of the crab and tech for it. I am going to be the one who doesn't. Yes. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe not a breakout performance, but like first, like NAIC major finish. How did Jesse? Jesse dropped. Azul dropped. Many strong soldiers have dropped along the way, folks. Yes, but that is how I go about things. Like, usually I'm just not going to tech for... Like, at a certain point, the meta solves itself, right? Because so many people will get so mad at losing to Crustle that eventually they will tech for it, right? So you just have to wait until enough people start teching for it. Yo, did Karis end up making day 2 after her, and Emma Hagen? Did Emma Hagen end up making day 2 as well? Emma Hagen and Karis both started out like pretty poorly, I would say. Right? Wow. That's pretty strong. Apparently Azul was on Bourbon Street last night. Of course. That's like what you do. You're in freaking New Orleans. Of course you. That's like, is the sky blue? Like, of course. Like, that's what you do there. It's like it's like a 5 to 10 minute walk from the convention center. Karis went from 1-2-1 to 6-2-1. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I mean, we were like following her last night. 50% Dragapult. That's because it's the best deck in format. Dude, well, good on Karis, good on Emma for sticking it out after pretty shaky starts there. That's amazing. Tord 702. Tord versus Kianamini. That's going to be a good one. Grant Manley versus Ross Cawthon. That's going to be a good one. Dang, bro. I would love to see that. Caleb Gedemmer 711. Oh, Darren's killing it. Charlie Lockyer. Cal Connor. Both 711. Hedrick 7-2. Should be exciting. What are we thinking? Are we thinking that like Crussel's just gonna freaking win this thing? What's our picks to win, folks? What's our picks to win? What are we feeling? All right, we got Zoroark versus Mewtwo. What? All right, time to lock in, folks.
Go to these internationals, it's not just regional champions here, but you also have international champions as well. I think Christian Labella, always a name for at least North America that has been strong and consistent. Especially
yo, thanks, Marshy Juice, for that sub over on Twitch.
On this end,
all right, what's our prediction, folks? Let me know, chatters. What's your prediction to win the entire event? Who and what do you think is winning the whole event?
Still, though, I mean, looking at Yuho's accomplishments as well, it's this LAIC.
I'll have you guys know,
a couple seasons ago.
I tried to not wear these headphones today because look, they're like peeling. Do you see that? After the stream yesterday, I had all this they're cheap, right? These are cheap little headphones, but do you see how they're like peeling? They're cheap little Pokeball headphones. My dad got me these like as a joke gift for Christmas one year. And I wanted to not wear them today because I ended with these little, like black plastic flecks like all over my neck because they're cheap and fraying. But actually, they're the only wired headphones that I have with a cord that's long enough to reach from my computer to right here. So they're just the only ones I got. I have to use them. They're the only ones I have. I have another pair, but the cord is not, and this pair is much more reasonable, but the cord is not long enough. So we're stuck with the Pokeball headphones again today. Let's go, baby.
And Christian.
Freaking Rockets Mewtwo.
Checking the hand will be the Team Rockets transceiver, and you've always got to remember that Proton's so powerful going first.
All right. So we got Rockets, Mewtwo versus Zoroark. Let's predict. What do we think is what do we think's going to win here? Obviously, I'm putting my money on Rockets Mewtwo, which is crazy. I just can't believe that Rockets Mewtwo is like a deck that's actually performing at this event. I have so little respect for the Rockets Mewtwo deck, but Juho obviously proving the haters wrong. That's me. I'm the haters. Juho proving the haters wrong with a pretty awesome run so far, right? Let's see, where is my Limitless Labs? There it is. Pull that out real quick. And let's see, what's Juho's record? Juho is 8-1-1. No, just 8-1. 8-1. There we go. 8-1. Yep. Christian Labella, 8-1. Dang. So 8-1 with Rockets Mewtwo. That's just absolutely insane. Yeah, the Rockets Spidops should just put this matchup away. And we see that's just what Juho's doing, right? Like turn 1 Rockets Transceiver, go get the Proton, like we're just getting it's just Spider Town, right? I mean, that's just it. Because all you need to do is get a full bench, stream Spidops, and you should just freaking win. I'm not going to lie. If I'm Christian Labella here, I'm like, dude, why am I on stream playing against the freaking Spider Army? It's pronounced Yuho. Got it. Thanks. Yeah, Yuho. All right. Yeah, Yuho just got an incredible matchup here. If you're Yuho, you're probably stoked. Because you're like, dang, I'm 8-1, about to be 9-1. And to be honest, Rockets Mewtwo, if you beat the Dragapult decks, right, like consistently, if you are beating the Dragapult decks, and then like, what's the graphic? Is Zoroark the second most popular deck at day 2? I think that's what I saw on the graphic, right? So, yeah, Zoroark is the second most popular deck. So you're saying you've got like most of the decks in day 2 you just have a favorable matchup against. It's the freaking Rockets V2 deck. I guess with the Darmanitan, at least you have that angle as Christian Labella. You've got the Darmanitan. Like maybe you could take a double knock at some point. That's surely what you're going to be trying to do, but it just doesn't seem great. I mean, back when you had reversal energy as an option, obviously you could actually attack with Darmanitan and hit for weakness. That's not an option. So, and what, the Rocket Spidops has like 130 hit points or something. It's like an annoyingly high number of hit points to have to take out, because the Darmanitan, I mean, only does 90 damage to the active. So you're going to have to boost that with the Mochi in order to get the KO. Yeah, Spidops has 130 hit points. Now, thank you, Kevin Schoner, for the Prime sub, and Will R. and Daniel. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the subs over on Twitch. All right, Christian Scott's Buddy Poffin off of the Lily's Determination. That's good. Setting up great. Lilies. Go get 8 cards. Gonna get just one more Zorua. But obviously, I mean, Christian is staring down the barrel of a quad Tarantula board. If you're Christian, you're hoping that Yuho has one of these, like, well, why don't you prize 2 of those, little Tarantulas or whatever. Or maybe you're just hoping that the deck, craps out and doesn't work, right? I mean, Lilies, it's very possible that Yuho does not get the turn 2 attack. You're going Lily's Determination to 8. You've got a Spidops on the bench with a Rocket Energy. The Rocket Energy doesn't pay for the grass. Haven't seen any grass yet. Yeah, Willer and Daniel. Yes. How about the USA men's soccer team? Yeah, absolutely incredible. 4-1. Insane. This is our year. Let's freaking go. All right, 8 cards for Yuho. We're going to see, does Yuho find, Grass and Ultra Ball, very close. Actually, I think has the knockout, right? Yes, could go Grass attached to the active, retreat, and then use charging up to attack with the Spide Ops. Yep. And then you retreat, and then you could get yourself another Spide Ops too, just to have a backup Spide Ops, and you're taking that early KO. That's awesome. Unfortunately, the Tarantula does not take the knockout itself because it only does 30 damage, so times 2 for weakness, only 60. Not going to be a KO. And it looks like Yuho is probably just going to save the Ultra Ball, which makes me a little bit nervous. I'm going to be honest. I think I would have preferred to see Yuho actually just kind of just go through and do the Ultra Ball there, because you could always get your hand disrupted. It could be like, I guess maybe Yuho knows that Christian's playing Secret Box. But I'm always worried about unfair stamp there. Like, if you get unfair stamped with a board full of, a board full of Tarantulas, you're feeling pretty crappy, I think. So that would be my fear. But, Garbungus over on YouTube saying Lilies and Rockets, shaking my head. No, what are you talking about? You gotta have the Lilies in the Rockets deck. What are you talking about? You have to. Lilies Determination is like the best draw supporter in the game. You just play that thing. It's so good. You gotta play it. No, that is like the one thing that I'm like enjoying about the Rockets decks lately is that they've been playing Lilies lately. You can't just rely on Ariana and Archer. It's really just not enough. The Lily's Determination is just such a powerful setup card. As we saw there from Yuho, playing Lilies to go to 8. Yeah, I mean, listen, the results speak for themselves. Yuho is 8-1 at the North American International Championships, probably about to be 9-1. So, like, that's just what it is. And just going to be a retreat into Pheasantipity. Looks like Christian had a pretty mid-draw that turn. And honestly, putting the Pheasantipity up, you're like, yeah, the Pheasantipity probably is not getting knocked out. Well, Rocket Rush does 30 damage times the amount of Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. Your Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. So if you have 6, you're going to be doing 180. If you've got the Brave Bangle, you can do 210. So there is that to maybe think about. It looks like Yuho also has... We're playing Prism Tower in this thing? Holy crap. Really? Prism Tower? Multiple Prism Tower? That's crazy. All right. Someone explain to me the reasoning behind the Prism Towers like I'm stupid, like I'm dumb, like I'm 5. Why are we playing Prism Tower here? Prism Tower. To get grass in the discard pile for Rocket Rush? Is that what we're doing? Just literally, it's to discard grass energy. That's it. So that you could charge up. That's literally what we're doing here. For Ariana, to thin your hand down for bigger Arianas. I mean, I just would have to imagine that, like, maybe the Rocket Tower was better, but I guess not, right? You can't Team Rocket's Factory off of Lilies? I suppose so. Yeah, the hand gets clogged for Ariana, so it does just help get to, it just helps to cycle the deck. I think I get it. Like, it just helps to cycle the deck more. It helps to declunk the deck, right? Because that's like one of the biggest issues. Oh, Ted says Prism Tower so you could discard 2 cards and draw 1. Oh, thanks, Ted. Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up, bud. I appreciate that. Yeah, oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. So that you can discard 2, draw 1. Oh, okay. Thank you. See, that's that That's that top 5 player in EU intuition right there. That's what that is. Yeah. You don't get to be the top 5 player in EU without that kind of intuition. All right. Looks like, yeah, Yuho's up 2 prizes now. But Christian on the offensive. And we're going to see if he can finally put something together. Doesn't have access to special red card yet, though we do see that in the hand. Kind of feeling like doing a little comment. What if I put a little Mew more in the background, little music? There we go. Bang. All right. Get a little background music. Do a little commentating. Okay. Christian's got Lily's D8. Fine secret box. Fez. I mean, just huge draws this turn, right? Has access to an awful lot. And trade. Does not have the Darmanitan, obviously. That thing got knocked out. So it's looking rough. I mean, what? You're just trading miserably, right? You're just trading so miserably. You're like, yeah, here I go with my Zoroark, ends Zoroark. And I'm gonna freaking knock out a single prize Spide Ops. And I'm sure gonna hope that Yuho doesn't. Oh, dang it. Looks like he didn't even Night Stretcher for the freaking spider, dude. I'm so bodied. Holy smokes. He Night Stretchered for a Tarantula. He's already got the Spide Ops in hand. I'm so freaking screwed, dude. And a Lily's to 6. God. With the Prism Tower. Yeah. Dude, this is so bad. It's so bad. Holy smokes, it's so bad. God. It must feel absolutely... and I know it does feel absolutely elating to be doing so well at a tournament with such a good meta call. Like, it just literally feels like every deck you sit across from, you're like, free matchup, free matchup, free matchup. Like, Yuho right now... Gotta be on cloud 9. Gotta be, right? Every single matchup that he's up against is freaking free. You're like, dude, I mean, so little stress, right? Yeah, like how stressed is Yuho right now? Almost none. All Yuho has to do is just attack with the freaking Spide Ops that charges itself up. Extremely little stress. You know, usually if you're 8-1 at this event with if you're 8-1 at this event with Dragapult, every single round is stress. That's the Dragapult lifestyle. If you're playing a deck like that, you're just stressed. Nothing comes easy. Every matchup is like 50-50. It's hard. But if you're at the top with the deck, if you're already here with the Rockets deck, then you're just chilling, bro. You're chilling. Look at this. It's easy breezy. Bang, knockout. Okay. I take 2 prize cards. Yay. I take my 2. Wahoo! 2 prizes left. Let's go. Let's go. Team Rocket. Yay. It's just absolutely insane, dude. Absolutely insane. I feel like if I had to think about the easiest tournament runs that I've ever had, there was the one time I played Lugia at it was Arlington or I don't know, Texas, some Texas. I got top 16 with it or something. I scooped O'Reilly in the final round so that he could make top 8. It was one of us was going to make top 8. So I scooped to him because we got paired in the final round. That was like one of the easiest tournaments ever. Just because Lugia was so broken. And it was still like kind of early on in Lugia's like dominance, right? It was like when people were kind of just figuring out how broken Lugia was. That was like one of the easiest tournaments I think that I've ever played. And then the other one would be the expanded regional where I played the Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor deck with JW. JW ended up winning. Michael Zealy ended up top 8ing with it. I got 10th place with it, and Brady Botner got top 32. We all played the same 60. All 4 of us dominated, and JW won. That was like by far the easiest event I've ever played in my life. Because like you just bring a deck that's just a perfect meta call. I imagine that that's kind of what like the Crustle players are doing right now. Yeah, and obviously Yuho's just got the win with another freaking spider knockout. There you go. I imagine that that's how the Crustle players are kind of feeling at this. Yeah, he did almost win, but that's why we play the Prism Tower. That's why we play it, to draw the card you need to win. Well, even if Yuho whiffed there, it's not like he loses. He's like, I just have to get it next turn. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Yuho could have whiffed there, like that turn. I guess the Darm... I mean... Yeah, the Darm threat... Darm threat could have been a thing for sure. But Yuho just got it like that. Did JW play Sycamore when you all played Juniper on purpose at that event? I think JW was probably just playing the cards that he had easiest access to there. The difference between our lists was that JW cut something for... I think he cut like a supporter for like the freaking Shuckle GX or whatever. Yeah. So JW played the Shuckle GX, which like wasn't necessary for the deck to do well. Obviously, none of us. Zealy top 8'd without it. I bubbled out of top 8 without it. You know, but like JW likes to be a little unique snowflake. You know. Yeah, he likes to be a unique little guy who plays his own little cards. So, yeah, he wanted to have one card different than us, even though we had like, you know, tested a ton leading up to the event together, and you know, he ended up winning. So there you go. Now Christian going first here. He's got a good start. He's got the secret box in hand, which is obviously very good. And go get Buddy Poffin. Starts to establish your guys, choosing to go first. And this is like how Christian can actually, you know, like maybe win this. Could actually, you know, like maybe win by going and getting a quick Darmanitan. Like that's what you want to do. You want to get out Darmanitan, and you just want to like kind of run Yuho down. But no Darumaka down, unfortunately. For Christian, just has Buddy Butts. Still pretty good start there. Now, looks like, Yuho! The inconsistency of the deck. No, is that a Lily's in hand? That's Lily's, right? It is Lily's. You just Lily to 8. There's no way you Ariana here. Really? I guess you Ariana to 4 and draw 2 more, right? I guess. All right, you could Ariana for 5 and draw 2 more. So that's, I mean, so yes, if you're drawing 7, then I see it. Okay, that's fine. Ooh. You still go Rocket Factory, draw 2 more. Yep, that is ugly, right? And then you've got Ultra Ball to go get a single spider. And these are the stressful things about, I said that like Yuho was doing like a completely stress-free tournament run. No, this is the most stressful thing. What I'm hearing is that the Shuckle made the difference. The Shuckle did not make the difference, okay? You did not need the freaking Shuckle. You didn't need the Shuckle. Yeah, this is the stressful thing about playing the Rockets deck, is like kind of having to chug through these weird early turns, right? You know, you don't always did I miss out on you telling the JW Lettuce story? No, you didn't miss out on me telling the JW Lettuce story, though. That is a good one. That was at the Rowleg Regional, wasn't it? With the JW Lettuce story. Was that at Richmond? I'm pretty sure. And then he freaking won. Okay. Yeah, so the JW Lettuce, the Pocket Lettuce. Yo, with the freaking knockout on Tarantula. All right, Christian, kind of cooking. That's crazy. Just got the boss, Petch. Knock. All right, Christian. Okay. Yeah, so we're after day 1, we're out to eat at a restaurant, and JW does not get anything because he said he had an egg salad sandwich, like back at the apartment, or back at the hotel. It was like an egg salad sandwich, yeah, that he had packed because JW is how do I want to say, cheap? He's cheap, yeah. So. Love him, cheap guy. So he's out to eat with us, doesn't order anything, just gets a water, you know, and we're all, you know, eating, enjoying dinner. You know, we've all made day 2 at the regional, and so on and so forth. He's got a packed sandwich back at the house, or back at the hotel. And as we're done, like wrapping up dinner, he points to like a decorative piece of lettuce that came on like one of our plates, right? And he's like, yo, are any of you guys gonna eat that? Like as we're getting ready to leave. And we're like, no, bro, we're not gonna eat the single leaf of, like, the giant leaf of lettuce. It's just like, it was for Brady's burger or something, but Brady didn't end up eating it. So JW was like, yo, can I have it? You know, I want to take it back and put it on my egg salad sandwich or whatever. And Brady's like, yeah, sure. So we like walk out of the restaurant, and JW has just the giant leaf of lettuce like in hand and is walking out of the restaurant with it. And then when we get out to the street, JW puts the lettuce in his hoodie pocket. Lettuce in the hoodie pocket to take it back to the hotel to put on his sandwich. And then proceeded to win the regional championship the next day. Yes, bro. Like, yes, bro. That is a man who just won a regional championship. You know, that is 3-time regional champion JW Creewell for you right there. That is the story of Pocket Lettuce. Yes, from the Richmond Regional Championships. Give you a little bit of lore there. All right, Christian having a good game so far. Let's Well, let's tune in and kind of see where we're at with the casters. I know I was yapping away telling a story, so.
And Zoroark up into the active, so Yuho can go back on the 2-2-2 prize race.
Buddy Poffin being played, thinking about that third Zorua coming down. It'll just be that Pokemon. So bench slowly filling up for Christian. Currently no Ends Pokemon in play. May want to dedicate that last bench spot for an attacker that Ends Zoroark EX can copy. We'll decide to evolve this Ends Zorua into Zoroark, trading away what appears to be either Meowth or that Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball the choice, 2 cards drawn. Does find Cyrano for potentially the following turn. We'll just see a clutch for 60 damage, poison ticking up slowly on Yveltal, and 2 cards drawn from the Lucky Helmet, a pair of Transceivers at that.
Yeah, it's definitely a slower start game than we had last game. Christian not been able to establish that Darmanitan yet, which obviously is playing a little bit of a role in this game. Yuho did have his Tarantula knocked out like turn 2. So now getting that Rocket's Articuno. Can Rocket's Articuno? It can't be clutched, right? Yeah, because it like can't be affected by effects of attacks, right? Yeah, so like, so clutch is like not doing anything. I mean, it's doing damage, but like it's not actually clutching. Yeah. It looks like Yuho has the Rocket's Giovanni. Gonna get a little switch action going on, and yeah, I think with the Ultra Ball in hand, I mean, this is a huge hand, right? Because the Rocket's Articuno has Lucky Helmet on it, and I think that this is the big kind of innovation for Yuho, is that Yuho's list just has got multiple copies of Lucky Helmet in it, because there's this acknowledgement that the deck is kind of bricky and has trouble drawing the cards that it needs, right? Because you can't play like Pheasantipity to get that extra residual draw. And having the Lucky Helmets just get you those obnoxiously large hand sizes. I mean, every other deck in Standard has some way to just get an obnoxiously large hand size, right? I mean, that's like every deck can just rock with like a dozen cards in hand. So why not the Rockets? Why not the Rockets deck, right? And with the Lucky Helmets, you can actually get to a very large hand size. Between the Lucky Helmet, the Rockets Factories, the Arianas, you can actually get there. So that's pretty cool to see. Obviously, Yuho was just kind of accumulating a larger and larger and larger hand size as Christian was just using clutch on the Articuno turn after turn. Rocket's Mewtwo going down, I mean, obviously is like a little bit of a liability, but at the end of the day, like, it just doesn't matter when you're trading so favorably into the Zoroarks. Having a 2-prizer on your board just like doesn't matter. I think the Rocket's Mewtwo can actually do what does it max out at? Does it max out at 270? I might max out at 280, I forget. But the Rocket's Mewtwo can like knock out it could theoretically knock out a Zoroark, right? It hits 280, yeah. So the Rocket's Mewtwo can knock out a Zoroark too. So we see that Yuho just kind of gets that energy onto the Rocket's Mewtwo, saying, sure, Erasure Ball could do it. And yeah, if you're Christian here, you're like, well, you know, record of 8-2 is not that bad. 8-2, yep, it's not horrible. That's fine. If I'm Christian, I'm probably already starting to think about, like the next round. I'm like, dude, it's cooked, bro. It's super cooked. I just don't know if there's anything from this point that Christian can do to bring himself back, right?
It's going to come down to even the use of resources here for Yuho getting himself back.
You're taking like one knockout at a time.
Some magic for him last game, but now Yuho needs to
No ends Darmanitan.
on the board here. And still looking at Yuho's board, Ethan, I think Yuho has a ton of flexibility.
Just not great.
Where he wants to go in terms of what is
Yeah, especially Yuho being on even prizes too.
ready to go. At least have another spot.
Yuho just got to take 2 knockouts on Enzorarks and it's over, right? It's just a pretty easy thing to orchestrate. Yo, Ghouls and Espia, both 7-2-1. Yo, let's go, let's go. Turbo Blazers showing up at NAIC. Proud of those dudes. They're doing great. We got a Grass Energy from the Bug Catching Nets. I think you need like one more basic Pokemon to take this knockouts. Or what? Yeah, just one more Rockets Pokemon in play, which shouldn't be challenging. It's gonna be just fine. I think he's got it in hand.
Discarding of the grass energy is great, but instead, I mean, the condition this turn is 19 Stretcher.
Well, yep, there you go. And then you got the Rockets Mewtwo also, right? So you just take this knockout with the Rockets Mewtwo. I feel like you just take this knockout with the Rockets Mewtwo. Maybe. I guess maybe not. No. Alright, if you take the knockout with the Mewtwo, you have to discard 2 other energy in order to do it. So you'd have to discard 1 from Spidops, 1 from Mimikyu. And then, say Christian takes the knockout, then you just got Spidops for game. I mean, Spidops with the max belt is just like kind of guaranteed game. So I think that maybe the Mewtwo feels good, right? Because Spidops with the belt is like kind of guaranteed. But I guess, yeah, I think so, right? Spidops with the belt is the guarantee. So you want the guarantee to be the final knockout. Because Mewtwo is guaranteed this turn. But Mewtwo might not be guaranteed next turn, right? And you imagine you get like your hand disrupted. So it feels like Mewtwo is the attack. I think Mewtwo is the attack now. Because Mewtwo has the knockout now. Spidops is guaranteed no matter what. Yeah, so like the reason why I said it was like I think it's Mewtwo now is because like in a hypothetical world, Christian goes knockout, hand disruption, and then Yuho whiffs the energy, right? Do you see what I'm saying? If Mewtwo attacked now, what about Boss Spidops next turn? Well, that's like... What about Boss Spidops next turn? I mean, I guess there's that, right? You boss the Spidops, knock it out. But then you still got... I guess so, right? You would have to evolve into a Spidops here and get the charge. So I guess that's the problem, right?
He has the Rockets transceiver in the hand to get out of any clutch shenanigans here too. The Mewtwo is already ready to go to take an knockout on the active Zoroark or a pinch run or a Pheasantipity as well here. So can Christian find at least the hand disrupt to make this time a little bit easier?
Just thinking about what the odds are to use abilities first with certain Pokemon, but then it's going to be
Technically, this plays around Scrapper. Yeah, it is minimal. I mean, that's what we have to talk about right now. I mean, it's minimal. I think there's arguments for both, but I guess this play may end up being like marginally safer. I mean, both plays have upside and both plays have downside. I think. I guess like Yuho saying, like, the odds of me getting my hand disrupted and then missing an energy are like so minimal. Yeah, I think that this is probably just the way to go, right? Yeah, the odds of getting that hand disrupted, odds of getting disrupted out of a single energy, pretty low.
To discard. We'll see the retreat into the Team Rocket's Mewtwo. There's the Team Rocket's Mewtwo's Erasure Ball. Just needs the energy card. Can discard both of those. Knock out and Zoroark EX. And Yuho Kalola advances to the next round at 9-1.
Amazing play from Yuho with a much more innovative version of Team Rocket's Mewtwo and honestly Team Rocket's Spidops, right? Because Mewtwo, while yes, coming in to the late game to getting that knockout, it was really just using all of these tarantulas to really get all these attackers ready to go. And the thing is, Christian played extremely well, but what it came down to, Ethan, was the fact that Ns Darumaka was prized, so unable to take a multi-prize knockout, and this Spidops loves getting 2 prizes.
It's a webbed world.
God, dude, I gotta say, from like a production standpoint, the screens, I mean, how good do those screens look? The screens look, dude. How good do those look? Dude, this looks immaculate. I like can't believe how good it looks. The transition, I mean, all this looks just from a production standpoint, like huge kudos to like to Paperlight for figuring this all out. I mean, I can't get over how good the match win like animation looks on the stage. It looks insane. Remove the screen from in front of the table. No, I think the screen in front of the table is good. It just needs to be slightly lower. Yeah. It needs I think that counter is like a foot too high. I think the counter should be the same. You see how the counter is like a foot higher than the table? You can see it right here at that angle there. The counter just needed to be a little shorter, I think, because the counter should probably be the same size as the table. Because that way, I feel like in the audience, you kind of want to be able to like actually see them, right? Like you want to be able to like, you want to be able to see their like the table in the hands. Like you want to be able to like actually see it, I think. What counter? I'm talking about the digital counter that's in front of the table. It's like a foot too high. But it looks amazing. Here, let's show it off real quick. There. You see how it's like a little high. The match win effects look so good, though. Bang, here we go. Like, look how freaking good this looks. That looks awesome. This looks awesome. That. Boom. Like, how insane does that look? Right? How absolute, like the glowing match win text going across like both screens. It looks insane. This looks amazing. But the thing that I don't like is that the counter is a little high. You see what I'm saying? Like it looks like the players are kind of hiding behind it. That's what I don't like. You as a viewer, you can't even see the cards on the table. That's what I don't like. Because I feel like if you're sitting in the audience, you should be able to probably see the cards on the table, right? Like, I understand that you could look up at the screen and see it, but I still feel like that there's an element that's being hidden there. Like, why is it so high, right? I think that, yeah, this counter should be like a little lower. Personally, I think it's a little bit too high because you can't see the players at the table. They're just like their little heads are like poking out over it. You see, like why are they hiding behind there? Like that just seems strange to me from a viewer's perspective. Now the counter looks gorgeous. I mean, it does, but it's just a little too high. I think it would be nicer if it was about a foot shorter, or the same height as the table. But it is just absolutely gorgeous. So.
To really work with, so it's really just about Yuho finding the creativity, especially, come on, I mean, only playing 2 Proton, Ethan, and where you don't have the guarantee of having the transceiver in hand, I mean, still being able to at least get something going in that game too probably feels really good for Yuho.
I know Yuho is feeling great after winning that match, advancing to 9-1 with a unique deck. I'd love to pick his brain a bit and hear what he has to say after that victory. Let's throw it down to the stage.
Welcome everybody, I'm here on the main stage with Yuho, who has swung into another victory using Team Rocket's Pokemon galore. Yuho, thank you so much for that riveting game. Can you talk to us a little bit about your deck choice and why Team Rocket was the play?
Well, I picked it because it's quite good matchup all around, and I like playing it. You could play Pull in this format, it's the best deck clearly, but I don't like playing it at all. So I wanted a deck that has good Pull matchups and decent matchups all around. Otherwise, when the deck works, it works really well and wins the games. That's really the only problem with it is bricks kind of low. But this time, this tournament, I haven't bricked really at all, so I've been really well now.
That's really great. I'm so glad to hear the bricks have stayed away, for now at least. But you have had some really innovative deck building and other ways to draw cards. Can you talk to me about your stadium choices for this deck? Yeah,
I played 2 Prism Towers. It's the Factory Stadium is a good stadium, but the problem with the deck is that you don't draw your supporters often enough, in your starting hands. And Prism helps with that. And also, after Stamp or Red Guard, you need to draw a supporter to draw cards with Factory, but Prism Tower draws always your cards, so that's why it's really good in that sense. Because most of the time you brick when you don't draw a good starting hand, or you brick from a Stamp.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, I just want to say, yo, look, Amy's slime fit is going absolutely crazy right here, dude. She looks like she just got Nickelodeon slimed. That's nuts. With the green hair and the slime fit, dude. That's got to be a custom jacket, right? How the heck do you have the slime jacket with the green hair? Dude, what? It's insane. Absolutely amazing. Wow. That's crazy.
And I tested a little bit with Prism Towers and thought they were really good, and then I just did play with, that was my only testing for it. But I tested from Ultra a lot with this deck, and that was when I did, this is my deck for this format, and when the format doesn't change much, you don't change your deck either.
That is really good advice on top of everything else. Thank you so much for joining us, giving us a little bit of an insight into your deck. Is there anything for the rest of the day that you absolutely do not want to pair?
Probably Slowking is my worst matchup right now in the room, so not that. I wanted 1 Alakazam. I've played 0 Alakazams in all my tournaments so far, so one of them would be nice.
That would be nice and easy. You've got plenty of Articuno goodness to go down. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you well in the rest of your games. We're going to show back to the casters so that we can get on with some more action.
Thank you so much, Amy. Great to hear from Yuho after that win. 9-1 now, so just needs to win a couple more matches to secure himself a spot. I believe 34 match points, potentially going to be where our asymmetric top cut is at. There's always a chance it can be 35, but you've always got to take it round by round and try and squeak out those match points.
I know somebody, though, who really loves Team Rocket, and I think I want to kind of throw him into the conversation here. Pablo, I know this is really your favorite deck, really, when, we're talking about it, right? Can you talk to me, I brought this up with you a little bit earlier. Talk to me about Yuho's consistency cards and the fact that he's not playing too many.
Yeah, I mean, the lower proton count is definitely something surprising, right? You want to get going in the early game. With the 4 transceiver, you sort of make up for that a little bit, and we didn't see that lack of supporters really take place, right? Yuho's deck flowed pretty well. And I think the biggest story here is this Darumaka, right? In game 1, Darmanitan was targeted immediately. It wasn't available throughout the whole game. And then, of course, in game 2 being prized, Christian did take the steps to be aggressive with that Evil Doll, start taking knockouts, try to free it from the prizes, but it not being available and the grass weakness to that Spidos just ended up being super, super overwhelming for Christian. So Yuho's deck flowed pretty well. He did get into a sort of bind where he was forced to bench that Mewtwo. It's something that you want to avoid, of course.
Give a girl a Raging Bolt, right? I mean,
Okay.
still, this deck just hasn't found its way back up to the complete tippy top
All
of
right,
the
what do we-
format.
what
I
do we
feel like
got?
people are actually
On the side stream here, we got Slotbox versus Slowking. I'm not gonna lie, the side stream, it feels very claustrophobic. Anybody else feeling claustrophobic? I don't know, what is it about it? Yeah, it feels extremely claustrophobic. All out Blitzel at 10-0. Sheesh. Basic box, call it slot box.
really well is that it kind of pivots to
Big basic
what you
box.
need in a
Slot
certain
box. Can they say slot box on stream? I wonder if they've been told not to call it slot box. They don't call it slot box on the official stream, do they? Why? Big basic box. No. That's not what it is, bro. That's not what it is. It's not big basic box. Rahul and Carter tied. I mean, it's a Crustle mirror, right? They said in a recent video they can't call it slot box. It sounds derogatory. It kind of is. Lyric and Omnipoke said that they can't call it. That is funny. All right, let's take a look at the standings. Blitzel 10. I mean, that's crazy. This is a dream run for Blitzel for sure. Absolutely nuts. I mean, he's been putting in the work for sure. Just top 32 to Indy with this deck, so like, I mean, he knows the deck in and out. It's consistent. But Blitzel said he can't beat the Crussels, right? So like that could be his downfall in this tournament. Like obviously with a record of 10-0, you're looking at like just another win, and then you could ID in. But like he's gonna get paired into some Crussels here, so like he's probably gonna get some L's. Yeah, he's gonna get some L's here because what, Carter and Rahul, and then is Cooper also Crussel? That could be his demise, his demise. Yeah, so all three of these are Crussel here, and that is sketch. Yeah, that is sketch. It's not what you want if you're trying to win the event, right? Like obviously winning would be insane. That would be yeah, that would be good. But yeah, he's got some crabs in the way, huh? Hate it when I have crabs in the way. And Blitzel's deck cannot beat the crabs, right? I mean, like, am I missing anything? I don't think Blitzel's deck can beat it. I mean, let's look at his indie list. I don't know how much he changed from his indie list. But let's take a look. Go second and donk. Yeah. You've got Moltres. I mean, Moltres does 40 at a time. I mean, literally, there's nothing. He said on Twitter it's an auto loss. Yep. Yeah. That's not going to be a good matchup. Why no Passimian? Because you want to be... You don't want to tech for Crustle. You want everybody else to beat the Crustles. You want everybody else to beat Crustle. The pro play is to not tech for Crustle and let everybody else do it. Surely, the only reason why 3 Crustles are 901 at NAIC is because everybody else is not doing their job. That's why there's 3 Crustles. Not because James didn't tech for Crustle. It's because everybody else didn't do their job. James shouldn't have to tech for Crustle. He should just let everybody else do it. Crustle versus Crustle finals? I don't know. Let's see. Who else we got doing well? Yuho. Yuho doesn't lose to Crustle, right? Yuho should be able to do it. I feel like the easy techs for Crustle for a lot of meta decks are I mean, if we just look at like the indie results, right? You've got this deck doesn't really beat Crustle. I know because I've played that matchup. It's really tough. I mean, you can make it close with the Dusknoir, but like it's not great. I mean, obviously you could Shadowbind, but like it's still tough. They're really pressuring you, and you don't really have a ton of wiggle room there. It's not great. You can win though. It's not great. The Dunsparce is like the easiest tech, but nobody's playing Dunsparce in Pult anymore, right? Yeah, that would be the easiest way to do it if you just go back to playing Dunsparce. But I don't think anybody really wanted to play Dunsparce. And yeah, people are playing Watchtower in Pult now, so like nobody's playing Dunsparce anymore. So I mean, it just is like the way people are building their Pult lists. Like people aren't playing the Dunsparce, they're playing the Watchtowers. So not having that Dunsparce means you're going to lose to Crustle, right? It's just part of the equation. This deck should not lose to Crustle. This deck actually has a great Crustle matchup, but it looks like Hydrapple didn't really show up at NAIC. No Applers, dude. Just no Applers. Feels kind of bad. So, yeah, I mean, Apple should destroy it. You got Bulu, dude? So, yeah, if this deck shows up at all, it beats Crustle outright. Raging Bolt, I mean, can play Passimian. So you could do 180 damage with Passimian, but Passimian's still getting one-tapped by Crustle. And if they have the Hero's Cape on the Crustle, you're not taking a one-hit KO. So it can be a little tough to actually piece that all together, right? So that's like the Raging Bolt fix. And not everybody's played Passimian. In fact, I would say most people are not. Pult Chicken, what? You've got a Combuskin. If you flip heads on it, twice you can knock out a Crustle without a Hero's Cape on it. That's pretty bad. If you played the single prize Blaziken and Pult Chicken, then you'd have like an auto win into Crustle, but nobody's playing that. In there. Yeah, you got James's list is an auto lost. Lucario is a bad deck, but Hariyama does just kill Crustle, but nobody's playing Mega Lucario because the deck is not very good. Hydrapple should destroy it. Yo, what did Josh Frink play? This is crazy. Does this deck beat Crustle? No, probably not. I mean, you do 130 with the Bouffalon. I'm not. This deck's not a meta deck, so it doesn't really matter. All right, Gwen confirming that one Passimian is not enough. One Passimian don't do it. So yeah, so Raging Bolt ain't getting there. Cherubi saying that Passimian's not enough, but Gwen also saying Passimian sucks. So, okay. I see. Yeah, so you could kind of... And then Crustle should just lose to the King, right? I thought that the King would... To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised. I thought that, like, Slowking, Hydrapple, and Alakazam would be enough of a force to stop Crustle. I did. I would have thought that. Right? Because if you're saying, like, all the single prize decks, you've got... I expected Slowking to be pretty popular. I expect Alakazam to be pretty popular. And I expected Hydrapple to be pretty popular. So for me, like, if you're taking an auto loss to, like, I would have put that at, like, a quarter of the room. That's pretty sketch, right? Like, all those single prize decks. I mean, your Festival lead is going to run through you as well if you run into anybody playing that, right? All right, so let's see. How much of this do we know, like, what the players are playing as far as their decks are concerned? Like, how much of this do we know? We know James is on Slotbox. Carter, Rahul, and Cooper are all on... they're all on Crustle, right? Yasuki, I don't know. We know Yuho is on... we know Yuho is on the Team Rocket deck. We know Tord is on Enzorark. If anybody knows what any of these players who I haven't named are playing, go ahead and let me know. Nicholas is on Bolts. All right, so we got a 9-1 Raging Bolt here. Cool, cool. Thank you for the heads up there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like watching the backup match. For me, is like, okay, it's not live. First of all, I think they like tune in after the fact, and then also the board is just very claustrophobic and kind of bothers me in that way. So I don't know. It's cool that they have something up, obviously, but I'm just kind of waiting until next round. Anyone know what Brent Tonnison's playing? We got Liam is on Zork as well. Don't know what Caleb Goodemmer's playing. Natalie Miller's on Poltnor. Newdorf is probably on Poltnor, right? I don't know what Makani is playing. Cool. Let's see, pairings haven't been updated yet. Yuho won, these two tied. Nicholas on Raging Bolts. Dang, 9-1 Raging Bolts. Justin Newdorf got the dub. Tord got the dub over Kian. Jack Moore is Pult Chicken. Tied this last round. Ian dropped to 7-3. Got the third L. Grant Manley and Ross Cawthon tied. So they would need to win out, I think. Yo, Mees at 8-2. All right, let's go. Let's go, Mees. World's finalists. Mees Brennemeyer. Thank you, Ron Flex, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Yo, Kyle Lisinowicz, 7-3, is doing pretty good. I'm always pulling for Mees. Obviously got to meet with and get to know him pretty well when I was working on my documentary last year. He's a super chill dude. Rowan Stavenall lost. Riley McKay won. Yo, Riley McKay versus Lil Dark Fury. No, Lil Dark Fury, why did you let that world champion beat you? No! No! Come on, LDF. How dare you lose to a world champ? So I appreciate that, Ron Flex. Thanks. I hope LDF has a good rest of the tournament. That's a tough one for sure. Lucas Zing, 721. Joltik Crussel? Lucky Penny Benny. Is it Joltik Crussel that's doing well? What is it? Is this just the previous match just completely sped up with no overlay? Is that what this is? Like, what the heck? Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's a little trippy. All right, let's hear about Yuho. Oh, I forgot I didn't turn on the freaking...
So since I'm
sorry,
playing
guys.
in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you always play.
And with that, Yuho Kalama.
So my favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My #1 goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Yo, what's up, Jacob?
Of the heroes who won the hearts of the world, they were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Looking down as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be
Chilling, bro. Having a good time. Having a good time watching NAIC. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. The propaganda works pretty well. Watching one of these programs, you're like, dang, bro, I probably should try to qualify for Worlds next year, huh, man? Yeah, I guess I probably should. Yeah, the TPCI propaganda kind of goes crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it's going straight to the noggin.
Come back. Hopefully you all enjoyed your short
You're like,
break. We've got more.
You know, I'm only 37 years old. I still got a Worlds qualification in me, you know, like for sure.
And like you said, Ethan, I mean, we're at an
Thank you,
international
Archangel, for the
here,
Prime
so,
sub. Appreciate
well,
it.
yes,
Thank
usually
you.
at our special championships and our regionals, that's when you're used to seeing phase 2. But believe it or not, you got the grandeur of the stage. We are going to be going all the way up to
Yo,
see
shouts
who
to
our
all the
top
primers
2
out
players
there.
are
Thank you.
of
Appreciate the
tournament.
support.
Let's see what our
All the
predictions
people
look like
who
for
support
this
the channel on
weekend. The
YouTube
caster
as
predictions
well. All
so
the YouTube
far
members,
shaping
yo, big
out
shouts.
well.
Thank you guys so
Can't
much
say
for
I'm
supporting
very
the content.
surprised with my picks. You know, I
Allow
like
me
to
to
keep it
continue
nice
to do
and
what I love
standard.
doing.
Dragapult EX having a solid weekend. That Shaman, though, honestly, the Slow King is doing well, but I'm not sure it's holding up so solid.
Well, the thing is, we had a great feature match yesterday with Ross, working around the Shaman pretty well with Slow King. So I think you're onto something with Dragapult, Ethan. I mean, come on, it's, you know, what was it, 48% of decks in phase 2, so that feels pretty good. But I mean, let's look around. I mean, I picked my beloved Raging Bull. You can't, if you know me, you know I love Raging Bull. But that Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X still seems to be well represented in a lot of the decks that some of our casters have predicted. Amy with the Hydrapple, as well as Kyle Sukovich picking his favorite Pokemon, Meganium.
At Dusknoir, we'll have to see which variant of Dragapult EX makes its way to the top tables. I know Justin Neudorf loves to include that card in his list. We'll see if he ran that back this time at NAIC. No, he's at the top tables doing fairly well, and that special red card so far a lie on the stream, but it may prove to actually have some disruptive power one day or not.
I mean, Disruption is still the name of the game in the Pokemon TCG. And we did get to see in our last match, while yes, sometimes the special red card can give your opponent everything they need, it is sometimes the only chance you realistically have of getting hand disruption to try and throw.
All right, is special red card real or nah, dude? I think the card kind of sucks. Yo, appreciate. Thank you for the headphone compliment. Dude, it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks, dude. Doesn't do enough. It's only real when my opponent plays it. I don't know if I'm dedicating a whole spot to it. It's what we got. No, we still have unfair stamp. You can just play that. You really only need to disrupt your opponent for one turn. I mean, usually, if you can buy a single turn in standard, that's usually enough to come back. So, unfair stamp is usually just enough.
Go, and you know what we say, Ethan? If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Indeed, Tord Reklev, another broken deck builder himself. 8-0-2 with that end Zoroark. Justin Newdorf, who we just mentioned, also 8-0-2. Plenty of talented players out in the field, but still plenty of Pokemon left to be played.
And, you know, you just look down at this list, and not only is it players from the US and Canada, because of course we are in North America, there's players from all over the world, like you had mentioned, Tord Reklev from Norway and EU. You also have Yuho coming in from LATAM as well. So I'm excited to see where...
Is anybody doing really well with Alakazam? I think Alakazam's kind of like... And I guess there's 46 in day 2, so it's not bad. It's the 3rd most popular deck. See our... There's no way Blitzel dodged Crustle again, right? Nah, he's playing Rahul. Yeah. Yo, Rahul about to be 10-0-1, bro. There you go. And these two Crustlers are playing each other. So that might be a tie again. But yeah, James about to... So the thing is, James really just needs like one more win to like help seal up his top 8 spot. Because then he could probably... Like if he could get a win this round, then I think he could probably double ID in. Like 34, 35 points. That's what you need. So yeah, it's looking like he's probably going to take it out. I mean, it's an auto loss. All Rahul has to do is evolve up into Crustle and it's lights, right? So, yeah, Carter's got another mirror in a row, but he just tied one. So, like, really, might not be that bad. Might just get another tie, and that's fine. I mean, they just have to... The Crustles are doing, like, too well, right? They're kind of suffering from their own success because now they all have to play against each other, which is, like, not great. And the Crustle decks don't want to play against each other. They want to play against like the other stuff. So like they kind of have to get out of each other's hair here, and they have to go through the motions of playing against each other, which, you know, Rahul and just played a Crustle Mirror, and now Rahul is going to get to feast on All Out Blitzel, get a free dub there. Blitzel's finally going to get... But it's very possible that Blitzel goes Crustle, Crustle. Blitzel could get paired into 3 straight Crustle and miss top 8. I mean, let that sink in. That could happen, right? It's certainly possible for Blitzel to get back-to-back Crustles, right? I mean, it's very possible. I'm just saying, like, that could absolutely happen. You go Crustle, 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 it's over, dude. I mean, he's at 30 points, but you need 34 to make top 8. He could absolutely... I mean, look, dude, he's surrounded by it. The top, it is Crustle at the top. So, I mean, I think I would not be surprised if he hits 2 Crustles. That would be my prediction. To hit Rahul here and then one more. So, oh, Yuho up against another. Yo, Yuho now up against Tord. Yup. So now Yuho back to... I mean, Yuho's... I bet you Yuho breezes his way into top 8 with good matchups up here at the top. Yeah, I'd be feeling really good if I'm Yuho. Liam and Natalie Miller about to play. That's gonna be a tight one for sure. Brent Tonneson, Caleb Goodemmer. That's a good matchup. Diego Casiraga versus Mies. God, I would love to see how that one goes. Like both these guys a lot. Really want to see how that one ends up. That's cool. You got world champion, world's finalist right here, dude. That's a cool matchup. Or do we know who we're getting next? Stream Carter versus Coop. We're getting the Crustle mirror. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Crustle mirror on stream. Let's freaking go, dude. I want to see the Crustle mirror. What are you talking about? Yeah, where's Gustavo? Gustavo was doing so good. 7-2-1. He fell off a little bit. I mean, he could still have a good finish. That's tough. Emma Hagen, 7-2-1. She's really climbed her way up out of the trenches there. Brooke English, 7-2-1. Let's go, Brooke. Come on. Piper, 7-2-1. Let's go, Piper. Ross Cawthon, 7-1-2. Are there 3 Swiss rounds left in day 2, folks? Is it 3 before ASIM? Or is it 4 more rounds? Might be 4 more rounds. If you do 5 rounds, that's 14 rounds. Plus ASIM. I don't know. If there's a knower who knows, let me know. Who out here having a bad time? All this looking at the top of the pairings. We want to look at the bottom of the pairings. Dude. At a certain point, like, I'd want to... Ben Nackman. No! Benjamin, no! Joey Nawal. No! Joey, no! No! This is one of my locals, Joey Nawal. You hate to see it. Ben Nackman, 541. That's my dude right there. Hate to see it. All this look at the top. You got to see who out here in the trenches. That's what I want to see. 4 more rounds, including this one. Sable Creech. No, Sable, no! Who's in the day 2 trenches? I don't even think, at this point, I guess with 4 more rounds, you could do 9-4-1 if you win out. I guess. Like, if you win out. All right, let's freaking go! Sun's out, Crustle's out.
Milwaukee a little bit ago. Tied 1-2. They drag a bolt with Blaziken, which can always be a little bit of a tricky matchup with the Combuskin being able to attack.
Let's
there are some
freaking
big
bet on
cards
this.
to talk about. One huge advantage for Cooper in this matchup is that He is playing Crushing Hammer, a great card to remove spiky energy as well as slow the pace of the game down.
Here's the big thing, Ethan, and while yes, this is going to be really riveting gameplay, it might just be a touch pass for a couple of turns, it goes a little bit deeper than that when you truly think about it, right? I feel like every deck at this point, Ethan, is playing a Crushing Hammer, whether it's 1 or whether it's 4, and it only makes sense in a deck like Crustal, especially because of the amount of times you're taking the time to power up another attacker to get through that mysterious
All right, this background
rocket.
music is going like really crazy, actually.
Spiky energy is another
It's like,
huge card
it's
in this
a little
matchup.
much.
Knowing when and where to attach those cards, putting pressure, and maximizing damage on your opponent's board are all key pieces to talk about. We'll see the setups for both players. Expect to maybe see some mulligans be taken, as this deck does not play too many basic Pokemon, especially Carter's list has cut all of the fluff, all of the fill, and is only playing those 4 Mega Kangaskhan EX and that 3/3 Crustal line. No supporting cast this time around.
One of the biggest things as well, Ethan, specifically on Carter's side, is that Carter just ID'd with Rahul, the other Crustal here.
Oh, they
potentially
they
trying to save some
ID'd.
brain
Wow.
power for the rest of the day. Well, guess what? You can't run and hide from the Crystal Mirror, even if you are playing Crustal yourself.
All right, that hat is pretty swag,
It is
not
the
going to
problem
lie.
At the end of the day, it is the wall that one must overcome to get themselves closer.
Like
to
Carter-
the finish line.
Carter's got
Huge
the
here
swag
with, A lot
advantage.
for Carter in that top 16.
Not enough
World
people talking about
Championship
that.
Race. Had a super solid start at the
Yeah,
beginning of this
Carter's
season
got the
in top
huge swag diff. Cannot be overstated. I mean, if you're Crustling with that Worlds 2025 hat, like, dude. I mean, the intimidation factor alone, under the headphones, still looking swag. The fact that you got that hat on, looking so good underneath the headphones, like not an easy look to pull off with the headphones. But I gotta say, Carter is slaying.
Can get Dwebbles into play and attachments down early. Swinging first, always what you want to see in this matchup.
And like you had said, Ethan, no Crushing Hammer on the side of Carter here. So as
Licia's appeal.
I think one of the biggest things here for Cooper.
Oh my God, the art rare Licia's appeal too.
Blessing in disguise, because that's actually the last thing you want to start in this matchup. But a couple of key cards over on Carter's side going to be that Licia's appeal and one of those jumbo ice creams to heal all that damage.
Anticipation is building for what many are calling the craziest match of 2026. Crustal Mirror getting down and getting into play. Let's throw it down to the stage. Get into this last Swiss round. Here
Dude,
we are, ladies
this-
and gentlemen.
Yeah, whoever's in charge of getting that,
It is
getting
gonna
that,
be Mega Kangaskhan, the
getting
start
that
for
copyright-free
Cooper,
music on
drawing
is
some cards,
bad.
Getting that energy attachment onto Dwebble.
That stuff is
May not be
crazy.
a lot, but it is necessary.
Well, let's go on ahead, Ethan, and start talking about the differences between the list for both players, as we are going to talk about Carter's turn. And like you had said, who goes first and second is really important because of that Ascension attack on that Dwebble being already able to get into that Crustal and begin the rampage of running out of resources here. Carter is playing 2 copies of Eerie, so we'll be able to at least rip a couple of Crushing Hammers out of the hand for Cooper, but I'm interested to see what other things he's going to be going for here when it's coming to taking some of those item cards away.
Just going to be that attachment for turn and Ascension. No supporter card played for Carter on that turn. May show a bit of weakness. Will be that Team Rocket's Petrol now. Searching the deck for a trainer card. Immediately maybe considering getting that Hero's Cape down onto Dwebble.
Not only Dwebble here, and like we had said, starting the Mega Kangaskhan at this point feels like much more of a liability, but that Team Rocket's Petrol, there are 4 of them in this deck to be utilizing to grab any trainer card out of the deck, and especially with this deck, Ethan, relying on mostly trainer cards to really
All
get
right,
your
gotta
combos
say,
off. That feels pretty good.
Cooper got a nice riffle. All right, I respect the riffle. I'm always going to be rooting for a riffler over a masher. Cooper's got a mean riffle going on. Okay, got to check the shuffle technique. Got to check the shuffle technique. All right, so Cooper's got a nice riffle. We'll see. Nice, not only a nice riffle, but also a nice bridge. Now we get an opportunity to take a look at Carter's shuffle technique. Okay, Carter Not flipping through the deck as fast as Cooper. Cooper's got, like, you know, a little bit more of like a speedy flick through the deck for sure. Still searching the deck with poise and confidence. I like it. Oh, yeah, Carter's a masher. Okay, gotta say, shuffle swag. Gonna go to Cooper on this one. All right, here goes the riffle. Okay. All right, Carter's got a nice little riffle too. Not as heavy of a riffler as Cooper, but still has got the riffle and the bridge tech. Okay, he does have the ability to do it. He did just show it off for us there, so I do respect both players packing a nice riffle. You love to see it. This is the kind of thing that we commentate about in the Crustle Mirror, okay? It's just that, you know, you can't... We gotta fish for what we can.
To disrupt and discard energy from play.
And that is a big part of this matchup, Ethan, because there is no way of recovering the energy here, especially the special energy. So would have Carter really on the back foot at this point.
And this is a huge turn for Cooper.
Oh,
Finds the
pack it
manual
up.
switch to move Mega Kangaskhan out of the active spot.
Pack it up.
Swinging on
It's
turn
over,
3,
dude.
Carter
It's
is left
over.
behind in the dust.
It's
Not
over,
only that,
dude.
right? We'll have to
It's
use
over.
a resource to heal up this Crustle, but also in a way.
Yeah, it's over. 120 damage to that Crustle, dude. I mean, sure, you got a boss. You can buy a little time. That's so big, though. The fact that Cooper is presenting Crustle with Hero's Cape. 120 damage already. Pretty big. The boss on the Kang, though, is certainly significant because it's going to slow things down. The Kangaskhan's got a big retreat. There's no, like, Latias in these decks to pivot the Kangaskhan out. I mean, you really just have, like, a switch or two. It's kind of it. So you are also going to get to see some Kangaskhan on Kangaskhan action, right? Because we see that Carter did bench a Kangaskhan. So the Kangaskhan's can hit each other. They're kind of going to trade a little bit of draw power for 3 prizes apiece, which I do like, right? I mean, it's it's gonna be cool adding like the Kangaskhan kind of wrinkle into these matchups because the Kangaskhan's knock each other out, and then you know, and they each give up 3 prizes. So then like the Crustle v Crustle is gonna be like 3 prizes of the game, and then the other 3 prizes of the game are going to be like Kangaskhan, right? So I think that does make things a little bit more interesting, and the fact that the Kangaskhan doesn't easily pivot in and out of the active spot, I think also makes this matchup a little bit interesting as well. Both players also playing the Hero's Cape, so that's obviously going to be a huge factor too. Now, big question, do you actually commit the Hero's Cape to this damaged Crustle in the active, or do you say, like, the Hero's Cape's going to go to the next one? And it looks like Carter is saying the Hero's Cape is going on this one. And I think Carter does have maybe Pokemon Center Lady and an Ice Cream Cone in hand. So could end up healing this, you know, even though Carter is kind of soaked that first blow. Could end up healing that damage off of the Crustle and then go on the aggressive again. I think that a lot of this match is going to come down to who gets the next Crustle built up, right? Like, obviously, having the first Crustle advantage seems kind of big, but who is, like, getting the second Crustle going, I think will also be big. I also can't imagine that these players, the Rahul match is over. Like, yeah, because James probably scooped the second Rahul got a Crustle into play both games. So yeah, Rahul's going to be 10-0-1. Yeah. James, like, that matchup is such an auto loss. James probably is just going to take a break and say, like, all right, I hope I don't get paired into Crustle next round. But James could very easily hit Crustle next round. Very easily. Like, because the winner of this round, if this round is not a tie, I would say James is almost surely going to hit the winner. Right? So then James goes Crustle loss, and then has to hope it's not a third Crustle. Right? Ooh, the Airy is really big here. Hitting double cone off of Airy. Wow. That's insane. Kevin, you're not enjoying this? What the heck? I think this is beast, dude. I'm stoked. This is awesome. I'm thrilled to have a Crustle mirror on stream. Now, I wouldn't want Crustle to be on stream every round, but I personally, I've never watched a Crustle mirror. Have you? To me, it's like it's something new. It's novel. It's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's to me, the Crustle mirror has intrigue. You'd rather watch paint dry? What the heck? Well, come on. Have a little whimsy in your heart. Players will have to respect Crustle for Worlds. Yes, but that nobody's going to play it because people will respect it. Crustle is entirely a prediction of whether or not people will respect it. And we got the gear. Saying, like, do I have to look at all 7? I really don't feel like it. I just want this petrol, bro. Just, yeah, let me do this. You're the hand trimmer. Holy smokes. Yo, Carter's got the freaking sauce. There's no way Carter tech for the... No. I mean, I guess hand trimmer is just a good card, right? It's not a tech for the mirror. It's just a really freaking good card in a, like, control style deck like this, right? Holy crap. Oh my god, dude. The cone and the hand trimmer. Dude, Carter's got this he's got this freaking thing locked up, dude. Hand trimmer. Each player discards cards from their hand as they have 5 cards remaining. Yeah, that's going to hit Cooper pretty tough. Insane. You know, after the Airy too, right? And Cooper's just been sitting there with the Kang active. Maybe this matchup never even gets to a second Crustle. I guess it's kind of has to, right? I think at a certain point... Yeah, the second Crustle certainly comes into play eventually. But we do see Carter discarding the Crustle out of his hand, which makes you think that, like, God, and also Carter not swinging into the Kangaskhan. All right, are we finally going to hit the Kangaskhan? I was going to say, why are we not hitting the Kangaskhan? Yeah. I have so many questions. So little answers.
Note that Carter targeted it down from Cooper. Does have at least one in hand to work with, but it's all about the timing and whether the timing is right. I do think it's very interesting that this deck is one of the only decks right now in format to be playing that Pokemon Center Lady and Bianca's Devotion as well. So weird ways to kind of get around some of these stacking up damage turns from both players.
And we see Carter has got the Xerosix Machinations in hand as well. Looks like a damaged sleeve situation. I know why there's a damaged sleeve, but I'm not allowed to say. Xerosix Machinations in hand. I mean, obviously that could be a big one too. If Cooper continues drawing cards. I'm also wondering if, like, maybe there's just like this weird thing where you can, like, kind of go for a deck out angle, I guess, if there's like the Kangaskhan's, right? The Kangaskhan's, because they just have a huge retreat cost, so you just keep dragging it into the active spot, right? I guess you can knock out the Kangaskhan, so it looks like Cooper's not going to try and, like, stall this Kangaskhan. Actively wants to just KO it and take 3 prizes. But I think Cooper has to be on the offensive because of the amount of discard cards that Carter has. Right? Yeah, why is that Kangaskhan not confused? That's my question, right? Because, like, the Lisia's appeal does drag and confuse it. The Mist Energy doesn't stop that. The Mist Energy only stops effects of attacks, right? Oh, Festival Grounds. You're right. Frick, I forgot about that. Yeah. How could I forget? That's exactly how I lost to Crussell at Indy. Yes, the festival grounds. Yes, but that prevents confusion. But I think that, yes, Cooper is losing the resource war because of the hand trimmer and because of the Airy, right? So like he kind of has to go on the I'm trying to take all 6 prizes route, whereas I think Carter is probably winning the resource war. So Carter is saying like I can try to win via deck out, right? Because I'm winning as far as like, yeah, that screen does look amazing. No wonder they cut to that. The KOs, that all looks really good.
What your game plan is going forward.
It's just such an awkward spot for Cooper. You can't afford to retreat, but at the same time, if you don't, you're not
the deck
pressuring
count
your opponent in any way, shape, or form. And they've discarded
the freaking deck count, bro. The freaking deck count, dude. The dubious deck count. You're like, yeah, brah. You're decking out, my friends. Zerosix back. Hit him with the Zerosix. Oh! And Cooper just says, screw it. I'm out of here, dude. I'm out of here. Get me out. I'm taking my toys and I'm going home, okay? I don't want to play anymore. Dang, bro. Holy smokes. I thought the hammers would make a difference. They're making no difference at all. It's all about the hand trimmer. It's all about the Zerosix machinations, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that was I gotta give it to Cooper though. Cooper, yeah, that scoop had confidence for sure. Yeah, that was a scoop with conviction.
Energy attack, we're seeing damage flying all over the place. This has definitely been a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Clearly both players are really investing into a single Crussell, right? And
I was gonna say, is starting Mega Kangaskhan does that actually suck? Because I think at a certain point, if you're Cooper, you probably just want to start Dwebble, ascend into Crussell, and ideally just like start aggroing with your Crussell as soon as possible. I think we've shown that Carter has like the tech to be able to punish these like Kangaskhan starts where you just amass like a huge hand size, right? Carter can just punish that pretty severely. So yeah, I mean, Cooper doesn't have a choice, though. I mean, we see is kind of just like leading the Kangaskhan, has to attach energy to it and just say, like, okay, I'm going to, get this thing powered up so I can eliminate your Kangaskhan. Try to watch my hand size. I mean, Cooper, I think this game has to try to mitigate his hand size a little bit so that he doesn't get, like, hand trimmed into oblivion. But then there's just so many different tools that Carter could hit with. I mean, I think there's 2 Airy in Carter's list. There's the hand trimmer and there's the Zerosix machinations. I mean, so many different options to be able to attack the opponent's hand. Crushing Hammer is getting in there early from Coop. Big heads flip there for Coop Dog. And a Lily's Determination will go to 8s. Off this, you certainly want to see a Buddy Buddy Poffin or a Dwebble or something. Start getting that cross going. And we got 33 minutes left in the round, boys. All right, so let's try to fill as many of those 33 minutes as we can. I'm talking content, baby. Give us the sweet, sweet content. You are on stream, 9-0-1. With that record comes some responsibility. You are tasked with entertaining us for the next 33 minutes. Do not take that responsibility lightly, folks. Okay? I don't want to see any blowout wins. I want to see full-on content-filled games, please. That last one was a little too quick. All right, Carter with the double cross. Mega Kangaskhan.
Even has the handheld fan as well. Could be a key piece in this matchup.
Not only that, Ethan, I mean, even with Cooper's crushing hammers here, Carter is technically sent one turn behind and still able to find the energy attachment. And granted, while Cooper is able to use the Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least get another dwebble here, does at least have the growing grass energy, but that handheld fan, like you had mentioned, could be very useful, especially when it comes to the Crustles starting to attack each other and then just moving all of this energy to the Mega Kangaskhan, which isn't going to be the attacker in this scenario.
One play I was wondering if Cooper would do would be to boss's orders up the Crustle with no energy to stop Mega Kangaskhan from using that ability and slow things down. But it seems that Carter is actively not using Run Aaron and is content holding on to his low hand size.
Not only that, a low hand size full of supporters and not a lot of energy to really work with here. Like we had pointed out, this growing grass energy on Mega Kangaskhan, while yes, it can enable it to attack, you're not going to get the added bonus of HP from that growing grass energy because it's not a grass type. Luckily, though, for Cooper is going to be able to find another growing grass energy for the Pokemon that it's actually meant for.
Energy attachment number 3 onto the bench. Crustle considering now whether or not to play this handheld fan down onto either one of these Pokemon. Gonna just get a quick count of the hand size. There goes that handheld fan and a pass of the turn, understanding that Cooper could potentially attack into this Crustle this turn.
That's the thing, right? Want to preserve everything that's going on. But still, Ethan, look at all of these supporters in hand. And while, yes, Crustle is taking the slower pace here, it's all about those resources. We saw how quickly game 1 ended thanks to a 0-6 machination and a hand trimmer back to back here. So Cooper really wants to keep some of these options at least open for the following turns. Boss's orders, though, on the side of Carter.
Yeah, what's the strategy in the Crustle mirror? It is a resource war. Carter has so many cards in his deck that really allow him to win the resource war because he's got 2 copies of Airy, which can discard the ice cream cones, the jumbo ices. Has got 0-6 machinations, which can cut a large hand size down. Also hand trimmer. Cooper's got crushing hammers in his list to try and remove energy attachments, but we see that Carter also has the handheld fan in his list, which should also do some damage to Cooper's resources, right? So it's just a resource war. The last game was scooped up by Cooper because he realized that he would just get decked out because Carter had hit him with a pretty significant hand trimmer, followed by a pretty significant 0-6 machinations. There's a lot of gusting up of the Kangaskhan and kind of stalling it. I think these lists only play maybe 1 switch, if not 2, probably 1, right? So if you ever kind of get on the back foot, you can use boss's orders to bring the Kangaskhan up into the active spot and try to stall it. There's also just stalling of like the random Crustles. Like there's a second Crustle on the bench, right? And Crustle's got pretty big retreat cost, so you could like gust up the energyless Crustle and take advantage of that, right? Because you can't heal a Crustle with no energy on it with the jumbo ice. So there's that kind of part too. It's a good old-fashioned resource battle. So to me, it's kind of interesting, but it does seem like Carter's list is very much at an advantage when it comes to that resource war.
Army in this matchup.
This is interesting too because it's just all the time in the world and still just another pass on over. And now this other Crustle could be getting some love, but no, Carter is still very firm on just keeping
you see these guys like not using
right?
not using Mega Kangaskhan
anticipating
to
some
draw
sort of 0-6 machinations to get things going.
And just kind of like passing right until like the correct resource comes to the hand. And it's because it's a reason. It's like it very much could come down to deck out. Like and they both kind of are very cognizant of that, right?
Seeing some of the most expert gameplay. Just draw passing back and forth. Both players afraid to take the first step. Crushing Hammer now finally being played. This heads. Getting rid of the growing grass energy on the bench.
All right, there's a route. Yo! Oh my God. Okay, dude, there is a route. There's a route. I think there's only 4 growing grass. Like, there's a route. If he hits all 4 hammer on growing grass, dude, like, and there's one in the prizes too. Dude, Cooper can win by just removing all of the growing grass from play. Is there might be like 1 basic grass, right? But it might be hard to find. Like, it could be, that could be, yo, those red dice are suspect. Like, check them dice for sure. Check the red dice. Dude. The red dice, yeah, the red dice cannot be trusted. That's facts.
Both players' sides.
I will say one of the ways that Cooper built his deck, there's no Eerie inside of Cooper's list, so those Jumbo Ice Creams at least are safe. Like you had said, Ethan, no Hero's Cape just yet still. Both players just holding off on attacking.
It'll be another manual attachment to the Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Now counting the hand size, seeing how many cards are at his disposal. Looks like 15 in the hand for Cooper. Looks like it was a supporter card played for Carter. Cooper is fanning this hand out. Was there a Zerosic just played? And then there was, it seems.
No, look at all of the resources going down here. I mean, petrol as well, the easiest.
Oh my God, dude. I mean, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Zerosic's machinations. Like, dude. Oh my God. Like, you're losing so much there. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely nuts. I just lost like a dozen cards. And then the Airy too. Oh, but nothing. Go fish, bro. He literally said, go fish, brother. Go fish. Nothing. The thing is, Carter should have probably... I guess Carter didn't know the exact cards being held in hand because Zerosix doesn't reveal the hand. You just have to discard down to 3. So then the Airy, go fish. Do the kids still play go fish? Kids still know what go fish is, right? They have to. There's no way that Go Fish isn't a thing. You guys know what Go Fish is, right?
So this Crustle is now fully powered up on the bench, ready to go. It'll just be Crustle evolved already. Energy attachment, pass of the turn back over. Really not sitting on much. Carter's just being forced to draw a pass, not using.
They stopped playing Go Fish in 2004. No, come on.
Both players no energy to really go with. Another Crushing Hammer, though, Ethan.
This would be a big flip. We're 2 for 2 on Crushing Hammer already. And another heads gets rid of a...
The red dice strike again! The red dice! Check them dice, bro. Check them dice. Dude, those red dice. Those red dice. They are weighted. Nothing but heads over there.
Still there, and that has no energy on it. So now it's back on over to Cooper's side here, where he does have his Zerosic's machinations. Might be trying to give Carter a taste of his own medicine soon enough here.
What are these players looking for? That is the question.
What are they looking for? What are these players looking for? I mean, dude, it's... I don't know. If you can't appreciate this, you haven't played enough base Fossil, in my opinion. You know, this is like, yeah, bro, we attaching, we passing. We attaching, we passing. I mean, at this point, they're jockeying for position, brah. They're figuring it out. The retreat! This retreat is going crazy. Really? and the boss. The retreat, though. All right, but then we got Ice Cream Cone coming in from Coop. And then a ball. You just boss the Kang back up, right? Yeah, you boss the Kang back up. Potentially. Ooh, are we going to see a retreat? Dude. Yeah, boss the Kang. Get it back up. Get it back up here. Yes, 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 yes. Boss the Kang. See, this is it's a true chess match. This is a true chess match. And I love it because clearly nobody has tested it, bro. Nobody is sitting here testing the Crustle mirror, dude. Nobody. Now, this is a knock, right? All right, this is a knock. He's got the switch. But I think Cooper has boss in hand again and is just going to go boss and bring out. Like, I think that's what we got. But does Cooper have enough cards to, like, win the deck out war, right? Like, does Cooper actually win the deck out war? I don't think so, right? I mean, he got... Is that not... Oh, because the growing, it misses because of the growing. Okay. Sorry. No, it misses because of the growing. Woo! Sheesh! Holy crap, dude. Insane. Absolutely nuts, dude. Absolutely nuts. This is solitaire? Psyduck Psycho. What do you mean it's solitaire? It cannot be solitaire. We have two players playing against each other, responding to what each other are doing. That is the opposite of solitaire. Amazing. Community center. And now Cooper's got the Zero 6 machinations. All right, let's go. Let's go. And now Cooper is counting the resources. Love it. The Zero 6. Oh, my. Okay, and we see Carter's literally got 3 cones in the hand. Listen, I told these guys that we needed 50 full minutes of content, and they are delivering. Yeah, this is fire, dude. This is fire. Yeah, if you can't appreciate this, you don't really like Pokemon cards that much, dude. This is beauty. This is beauty. This is freaking Pokemon cards. Yes. Look at this. Having to decide, like, dude, getting rid of 3 cones there is crazy. Holy smokes.
You have to assume the only way to win this game is going to be to stall Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Bring it up with boss over and over and over again and hope that our opponent does not have enough energy to retreat for the times that we need it to.
Now it is up to Carter at this point to find a way back into this match, but Cooper seems to now have just this wild chokehold on at least this game number 2.
Cooper's still just playing cards from his hand. These are more resources that could come back to matter later on in the game. Sure, you're healing, but your opponent's not putting attacking pressure on your board.
Just a draw pass back and forth. I mean, what do you do if you're Carter?
The question may come down to who has more Lily left in deck, and interestingly enough for Cooper, I wouldn't be against him taking prize cards so that he doesn't have to draw 8 cards off this Lily's determination.
That's very fair, Ethan, but unfortunately it is not going to be that case.
What could Cooper possibly be looking for?
Like, I guess,
it
like,
could be something along the line.
Cooper could like stall the Crustle on the bench, because there's a Crustle over there on the bench too with like no energy on it. And Cooper's hit a lot of heads this game, so is doing like a little bit of a refill. I think it's a somewhat of a check against the hand trimmer. Like, Cooper doesn't want to get absolutely annihilated by hand trimmer, right? So I think like is playing that 1 Lilies there just to kind of make sure that hand trimmer doesn't destroy him, which I understand. So he has to do that. I mean, taking a knockout to make it so that you're only Lilying to 6 is certainly very good. But if you look at like the resource war right now, it does look like Cooper's deck is bigger. So you see how confidently he's passing. It's because Cooper's deck is bigger right now. Now taking the knockout again, would allow you to Lily to 6 instead of 8, which does save you 2 cards. So I think that's that's something to think about, and maybe that's something that Cooper exactly. And now Cooper's like, you certainly want to put the Kangaskhan like 1 attack away from a KO so that you can decide to do that, right? Like it's absolutely correct to put the Kangaskhan one Crustle attack away, and then you might just take the knockout and then use boss to bring up. Yeah. And this is correct from Cooper, because not only does taking the knockout like make it so that you're only lilying to 6 while your opponent has to lily to 8, it's also making it so that you have +3 cards in the deck because you're taking 3 prize cards, right? So you're taking 3 prizes, that's +3 cards to the deck, and then the goal is going to be to use boss's orders to bring up the Crustle on the bench. And you could see Cooper is not setting up a backup Crustle on the bench because he understands how much like, yeah, and here's the scoop. Yep. He understands how much like this is going to come down to a deck out, right? Like neither of these players are going to be able to realistically take all 6 prizes, not with the amount of like shenanigans that they have going on in each other's decks. So this is just going to be a deck out war. It is a resource war. You kind of like have to put enough pressure on while attacking to like force your opponent to play some cards, right? Force them to draw some cards. So like there's this kind of like back and forth give and take between like, I'm kind of like gonna attack just enough to force you to play some stuff out of your hand and to force you to like draw cards, right? Because I like have to force you to draw cards, because if I never attack you, then I don't actually pressure you to set up or draw any cards. So both players have to pressure each other enough to draw cards to set up. And then you get into the mid game and you start saying like, okay, well now we're going to be just slamming each other with like our best hate cards. Like I've got Airy, I've got Xerosic's Machinations, I've got Hand Trimmer, I've got Crushing Hammer, right? And in the middle of the game, once both players have kind of pressured each other a little bit and forced each other to set up, then you start slamming each other with those hate cards, and then you get into like the deep end game where we're like bossing things up, trying to stall things, and we're trying to deck each other out actively, right? And we saw that Cooper was able to do that to perfection in game 2 after really getting punished in game 1. So it felt like Cooper made some mid-round adjustments there that really paid off for him in game number 2. And I'm genuinely excited to see how game 3 goes. I think that this is going to be a fun watch.
Couple of turns with no energy cards, and Cooper or Carter are able to pull out a quick win. Time is winding down very quickly though, 14 minutes and change remaining. We'll have to see if these players have one final trick up their shell.
I feel like I'm surrounded by people who love the crab facts.
You have to understand, there is a dynasty to the crab facts. There is some lore. There's some crazy lore behind the crab facts.
Crab facts. Oh my goodness.
And it seems like just yesterday, Crabominable was shaping up its impact in the metagame, and it's now Crustle instead, who has been passed the torch as we get into this third game.
See if either player are going to start this Mega Kangaskhan here, because I do believe it is preferential in this matchup to go second. So you want to get to your Crustle as quickly as possible here. Starting the Psyduck, that's not what Cooper wants to see at all.
No, he needs to find some Pokemon pretty quickly in this spot. To see how things play out. Needs to get down Crustle, but it's no Mega Kangaskhan, which can be a liability in this matchup. And I wonder if Cooper even chose to start Psyduck over that Pokemon just to avoid it being in play. Take a look at the prize cards. Growing Grass Energy again for Carter in the prizes. There's a Crushing Hammer for Cooper, but nothing else too detrimental besides, you know, maybe that ice cream cone for Carter. If we ever see these Crustle attack into each other, I don't know if there will be any attacks announced this set.
Well, there's certainly no Dwebbles in the hand for Cooper here, so that's time now ticking down for him. Might just have to be a Crushing Hammer, hope it hits heads, but no, it's a pass back on over to Carter.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, there's Petra, okay. All right. We gotta hold our horses here a little bit.
No. We need content, bro. Content. You're not allowed to get benched by Kangaskhan, bro. We need content. Go get the freaking Buddy Poffin and then ascend into a... I mean, the nice thing about the Psyduck here is that if Cooper has an energy in hand, you could just go you could just go buddy for Dwebble, and then you can ascend into the Crustle, and then you're kind of in this like, are you kind of goated with this line? Because now Cooper doesn't have the liability of Kangaskhan, right? Are you kind of goated here? And you just ascend, and now you don't have the 3 retreat Kangaskhan. This is crazy, right? Like, I feel like this is actually somewhat ideal for Cooper. I don't know. It's interesting. Certainly, we're gonna see how this buffs out. Now, Carter last game decided to really like kind of fill his bench with a bunch of different Crustle. I think that maybe he found that was not ideal. When this match started, I thought maybe that the second Crustle would end up being a difference maker. But it sounds to me like the second Crustle is actually more of a liability than it is a difference maker. So that it's looking like it's just like kind of one Crustle, and you just put all your eggs into that one Crustle basket, right? That's just kind of the dealio.
Access to their Heroes Cape, both or now all 3 games. So it's about the time on where you're going to attach that to, but still, like you had said, growing grass energy onto this Crustle, more and more hit points are being stacked on.
We're now seeing Carter use that run errand ability. Heroes Cape down onto Dwebble. Crustle now evolved and into play, and spiky energy coming down. Will Carter be going aggressive with there being such little time on the clock?
I mean, both of these players don't want to ID at this phase. It is going to be a matter of getting into asymmetrical cuts or not. Still both, of course, undefeated as well.
Does find Lily's determination off the Pokegear 3.0. Attaching the mist energy and playing that supporter card, so both players really not too worried.
Oh yeah, 11 minutes. 11 minutes, not a lot of time, for sure. But it also kind of is. I mean, we saw, like, even though you get to a point where you're kind of at a standstill where you just draw passing, like, I mean, these players were playing quite quickly through those phases of the game, right? And it's not like, I mean, keep in mind, these decks don't have recon directive, right? Like, there is no recon directive. There's no flip the script. There's none of that, right? Like, we're not even like using Ultra Ball, right? Like literally there's so little of that going on that you like see how quick the turns go. Like they just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it's kind of refreshing in that regard. It does remind me a lot of like old school Pokemon, like, you know, base set fossil types, right? Like this whole turn from Cooper is going to be I use Petrol for Hero's Cape swing. So like that does really change the dynamic of these final 10 minutes because you can actually do a lot more in these 10 minutes between these two decks than you can. Ooh, it looks like actually no attack. And that is going to be a boss knockout for Kangaskhan. Take out the Psyduck. That means that now Carter can use Lily's determination to 6 instead of 8. So it does help him out a little bit with like the deck out thing. Taking a prize does seem kind of big, as it does give you a little bit of an advantage with like the Lily's thing. So looks like the Ultra Ball just going to thin some cards out of the deck, and we see that Cooper's actually kind of hustling here, right? 8.5 minutes on the clock. Cooper is going. Just thinned some cards out of the deck with Ultra Ball. I mean, is that shows that like he's not necessarily trying to have like the lowest amount of or like the highest amount of cards in deck right now. He's actually trying to put his foot on the gas and make some magic happen. But is passing. So not actually. I feel like it's always correct to put the Kangaskhan to like 1 hit remaining, right? I guess like maybe doesn't want to take the spiky energy, but still like I don't think it really matters, right? Hitting the switch there would be significant if there's a Kangaskhan in play for Coop, but there's not, so it doesn't really matter. Off the Airy. And I do really appreciate the pace of play that these two are playing with. Going to be a retreat. Yeah, I still don't see why Coop didn't put the Kangaskhan within range. Maybe just didn't want to get hit by the spiky energy. It's kind of what I'm imagining. And then you can petrol for a jumbo ice, right? And that's what we got from Coop. Yeah, and these crabs are getting. I mean, look how much ground we've covered in 3 minutes, guys. I mean, really, it's like things are happening. Like these crabs are cooking. These crabs are cooking, dude.
Want to take an ID. They want to just win the match. The Zerosix machinations has been drawn, Ethan. That could be another win condition here.
Later on could definitely matter. There it is. Superb scissors, 120, and just immediately slams double ice cream cone, heals off the Crustle completely, and we'll see Ultra Ball.
Holy moly.
Out, just wants to use this Lily's Determination to try and find as many useful cards as possible.
Carter's got to take the
double
next
cone, dude. 2 scoops, bro. The double cone. That was crazy. Top deck. Yo, are we going back to back double cones? Petrol cone? Yup, double cone. I see your double cone and I raise you double cone and we both double cone together. Let's go. Do you see? He's literally healing him for him. He's like, yep, here, let me speed this up for you. Dude, nothing like some Crustle players helping each other out. And we're just cutting straight to the chase here. Let's go. And we petrol for another cone. Oh my gosh. All right, none left. None cone.
None
cone remaining. Carter's last cone is prized.
Scissors. And this will be the huge turn for Cooper, excuse me. Can he find the KO on this active? No. But can he heal it out of range? Potentially. Is there another ice cream cone? No, gonna just play boss's orders onto this bench Pokemon. And now benching a bunch of liabilities. We have low time on the clock, so I'm not sure how much it will matter. All of a sudden, Kangaskhan uses that run Aaron, and Hilda guarantees the attachment, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan can move out of the active spot. Crustle will take down Cooper's Crustle. Close, but actually not quite. There's 10 damage off. Every math playing in and out, so much damage, and a crushing hammer heads means this Kangaskhan still cannot move out of the active spot.
And not just that, I mean, at that point, right, the Hilda was used only to just find another energy, and now Carter doesn't have another reliable way of getting it into play here. Lily's Determination, though, for Cooper.
Still looking for an ice cream cone to heal this Crustle out of range. It already will survive another attack, 130 HP. How many ice cream cones have been?
Yeah, I don't know why the Kangaskhan did. I mean, I guess the Crustle was 10 damage short of taking the knockout on the other Crustle. And now we got the other cone here from Cooper. So now he's out of range, but he had to bench those things on. He had to bench on his side to make sure that he didn't lose. But now I am wondering if there is enough time to be able to finish this game. And Cooper has shown like he's got really no interest in trying to take this knockout here. I think maybe stalling the Kangaskhan could be a route. At least that's the route that Cooper seems to be kind of working over here.
Certain spot. Do you want to speed up the game and
Gwen
risk losing this match instead of gaining that?
That he wants to retreat and Zerosic in the same turn so that maybe Cooper can't boss. And there's Zerosic. Yeah, and actually it looks like you're calling that perfectly, right? Because you hit the Zerosic here. Oh, but no, still isn't retreating. Okay. But of course, Cooper's just going to keep the bosses, though, right? Like, of course, Cooper's going to keep the bosses because the bosses are like the most important thing. But it looks like, yeah, I mean, Carter is like trying to take these 6 prizes. As we see, that's why he's not retreating the Kangaskhan, because he is going to try and knock out this Kangaskhan. He's going to take 3 prizes on it, right? And then says, I have 2 prizes left, and I might be able to actually just do it. So it's probably going to end at a time. We've got 2 minutes left now. Right? Resources are extremely low. Wow. Just draw pass, draw pass. Wow. Wow.
Does Cooper have any way to shuffle the hand back into the deck? We're seeing Hyper Potion get played. That will heal the Crustle almost out of range now. Just draw passing. It may come down to a deck out. There's 90 seconds on the clock. Does Cooper have a way to do it? He does not! He can't recycle his energy into his hand, and after all of that back and forth, Carter Malnick is going to win this set and advance to 10-0-1.
My goodness.
Content, baby. Content. Yes! I told you it wasn't going to be a tie. I told you it was going to be freaking sick, dude. I told you, bro. They cooked. Those two played with conviction. They played with urgency. They played with passion. They played with big, meaty claws. Yes, dude. That's the kind of Pokemon match I like to watch. They were in the trenches, dude. They were in the trenches. The freaking trenches, dude. How much more fun does it get than that? I love seeing players get into the trenches, see card and game interactions that I've never seen before. That's exactly what I want to see, right? That was cool. That was such a cool change of pace from what you see in a normal standard game, right? The turns were quick, very reflexive, back and forth, each player kind of knowing what line and what they were looking for. You know, big props to Cooper for being able to pull out that second game, but Carter doing exactly what he needed to do to win in that third game there, and then obviously just absolutely smacking Cooper around with the hand trimmer and the Zerosix in game 1. So a resource war. I think all 3 games came down to deck out, but again, you like have to put it's this kind of like give and take. You're putting enough pressure on to force your opponent to use resources, but then you have to like kind of let off the gas a little bit so that you don't like give your opponent an easier time switching and maneuvering around. You like don't want to actually take knockouts often. You're going to just like put things almost within range. All right, let's hear what Carter has to say.
That's right, I am here with our winner from the last round, moving to 10-0-1 here at NAIC, Carter Malnick. Congratulations. An incredible run so far with the Crustle, no less. Now, this is a deck I know you've spent plenty of time with. Rahul credited you for his second place run at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. You yourself played that same deck, got top 64. Just talk to me about Crustle, man. Why is this the deck right now in the metagame?
I think it's a great deck because a lot of top players do not like to respect it. So if you can just start out like 3-0 and like dodge all like the random stuff, you can just fly through the top tables.
And that is ended up what has happened for you thus far at the event. You started off very nicely, in fact, starting 9-0 until you and Rahul paired in the last round, your friend, testing partner, person you're playing the same 60 cards as this weekend. You did choose to take the ID. Talk me through what that moment was like after both of you going 9-0, sitting across from each other at table 1.
I mean, the fact that we were both 9-0 was just crazy. When we hit each other, we really didn't want to hit each other, but we did. And we decided to take the ID because we didn't want to like knock each other out of anything, so. Yeah.
I'm sure you were both hoping to hit James, which Rahul did hit this round as well. So, and news to you, he did win. So, well, I want to ask you about just this game in general, the Crustle Mirror. Have you given much thought to it? When preparing for decks for a tournament, oftentimes the mirror gets kind of pushed to the back burner when game planning. Had you had a lot of preparation towards this matchup?
Yeah, so shout out True and Tran. On Thursday, we were with like a group of 8 people and nobody wanted to test with me or Truin because we're both on Crustle. So we had no choice but to test with each other in the Crustle Mirror. So we kind of figured it out on Thursday. It's just kind of like a resource war. If your opponent starts Kang, it's just like whoever runs out of cards first, pretty much, because you can just continually boss it up and boss it up. But in that last match, he like started Crustle, so it was kind of like an attack war, and then I ran out of resources because he lilied so much, and then I won the deck out war as well.
And it did seem like game plans were changing as the game went on. You were very much adapting based on what your opponent did. It also does seem like your list is tailored nicely for the mirror. You have a couple tools your opponent does not have, the couple of Eries, the hand trimmer as well. Talk to me about those cards.
Yeah, the double Erie is just so strong, especially in the Dragapult, especially the Hammers build. If you can like snipe Hammers early, they pretty much have no way to win the game. And then the hand trimmer is mainly for the Alakazam matchup, so is the second Erie, because just getting enhanced hammer every turn is just not fun. So if we can snipe it and then attach and then snipe it again and attach, we can have a pretty good time in the matchup. And the hand trimmer, you know, it's petrolable, so we can just play it on the same turn with petrol. So that's the reason why we added that.
You're 10-0-1 right now, needing just one more win to likely lock up a spot in Top Cut with 3 rounds still to go. What's it going to take for you to close this out and get into Top Cut?
A good matchup. That's what it's going to take. Hopefully we can head to pole or something.
Spoken like a true Crustle player. Congratulations, Carter. Let's hear it for him, folks, one time. Looks like you've got quite a bit of a crowd out here watching. Who's supporting you out here?
Shout out the local Ann Arbor squad. They're all amazing, from Michigan. Shout out my parents and everybody I test with. It's just amazing experience. And shout out Drake. He's just so tough.
Congratulations, Carter. We'll let you get some rest before the next Swiss round, and we're going to throw it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from Carter. Now him and Rahul, both the #1 and 2 seeded players after.
All right, let's take a look at the what we got as far as the standings go. What do we got? 1 and 2 seed are Crustle. Yep, and 10-1. I mean, I guess, but these two have already played. So James could very much get Carter, right? It's going to be Yuho could get Carter, Nicholas could get Carter, or James could get Carter. Right? That's kind of going to be what we see. So James could get back-to-back Crusler. I do think, I mean, how cool was that Carter was like, yeah, dude, nobody wanted to test with me. That's exactly what I said. I was like, bro, the thing is, people aren't really testing versus Crustle. You either have the answer for it in your deck or you don't. There's not really much to test. That's why people don't want to test against it, because it is just, I mean, it's just a waste of time, because it's like, okay, the decision of whether or not to tech for Crustle, that's like a deck building decision. So it's not really a like, oh, let's see if I have a good Crustle matchup. You can literally look at your deck list and then you can say like, I have a good Crustle matchup. I don't have a good Crustle matchup. That's it. It's either yes or no. That is it, right? It is, though, there is no middle ground to kind of like suss out, if you will. So since nobody wanted to test against Carter and Truant, they decided to actually play the mirror, which actually ended up being really good for them, because there were enough Crustles here at this event where you could actually run into the mirror, as we just saw at the top table, right? So getting that experience in the Crustle mirror has proven to be extremely good for Carter, and is going to be very valuable if he has to play Crustle again later on in this event. Justin Neudorf seems to be doing really well. He's at the 7th seed right now. Let's see. Pairings. Let's see how some of these. Yuho beat Tord. I mean, that's to be expected, right? Tord is playing Zoroark. Yuho is playing the freaking Rockets deck. So we've got that. Rahul obviously made quick work of James. We got Justin Neudorf won his round. Liam won against Natalie Miller. That's to be expected. That's Zoroark. Yeah, and Zoroark versus Poltnor. It's a pretty good matchup. Henry Chow won his last round. Caleb Gademer beat Brent Tonneson. Is up to 9-1-1. That's a big. That's big for Caleb. Makani up to 9-1-1 as well. Cal Connor up to 9-1-1. Hale Obernaut 803. Christian Labella 9-2. Mies and Diego tied. Oh no! So that's the same. A 704. That's the same as 8-1-1. Mies is 8-2-1. I'm really rooting for both these players, but a tie is kind of tough. At this point in the tournament for them, I think they both kind of desperately wanted a win for sure. Owen Cameraman 803. Hedrick tied. Fernando Cifuentes 8-1-2. Let's freaking go. Yo, Darren. All right, Darren O'Meara. Second best Vespa Queen player in Ohio. 8-1-2. Let's go, Darren. Always rooting for Darren. Darren was one of my locals for a while. I think they live in Massachusetts now, Boston area, but they're an Ohio native. Ross Cawthon with the win. Up to 8-1-2 with Slow King. Daiichi with the win, 8-1-2. Piper had a tie, 7-2-2. That's tough. Brooke English with the win, 8-2-1. Let's go, Brooke. Brooke having a fantastic run. I know she's pretty close to her invite. I think at the beginning of the year she wasn't necessarily expecting to get an invite, but she's like very close now. I think with her run, she's very much in the mix for an invite. So excited for her. She featured on our Pride stream last week and also has been a frequent top 8 finisher at our Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 tournaments, which, by the way, hashtag plug, hashtag sponsored, hashtag Full Grip Games. We've got some great events coming up at Full Grip Games this summer in beautiful Akron, Ohio. Never been a better time to plan a trip, folks. We've got some amazing events coming up, like the 2004 World Championship Throwback Series event happening on Saturday, June 27th. Going to be playing the 2004 World Championship format. And then, of course, we've got our Pitch Black release weekend doubleheader. $6,000 cash up for grabs. Saturday, July 18th, our standard 3K. It's $3,000 for top finishers. Going to be Saturday, July 18th with the newest cards from Pitch Black included. And then Sunday, July 19th, a Gym Leader Challenge. $3,000 cash tournament. Again, with the newest cards from Pitch Black. Pitch Black, the only Pokemon set named after a Mountain Dew flavor. Extremely cool. No championship point events happening in the month of July. So what better than to plan a trip to Akron, Ohio and join us here at Full Grip Games for one of our 6Ks. And if you finish in the top 8 of our standard 3K, then you will earn an invite to the free 5K Invitational happening in August 2026. It's August this summer. You get an invite to the 5K, $5,000 up for grabs for top finishers at the free 5K. It's an invite-only event, which you can qualify for during the standard 3K happening at Full Grip Games in July. That's right, fullgripgames.com. Always buying, always selling. You sell your cards to Full Grip Games using the buy list right on fullgripgames.com. Thank you guys so much for shopping, buying, selling, all that at Full Grip Games. Helps to support the content that I create here on Tricky Gym. Let's go, let's go. All right, time to check the trenches again. All right, who's still out here duking it out at the bottom? Yo, Azul versus Pram. Dude, frick, I was in top 4. I just lost to Azul. here. Frick, dude, in top 4. I was 1 card away from freaking beating Azul in top 4 at this regional championship right here. And I had beaten Mike Pramawat twice in day 1 and day 2 of this regional championship. I beat Mike Pramawat twice. And if I just win against Azul in game 3, it came down to a top deck for win for Azul. If I just win against him, all I needed was him to not have the Guzma for 1 more turn. He top decks it, he wins. But if he misses it off that top deck, I win the following turn, and then I go on to face Pramawat, who had already beaten twice. Azul lost to Pramawat here. Pram got his, Pram doesn't need a 7th regional championship win. Azul doesn't need a 7th regional championship finals, okay? You know who needs another dub? It's this guy. This freaking sucked, dude. This sucked. Anyways, that's my story.
Michael Wolf. Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycepod GX, but he struggles to do much else.
Have I ever had a rival?
After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX,
in the Pokemon
Michael is able to
TCG,
set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2-5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX.
No, I don't think so.
Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes.
No one that I would consider a rival, I don't think. I mean, you're always competing with your friends in a friendly rivalry kind of way, and in that way, yes, in that way, JW and Riley are my friendly rivals, right? But we're testing partners, we work together, but we're always competing to try and one up each other. So in that way, it's kind of a friendly rivalship, right?
And cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, here, let's see. We're gonna let that roll. Get up to.
Welcome back, everybody. Make sure you've got those eyes wide open because we are bringing all of.
Yeah, here's me playing against Pram and beating him in day 2 right here. Don't ask me about the hat flannel combo. I don't know what I was on, bro. I have no idea what I was doing.
Joined by Alex Dow. Alex, are we ready to rumble? We're getting into the thick of the action now.
Absolutely. It's such an exciting time to be joining us here at the North American International Championships. So many rounds have already come and gone. Still so many more to come as well. And we're here to guide.
And here's me playing against Azul right there in top 4 of that regional. Yep. There's his freaking play matless Glycepod Garbodor deck. And here's me with Buzzrock. Yep. There it is. Top 4 of the regionals. Right there. This is what top 4 of a regionals used to look like 8 years ago. That's what it looked like 8 years ago right there.
Everyone is making this a day to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's
there's Kyle Sablehouse. Yup. Still with his caster fit on.
Throughout every single one of the games is something that allows us to be able to experience all.
Dude, I needed to be wearing a different hat. That's why I lost for sure. Yup. And there me taking my top 4 prizing. Dang it. All right, let's tune back in.
One day we might see you up here alongside us, us being able to feature you as well.
Absolutely. That is the first step in every trainer's journey, is creeping into their local scene. You can find a Pokemon event near you by grabbing your mobile device.
Yeah, top
right
of the regionals still look like that.
Right, yeah, I mean it right now. Grab it, and you're going to scan that QR code for me and have a look where you can play in some Pokemon
But yeah, it's still
events.
just kind of an empty hall, and you got a couple of tables over here with a bunch of judges
crowded around. Doesn't just have to be TCG. I'm talking Go. I'm talking, of course, VGC. Give champions a try. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's so much
I know, I
going
lost
on, and
Aura
maybe
for the
there's an
terrible
opportunity
hat
to meet
choice.
someone like Amy
True.
at one of these events as well. Like I said, there's plenty of events to actually try and get to. Even if you feel a little bit nervous and you don't want to play, just come and spectate, just come and experience it for yourself. Just meet other like-minded people, and that's exactly what we're all here for.
Absolutely, and as we touched on a few times there, of course, we've got the fantastic other
We got
broadcasts
James Dodge,
this
Crustle.
weekend as well. We have so much Pokemon action.
Carter up
and
against
that isn't
Yuho, so
stopping
Yuho
even
could
for a
actually win that.
second.
Look, we never stop, right?
We
This
never
Newdorf
stop.
versus
This
Liam.
weekend is full of all the action across
Caleb
all
versus
of the games.
Makani.
Of course, you're here with us on the trading card game, but there's just so much to just to catch up on.
One of your locals is playing Tord this round.
Streams where possible, so that you can make sure you're following your favorite people, favorite games, favorite Pokemon.
I've really been enjoying having a little peek at the Pokemon Go broadcast because they've got a really interesting
Let's
format
go.
right now.
Let's go. Let's go. It's
Leon
freaking
and
going.
Alolan
Yo,
Gnome
Makani's
have
having a
real
crazy
stars
season,
in
that's
my
for
eyes
sure.
for
Yeah, that
those
dude is.
Pokemon as well.
That
So
dude's having a
enjoying
really
watching
powerful
what
season.
just
Justin Newdorf obviously is having a very powerful season. Liam is having a very powerful season. Rahul is having a very powerful season. Yuho is having a very good season.
Playing as well. We also have our juniors and seniors divisions. Also
Absolutely insane.
vying
Cal
to
Connor's
become an
consistently been at the
international
top as
champion.
well.
We finally get a chance to have a little look at the junior meta game as well. 331 players aiming.
Junior metagame. What do we got for juniors? Lucario. I mean, yeah, that makes sense for juniors for sure.
Quite the difference from the Masters division. Mega Lucario EX Hariyama being the second most represented dex for our juniors in phase one
folks, I'm gonna
is phenomenal.
hit
It's
the
just a
restroom
deck
real
that we
quick.
just
I'll be
haven't
right
seen
back
the
for the next
Masters really
round. I'll leave the
respecting
stream
right
up
now,
though.
But the
I'll be right
juniors
back.
have gone, you know what? No, I'm seeing success with this and I don't see any reason to slow down.
Yeah, what we get to see with a lot of our sort of younger players, they do like to follow the trends a little bit. That's why we do see some similar percentages across the board, but we do get those types of decks which maybe they're a lot more comfortable with, and that's sometimes why we see Mega Lucario has been around for a bit of time now as well. Pre-rotation, post-rotation, it has a bit of a very strong game plan, and when you can't disrupt it, or maybe when you can't just really beat it down, it actually comes to the top sometimes.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll see some juniors absolutely tippling to the top with those Mega Lucario, or maybe even, as you say, something really typical of like Raging Bolt, which we've seen a lot in the juniors and seniors division ever since it debuted as a deck archetype. And even I played Raging Bolt to last NAIC, so you know he's still there and doing incredibly well. So obviously we are going to be showing those finals for the juniors tomorrow on Championship Sunday, so keep an eye out for these decks because we're going to be seeing hopefully at least a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe there's one of those other 36% that aren't necessarily on the top 6 most placed decks as well. But it's definitely a story, and make sure we're going to just make sure we bring everyone along until we get to the moment on Championship Sunday as well for the junior division.
Absolutely, but of course we can't forget the seniors. They are also here and they have an even more surprisingly different meta-analysis than the juniors did.
Yeah, absolutely. 449 players in our senior division. Incredible to see that high percentage of Dragon Bolt. Of course, that is a combination of all of the types of Dragon Bolts that we have there. But again, we're starting to see some Zoroark really come to the fore here. We've seen, of course, Alexander Dunsparce. It's a deck that's been feared by many. It did take down one of our Masters Division regionals as well. So it's definitely a lot of decks here that have a lot of fear factor in on them.
Of course, 41.6% is enormous for a phase 1 analysis. Now let's jump back to the Masters and have a little look at some of our notable matches that are going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some real treats here, and we've already highlighted right at the very top. That will be our feature match. It will be Caleb Gadamer versus Makani Tran. But just look at some of the other matchups. All of these trying to vie for those top cut places, trying to make themselves push themselves as far as they can, get as many points as they can to try and put themselves in that top cut. I mean, just reeling off some of the names, we've already seen some of the names before. Rahul Reddy, James Kowalski, Jackson Ford we've already had featured, Henry Chow we've had featured as well. But then even at the bottom, Caleb Rogerson versus Calvin Connor. There's a lot of very, very tricky matches that we would love to feature, but we already get a chance to show one.
If I could be a fly on the wall for all those matches, Alex, I think I'd be a very Pokemon'd out, but very happy lady, I gotta say. Watching players like Justin Newdorf versus Liam Halliburton, that's got to be a battle for the ages. And a lot of our spectators out in the hall, I imagine, will be trying to catch a sneaky peek at some of those games ongoing.
Well, Amy, I don't think we'd ever be Pokemon'd out. I know you said that, but that's, it's not for us. But we know our players aren't Pokemon'd out at all, because we know our feature match players are ready at the table. So let's head on straight there as we now get a chance to just have a little glimpse of our players. Caleb on the left-hand side, Makani on the right. It will be
Let's go Pult Mirror, baby. Freaking Pult
And I know
Mirror. Love to see it. I'm actually really excited about this. Makani versus Caleb, two great players. Makani kind of part of the new guard of like the up-and-coming kids who are just extremely powerful. Caleb Gademer, kind of like your classic old guard in the Pokemon TCG, like an extremely dominant player from like the X and Y through Sun and Moon block, right? Still a regional champion in the Sword and Shield era, though. He won a regional championship with Raging Bolts, I think last year or the year before. I think last year, right? So, yeah, just extremely dominant player. He's like a 7-time regional champion or something crazy like that. So let's get into this, see how it goes.
9-1-1 right now, and there's a plentiful amount of accolades between them. I mean, Caleb himself, 4-time regional champion. You can't be a good player without having to win multiple regionals, and especially when you win 3 in one season. But we're also speaking about Makani. He's got fantastic results as well. As we do get a chance to glimpse of those prizes. Amy, what are we seeing here?
Not too shabby on either side. I'm not a huge fan of the two crisp.
I'm pretty sure Caleb's got like Eolden regional championship wins that are like not on Limitless. So like he's got 4 modern wins, but I'm pretty sure he's got some old ones too. He might have some old ones too. I'm not sure. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But I'm pretty sure it's more than 4.
Being able to attack first is going to be huge, so I'm not feeling great about that.
Yeah, but I'm sure if there's any players.
Thing about Caleb though, Caleb is also a multiple-time top 16 NA finisher. I want to say like Caleb's been top 16 NA like probably like 8 seasons or something crazy like that. Just an extremely dominant player for like a significant part of the game's history. But Caleb has never top 32'd Worlds. That's like the one thing. That's the one thing he's like chasing. He wants a really good Worlds finish, and he is a fantastic player, and he really deserves it. So, going to be rooting for him at this year's World Championships. That's like the one thing that has eluded him. He's won many regional championships. He's had some fantastic finishes throughout his career, multiple time, top 16 NA finisher, and obviously like would be a huge for him to top cut this NAIC as well. So, and then Makani obviously is like in the process of building his very impressive Masters resume. So, really excited to see how this one shakes out.
But Dracloak by Caleb here, just to make sure we have it, just so we have Recon Directive live for a future turn. And then it will be, I'm sure, Makani trying to build out their board state as well.
How important do you think it is, Alex, at this stage to get as many Dreepy out as possible? Like, can you bring that back, or is it really kind of whoever gets the most Dreepy has more success?
Well, it's usually the case that being able to get Dracloak is probably the key aspect, so you can keep Recon Directive and seeing more cards, as we do see the Pokepad come down from Makani now as well. But with both of these types of archetypes, especially when they're kind of more the slower types of Dragapult, you're not really under too much threat. You can still spend a couple of more turns to try and find those Dreepies, find those Dracloaks, and then get into the game that way. So long as you can fire off a very highly valuable Phantom Dive before your opponent, especially when you can utilize it alongside something like that Monkey Dory to try and protect yourself from your opponent's ones.
Very well said, Alex. Makani now just checking through the entire deck and being very thorough in checking which cards are in his prizes. Being able to make that assessment is the true value of a fantastic Dragapult player who will be very used to playing a mirror match at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these players have played plentiful of mirror matches thus far. Both players, there's only one loss to a Dragapult mirror between them that they've shared across this weekend so far, as well as we now have that Lily's Determination for the full 8 cards. So both players will have a game plan and how to deal with it. There will be some cute tech inclusions that we'll have to keep an eye out for, but let's see what we're going to actually have to just pay attention for Makani's turn.
Makani has shown off one of the tech cards I was alluding to earlier. So Makani is playing Xerosic Machinations, which although may not typically be for the Dragapult mirror, it could be one of the factors that might grab Makani a win, as they'll be able to kind of just stop Caleb from having this wonderfully very tailored hand after using all those recon directive. Makani, of course, going in and using an Ultra Ball to get that first cloak in hand. And it begins with each player now being able to start building that board. Caleb brings the first cloak, of course, and attaches that fire type energy.
Yep, so it's going to be really important here just to make sure we can stabilize that board. So Caleb will be looking to try and get those Dreepies on and live right now on this turn, because the longer he does leave it, it does mean they become under threat to what Makani could do on their turn. So, wow, working with plenty of cards there, Amy.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Early hands with lots of cards. Unless Caleb chooses to play a lot of them, Makani could jump back in with that Xerosic Machination. That could really be a hard hitter.
I'm pretty much always going to be a Caleb fan. Our friend groups like kind of run together, and have for a long time. I mean, he's like really good friends with Azul and Grant, Manley, and I also, dude, he's got the Rabsca, and was very good friends with Jimmy Pendarvis before he passed away. And Jimmy Pendarvis was one of my closest friends before he passed away too. So like, Jimmy Pendarvis kind of like tied our friend groups together, as Jimmy was really close with this group, but he was also really close with my group as well. So like Jimmy was kind of like the the tie between our two friend groups. And he passed away like during the pandemic, kind of like mid-pandemic. So when events came back and we all went to the European International Championships, it was the one in Frankfurt. Our groups kind of like merged at that event, and like I think like Caleb and Co were kind of like talking with and hanging out with me and Riley and JW at the time. And I had a terrible time at EUIC. I just didn't do well, right? And I was really disappointed because I was like trying to put together my Worlds invite that year, because I had already top 8'd 2 regionals and I finished 10th in another. And really all I needed was like, I don't know, like 80 points or something, 90 points. It was like not a lot, but there were no locals. I like couldn't go to locals, and I didn't go to any locals but like before the pandemic. So I like couldn't go to any locals to get my Worlds invite. And I like bombed out of EUIC. I just like didn't do well. And I was like really down on myself and feeling kind of like, depressed. And like I'm chatting with Caleb outside at EUIC, and he's just got this like extremely matter of fact, like frank, kind of delivery and way of talking. And he's like, well, you're a Christian, right? Like, you like believe in Jesus, you believe in God, and all that. I'm like, yeah, dude, like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do. And he's like, then why are you disappointed? He's like, sure, you realize that like none of this actually matters, right? And like I'm mad about Pokemon, and he's like, well, you believe in God, right? So like he's like, surely you understand that this is just like pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And I'm just like reminded of that, seeing him with his cross necklace. I'm like reminded of that, and of course like I know he's right, but like Like, dang, bro, what a way to like meet a friend, you know? But I'll always love that about Caleb. That's kind of like how that's his vibe, you know? I always love that, appreciate that about him.
And of course, Makani's like, oh no, not that. Rabska, of course, protecting.
Did it work though? Always.
Dragapult's attack. So at this stage now, Caleb does have that fully advantageous position in their court, regardless of not having a Dragapult on the field yet.
Yeah, one of those tech inclusions that allows you to really kind of maybe take a small percentage gain into other Dragapults, of course. And just because you're able to stop a number of sort of shenanigans that comes down from your opponent's side, as Caleb does find another Dracloak there from that Pokepad. Of course, full access to items, and does also find a Dragapult from the first recon directive, Amy.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like Caleb took the boss's orders as well, so a really wonderfully tailored hand at this stage so that Caleb has every single trick up his sleeve ready for when Makani...
Dude, Pult hammers... Oh my god, Caleb's about to farm. Pult hammers with the Rabska. Like, why did we not think of this? It's like it's so simple, but also so brilliant. Like, it's so, like, why is this not extremely obvious? Why is this not extremely obvious to us, right? Like, how come nobody else in the metagame it was like, oh, well, we should tech for the mirror with, like, Rabska. What are we doing? Like, why did we not, as a community, get here? There's sometimes a tech is so good, it seems so obvious, and, like, but none of us did it. None of us freaking did it. Not a single one of us was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to put Rabska in Dragapult. None of us. But Caleb did. And now Caleb is going to breeze his way right into top 8, bro. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's one of those things where you see it and you're like, well, duh, anybody would think of that. But why did nobody do it, bro? Like, we've been playing this format for freaking, like... Chow played Rabska at Indy. I didn't see that. That's cool, though. That's crazy. But it wasn't widespread. It's by no means a widespread inclusion, right? Let's see, and let's see, Chow did it. But, I mean, that's like a top 32 list. Like, yeah, that's awesome. He's got the Force of Vitality in there to spring it into play immediately. Like, that's awesome. So, Henry Chow was on that swag. But still, that's not, like, widespread. It's not, like, considering how good it probably is, it's not widespread enough, right? The hammers caught on instantly. Obviously, I mean, Hedrick won the regional with the hammers. So, like, the hammers, but, like... I suspect that if the Rabska top 8s this event, I think the Rabska is going to become pretty popular.
Is disrupt in an attempt to overtake in the prize race.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we have Crispin in hand right now. There is a way of doing so with Meowth EX, but a Ultra Ball also an option to try and get the Dragapult live as well, not trying to give up a Dracloak.
Yeah, I mean, like, Makani is losing this game not because of the Rabska, but Makani also has no way back into the game because of the Rabska. Like, it's not like the Rabska is the difference maker in this game, but also there's absolutely nothing Makani can do to win this game because there's a Rabska in play. Like, I would say the Rabska turns this in from like a 60%, maybe 75% win for Caleb to like a dang near 100, right? And then in all of those Pult mirrors that are like happening in the margins where it's just close, the Rabska is probably going to tip it, right? It's just going to be like, you've already got the hammers. You've already got the hammers, which are going to make a difference in a lot of the margins. But then to make extra difference in the margins, you've got the Rabska. So like it's nuts, right? I mean, you have so much at your disposal. Yeah, Makani may realize that he's kind of screwed here, so he might just play this one out and like kind of lose, take a long game 1 loss here and then try to just like steal a win game 2 and then have it tie, right? And that's something that I see a lot of people do. If they know they're up against a bad matchup, they'll take a long game 1 loss and then try to just get like, try to just get a game 2, like cheese a game 2 win, right? Like you get to choose to go, first or second or whatever, cheese a quick game 2 win, and then like it's going to be a tie because I didn't scoop game 1. Like if Makani was interested in finishing this set, he'd probably scoop this game. But yeah, I mean, might just be playing for the tie at this point.
I think just even being able to apply pressure on this Dragapult EX in the active spot, we can remove also some draw engine on Makani's side if we choose to do so as well before that evolves up to Dragapult EX again and also stays out of range. Does activate Pheasantipity EX, flip the script, but I think that's not something you have to worry too much about right now as Crushing Hammer and another Dracloak has been pulled into hand from those recon directors, Amy. Looks like we're going again.
For it again. Here we are. It's something.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a heads. The psychic energy is gone. And that's once again just by playing a card that can completely turn the tide in this matchup. It's really coming up trumps here. And we get the dark energy also on Monkey Dory as well, of course. The Crispin attachment of the fire to the active. And there it is, Phantom Live on the active. KO on the Dracloak. Makani really up against the wall right now.
Makani now has to really try and climb this hill, but the hill is getting steeper somehow as Makani sits with 0 energy on board. So again, he's forced to Crispin this turn if he's going to launch a return attack in Caleb's direction, but won't get the additional damage to Caleb's benched Pokemon. So still, unfortunately...
Sorry, I turned the volume up on the wrong one. Anyways, yeah, with the hammer removed there from the removing that energy from the active on Makani's side. I mean, this game is chalked. Caleb is in a very dominant position. The monkey established on the board. I mean, there's just not really a lot. I mean, even with like an unfair stamp, like what are we doing? There's always the hope, I guess, of like unfair stamp double hammer that you could want, but I mean, even so, are we gonna boss knock out the Rabsco with Jet Headbutt? I think Makani maybe gonna save the unfair stamp until maybe a more impactful turn. So, okay, gonna just let that unfair stamp rip there. But at a certain point, the unfair stamp there just like doesn't really matter either because you've got Caleb's got 2 recon directives there on the bench. Jet Headbutt's going to take this knockout, but then you got Caleb. He's got the 2 energy already ready to go. He's going to Phantom Dive. Makani not having a monkey set up yet either is also pretty bad. Because that means that he's just like, not only is Makani not able to put any damage onto Caleb's side, he's also like next turn he's gonna have to probably Rosas if he plays it. He would have to Rosas to get 2 energy onto a Dragapult and get an energy onto a monkey. That would be like the best case scenario because you've got Caleb here is going to be able to put 3 damage counters on each of the Dracloak and say like, okay, I'm just like, I guess, do you even put 3 on both the Dracloak? You probably put 1 on Fez because then you just put yourself in a boss game situation. Or you might even put 4 on Fez. Probably 4 on Fez, right? Yeah. So you probably put 4 onto Fez so that you have it there regardless. You could put 3 onto Fez, 3 on a Dracloak, I guess. Because you're just like looking for game, right? You're trying to take your 2 prizes. And it looks like, okay, that boss, yep, that's gonna seal it. Yep. And we're done here. For Makani. Makani's like, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Yep. So gonna just get that quick dub for Caleb. Smooth operating there, Caleb Gademer. Smooth operating, looking real good. Caleb Gademer out there putting in the work for all the Pokey dads out there. Caleb making us proud. Let's go. Proud husband, father, and Pokemon TCG GOAT. Let's go. You love to see it. To me, it's like it's really cool and inspiring to see players like Caleb, who have been in the game for so long, continuing to succeed not only at the Pokemon TCG, but also succeed just like in life, right? Like Caleb's a professional. He's got a successful job. He's got a family. And he's still excellent at the Pokemon TCG. Like, it's just something you love to see, honestly, because that's the dream, right? Like, I mean, when you're a kid and you have exorbitant amounts of free time and no responsibilities, it's like, yeah, it's really impressive to see kind of like how far you can push your limits in the Pokemon TCG. But to see someone like Caleb do like the work life family balance and still just like exceed at an extremely high level in the Pokemon TCG, and one of the things that I love about Caleb is that he's just like kind of he minds his own business, bro. He ain't out here trying to clout farm, post on Twitter. He don't need to post nothing on Twitter. That dude's just got it. He's just freaking got it, you know? Like, he doesn't need to remind anybody how goated he is because he just is freaking goated, you know? It's so freaking cool. Like, Caleb's the kind of player that I would want to be. You know, a professional, a family man, you know, a man of faith. Love to see it. Just makes me really happy to see him doing well and succeeding. And I'm certainly going to be rooting for him here in today's event. So let's freaking go. Game 2, going first. Buddy Poffin. That's the dream. That's the dream, dude. If I could just open Buddy Poffin every single game playing Dragapult, that's what you want.
Something that Makani was not able to really get out in the last game, of course, because it was prized.
And now, the last-ditch catch being activated to grab Lily's determination, setting Caleb up for success, knowing that he's going to be item locked imminently.
Yeah, Lily's determination coming to hand is going to be so important. Again, thinking about what else is in that hand, what else can Caleb do? Is there an NG attachment? Yes, there could be to the active. That could be one way to pivot around, maybe having to go into Badoo himself on a future turn, but just kind of deciding maybe what energy to commit at this moment. Of course, Makani does have access to Crushing Hammer, so it could be quite annoying to deal with at the same time.
Yeah, this is
really
really
tough
tough
good assessment.
for welcome new member over on YouTube. Shout out to Marty N3024. Welcome YouTube member. Thank you for joining the crew over on YouTube. The support really matters a lot. Appreciate you. So yeah, this is always like a really tricky kind of spot to be in as Caleb. You've gone first. You've got the Buddy Poffin. Obviously, that's exciting. Feels good. But you don't have access to any Drag Cloak and no Drag Cloak guarantees. And also your opponent, Makani, has started Badoo. So you know you're getting item locked. And the reason why this sucks is because you are just going to have to play Lilies and hope you find a Drag Cloak, and there's just no way around it, right? You're just saying, I'm going to shuffle my hand into my deck, I'm going to draw 8 cards, and I'm praying that I find some Drag Cloak. Not only that, Caleb also didn't get an energy drop, and he's prized his Relor, so he has no chance to set up the Rabska, which does kind of make a difference in the mirror match. He's not going to have that option available, and Makani gets to go second. And this is one of the reasons, this is why I say that going second is optimal in the Dragapult mirror. Obviously, we could see Makani agrees, right? Makani lost game 1, chose to go second. So, I mean, if you're still choosing to go first in the Dragapult mirror, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, at a certain point, everybody is kind of showing you, all the top players are showing you like what they're choosing. I think going second is the correct answer, pretty evidently so. But Makani did, it looks like maybe whiff? Did he whiff? But no, he's got the Buddy, but he's just using the Pokepad to go get the Drag Cloaks. Got Buddy Poffin. Wait, Did he play the Buddy Buddy Poppin'? Where are the boys? Huh. There they are. And Itchy Pollen. Okay. Let's go. Did he fail the Buddy Buddy Poffin and just had the 2 Dreepy in hand? Yeah, but this is tough because, or maybe Caleb didn't attach turn 1 because he had the energies in hand and didn't want them to get hammered. That could have been, I think that's probably the most likely outcome. So he did have the energy, but you don't want to put it down because it could just get hammered away, and then you're down in energy and can't retreat. So Caleb's already planning on retreating that energy to get into Badoo, right? And you kind of get into this weird situation where the Badoos and like who takes the first knockout on the Badoo really matters, right? So like Caleb is actually going to get this Badoo punch into Makani's Badoo. Now, Caleb just has to hold your breath. Caleb has to find a drag cloak here. Just has to, right? Got him! Got him! 2 drag cloak right there, baby. We reconning. All right. So, yep, that's stressful because you could absolutely just freaking whiff those, right? And if you whiff the drag cloaks there, you pretty much lose the game. I don't think that I've like been able to make games close where I miss those drag cloaks, but I don't know that like I've ever actually won because like your opponent's just at such a high advantage. They're item locking you. I've had games where I lilies twice and missed drag cloak both times, right? Under item lock. You just can't get them, right? You just miss them. You prize one, it just doesn't happen. It's just a mess. But here, Caleb's actually in a pretty good spot because he was able to get both of those drag cloak. Huge. And he's actually evolving before Makani is. Now, Makani is at the energy advantage. We see is using boss's orders to try and just buy a little bit more time. Only has 1 drag cloak, but it's gonna boss up and poke this Meowth. Now, the really good play for Caleb here, I think, it's tough, right? The boss certainly hurts, but it would be really good for Caleb to be able to Crispin. He's got Monkey, he's got Crispin. So Caleb could go Crispin and attach to Meowth and get the Dark on the Monkey and then take a knockout on Badoo with Itchy Pollen. And I think that that's the play. That is the play because you use the Monkey. And this is kind of what I was talking about is like Caleb is somewhat at an advantage being able to poke the Badoo first because it allows you to make this play where you actually knock out your opponent's Badoo under item lock. So they can't unfair stamp you, and they are forced to kind of like answer your Badoo. And a lot of times they're forced to answer your Badoo with a Dragapult, and that kind of puts you at a slight disadvantage. So we see Caleb going for this play here. I think is going to retreat the Meowth. And use the crushing hammer, you know, I mean, that could end up being good. Double recon. Obviously, it's still item locked right now, but like those could be good after the item lock breaks, which is going to be in this upcoming turn. So, yeah, going to be a retreat. I expect Caleb to knock out the Badoo with, Itchy Pollen. Here we go. The Monkey Dory. And this is like another kind of like little swag play you can make in the mirror that makes a big difference. This situation comes up all the time. Whenever my opponent is the one doing this to me, I'm like, yep, dude, this game is freaking fried. This sucks. Like, it's horrible, dude, because you're under item lock and your opponent has just won the item lock war, right? And it's that Monkey Dory with the Dark makes such a huge difference and being able to win the item lock war. Now, the difference here is that Makani does have, but has to pass, doesn't have the Pult, right? So with no items, doesn't have the Pult, and this is just going to open the floodgates for Caleb to just take control of this game because he's got access to his Crushing Hammers. He could evolve into Dragapult and even boss and knock out the Dracloak with the 2 energy on it because Makani was not able to find the Dragapult under item lock to evolve up and protect those 2 energy. So now it's just, it's getting extremely suspect for Makani.
he's able to construct this perfect notion of, okay, I'm going to Ultra Ball here, then he's going to be able to just continuously play every card from that hand that he's essentially cherry-picked. He's knows exactly what cards he needs to play in which order, and there's multiple turns worth of cards in his hand currently.
Well, the good thing for Makani right now, Caleb can't boss his orders and Crispin on the same
Oh,
turn.
yeah, okay. Caleb can't boss his orders at Crispin. I got a little ahead of myself there, but yeah. Itchy Pollen is still good enough. He's just at a good spot. He could Crushing Hammer, build up energy. He probably wants to Crispin, try and get a couple of energy on those bench Drag Cloak. He needs the energy, for sure.
Trying again.
Fail. No energy removal, but we're going to go again. Let's see. It's a success, but which type of energy is targeted? It's going to be that fire type
And honestly,
energy.
yeah, with the Drag Cloak and the active there for Makani, the energyless Drag Cloak, right? It's going to be an Itchy from Caleb this turn because he is he's behind on energy because of the boss. Looks like he is going to evolve up into the Pulse, kind of protect that energy a little bit. Still going to be inflicting item lock, so probably have one more turn of that. Or we could see Caleb just continue using item lock and building up energy on his side of the board until Makani decides to break that item lock with a knockout. And that could very much be what transpires. But Caleb obviously has got the stronger board going on. I think, what is this, a Dawn is the supporter for turn? Just kind of like what he's got. Yeah, it's going to be a Dawn supporter. And you just play it to thin, the Drag Cloak and the Dragapult out of the deck. Itchy another turn. He's got Night Stretcher in hand to get the fire back that he retreated off the Meowth, so he's got that available to him as well. And Itchy Pollen for 10. But yeah, Makani can't really capitalize on this, to like gain any momentum because he's got an energyless Drag Cloak in the active. So I wouldn't be surprised if Makani finds it. I mean, you could go Dragapult and Jet Headbutt the Badoo just to do it, right? Does evolve and finds Lily's Determination, so that's really big. And off Lily's Determination, you just got to find another energy. You need to continue getting those energy drops down. Makani does have the Dark on the Monkey, so that's very good. But also still has one Recon Directive. So it's going to be getting like a very significant amount of cards here. You're going to see 8, and you've got 9, 10 off of the Recon. An energy would be good. And I do think that you're at this point as Makani where you're definitely considering Jet Headbutt for knockout because it's just weird, right? You're just in this very strange position where continuing to let Caleb just kind of build the hand is not great. Letting Caleb come in and just kind of destroy your Drag Cloaks is not great. So, yeah. It's weird. Leaving a Drag Cloak there to just get smacked in the active kind of sucks.
There's a couple of EX Pokemon that would give up 2 prices.
I thought he had already used the bench one, but then he untapped it to use it again.
Just,
he untapped it
sure we're keeping track
after
of
the Lilies.
Everything that's been happening.
I thought he had already used it.
Table and
he definitely,
right now.
he already reconned the. I thought he already reconned the bench one, yeah.
By the Dragapult that was evolved up. So maybe we're just getting some clarity here. One moment.
So what would be the...
It was weird. He did he untapped it, thinking that maybe he hadn't used it yet, but I thought he had. I mean, that's a double prize penalty if he reconned an extra time for sure. Yeah. I just why'd you untap it? Dude, it was tapped.
Doesn't have any energy.
Yeah,
Cannot
I don't know,
be
man.
pivoted around for the moment. At some stage, what we're going to be having to try and target down and maybe just fire off
All right, Paul looked back over on YouTube. Apparently, he had done it, so that is going to be it's going to be a double prize penalty for sure. Yeah.
Cloak recon directors being used already. We're just kind of double checking there's perhaps may have been an extra one used.
Clueless over on Twitch says you got to get ability markers. Makani is essentially using ability markers. He's tapping his Pokemon, but he untapped it. He untapped it. Like after the lilies, he untapped it and then tapped it again. Like it was like he had the mark. It was marked. It was marked. He untapped it and tapped it again. it was marked. He marked the ability as used and then just freaking untapped it and tapped it again. He like didn't trust his own marking.
He mentioned it that the direction of Makani has
or ignored
to be
it, whichever.
Really trying to give too much opportunity for Caleb to actually get some more Dreepies and Dracloaks down and kind of not restabilize that board.
Yeah, indeed, and unfortunately, that's a tricky situation.
Yeah,
for
he
really,
did. I'm getting confirmation. He definitely did. Definitely did do the double recon. Obviously, you know, not what you want.
Very quickly, and
not what you want to happen on stream. But also, like, I mean, that's something that you have to look out for. You have to be extremely diligent as a Pokemon player, making sure that you're watching your opponent to make sure that they don't do stuff like that, right? Because obviously, I mean, you could say Makani, you know, didn't do that intentionally, but like, if there wasn't a stream here to catch him, who's catching him, right? Because he was just going for it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to untap, I'm going to do it again. And like, who's going to stop that, right? If Makani believed he got to do it again, and no one at the table stops it, then the result is that he cheats, right? I mean, intentionality is impossible to judge. You can't like, you know, it's impossible to get in Makani's head and know whether or not he's intending to do that. Obviously, you would say like, okay, he's not intending to do that on stream. Like that would be so idiotic, right? So like, not intending to do it on stream, but you do is like, as you have to be very diligent and keeping track of what your opponent's doing, keeping track of the abilities that they've used, had access to. It's both players' responsibility at the table to make sure, right? Make sure the players are upkeeping the game state. So fortunately here, we had
what you did beforehand and kind of accidentally go forward with that, but that's why we see a lot.
You know, fortunately here we have the judges and the
that of course they've used that already.
Yeah, and I think we just got confirmation that there was an additional recon director that was unfortunately used there by Makani, so it will be a ruling of a double prize card penalty because he did see the cards. Unfortunately, it wasn't just kind of maneuvered off the top, but he has seen it, so it is a double prize card penalty. But it's a scenario where you can still try and find a way back into this game, especially if your board state's in the way it is, especially where you've seen with Caleb's board state in the way it is as well. Maybe there's still some direction we can go down here.
Very, very true. We've seen the combative power of Dragapult continue to be incredibly oppressive.
Again, you know, I can't say enough. Just be diligent. Be diligent. You know, keep track of your opponent's board state. Keep track of how many cards are in your opponent's hand. Be diligent out there, okay? There's not always going to be table judges to catch things. There's not always going to be stream matches to catch things, right? There are games happening at tables with no judges watching overhead constantly, and it's up to the players at the table to upkeep the game state. So that, you know, just let that be a lesson. Unfortunate there for Makani. You hate to have your run kind of upended by a double prize penalty, but obviously Makani is a very good player, so we'll see how he navigates from here.
3 prize cards left to take. However, as we very well assessed, Dragapult is the master of taking many prize cards in one turn, so Makani absolutely could make a comeback. Crispin is the card and supporter of choice for Caleb this turn, choosing a Psychic and Fire type energy, which I imagine is quite the important choice, as that fire energy is what was lacking from Dragapult EX, and now Caleb is in gear to go ahead in this battle even more so.
Yep, so it's just that decision to make now, whether Caleb starts to fire off some of those attacks, maybe start trying to take some of those easier knockouts. That Dracloak in the active spot is still just kind of waiting there, or do we continue to slow in the game down? We've got 18 minutes, or just over 18 minutes. It is just an itchy pollen being
Slow
announced
and steady.
here.
It wins the race, Alex, and I think it's a good choice. Makani's still on the back foot. Caleb knows this and is just preparing for a larger turn later. Makani now has the tricky job of getting back in this game.
Yeah, I like the itchy pollen a lot because it still just slows down Makani's opportunity to try and turn this game around, because it feels like crushing hammers are really the key for Makani now, to try and stem the flow, try and get those energy.
Got a question there over in the Twitch chat. He took the DPL. Does he get to keep the extra card from the Recon Directive? No! No! That'd be a crazy way to rule it for sure. Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Building turn, trying for Crushing Hammer, try and weaken Caleb's board state first, Alex.
Look,
I mean, the longer you
they
wait,
got
the longer you give Caleb an opportunity to fire off his own Phantom Dive, and that's a scary thought for sure. We do have the engine committed to the active now, so maybe this is the turn that Makani's thinking, well, maybe this is where I actually have to just go for it and apply enough of pressure to see what Caleb comes back with. So we're just keeping an eye on Makani's Recon directives now. It's just a pass over, so I think, yeah, just trying to play the slow game as well. Doesn't want to allow that Phantom Dive to happen onto his Dragapult EX first.
Yeah, first and foremost, Caleb now in a tricky position. Does he choose to go aggressive, or is it still a waiting game? Caleb going for his first Recon direct.
all right, let's see. Caleb, Recon. Obviously, you'd like to target down Makani's like most built up Dragapult, but you're also okay. I'd say you're like okay knocking out a Dracloak. I mean, leaving the Badoo on the bench just like kind of sucks. Caleb doesn't have the knockout on the bench Dracloak. So he's just gonna itchy again. Yeah, I like this play a lot. You're just still kind of putting pressure onto Makani's resources. You're kind of doing a little bit of an energy check as well. It's obviously very good if Caleb can build up even more energy before the item lock breaks, which would be very good. And there's just like, you know, in this match, there's just not a lot that Caleb has to do now playing with a double prize penalty. He only has to take 3 prize cards in order to win. So he's playing from that vantage point now, right? Of like his prize map is a 3 prize map, not a 5 prize map. It looks like All Out Blitzel confirmed maybe for top 8 is now 11-1.
On the board, it is a pass over. Just saying, I'm setting up the board depending on which direction you go in, Caleb. But Caleb's also just kind of taking stock of the scenario as well. Badoo really just kind of putting in work for the time being. Remember,
Neither
Caleb
player really wants to break this lock.
No, that's it. And Caleb, you know, he still wants to try and maintain the board, like a strong board position. But when you're only working with one Dracloak, that's your only engine at the moment. If we fire off another Itchy Pollen now, it does mean Makani will have a full value Adrenabrain. So does that mean Caleb considers evolving up? or maybe considers attacking on this turn. Yeah, I feel like evolving up is probably the safest play, just not to sacrifice it. But this is a scary position, I think.
It's a very scary position. Both players are kind of too anxious to step over the line and announce that.
Is Makani the closest thing to a modern heal that we have in the Pokemon TCG? Is he the closest we have to a heal character in the modern Pokemon TCG? What do we think?
A Phantom Dive.
Release going down to just 2 prizes. Caleb will need to win this game 2 here, so...
Controversy kind of just like follows him like a cloud of dust, like that character from Charlie Brown with the blanket, you know?
6 to play around with. Prize taken.
And on to Makani's turn we go. Looks like we need some damage counters on that bench.
He might have just jet headbutted. He might have just jet headbutted.
Just a jet headbutt. Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so that's just the one way to not give Makani any value from that Adrenaline.
I'm not asking whether or not the Pokemon community needs a heal. I'm asking if he is
so
the
important.
heal.
That's
different questions.
Oh, it's not happening for Makani this time round. Double tails.
Really clever.
Oh, Jamershawn. Yep.
Like
Jake said I just combined Linus and Pigpen. Pigpen had the dirt. Linus had the blanket. Thank you.
Knows
all right, Pigpen then.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
How that's going to be used against him with that Monkey Dory. So clever, and really why these are our pro players, and I'm behind the desk, Alex.
Never say that, Amy.
Thank you,
Never
Rebelon, for that sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for supporting the channel over on Twitch.
For Makani Ultra Ball, all these items now being played because we're no longer under that item lock. Also remember, Caleb, because we've relinquished the Itchy Pollen and also evolved up that Dracloak on the bench, there is no draw power right now, at least without seeing a knockout on a Pokemon.
Ever so true. I love the way that Caleb is also avoiding that special red card by staying really low on prize cards purposefully.
Yep, so it's just a Pheasantipity being targeted from that Ultra Ball by Makani. Could Makani see 3 impactful cards that could turn this around? That Pheasantipity does mean it's an easy target for Caleb's final 2 prizes at some stage as well.
But sometimes Pheasantipity is needed to flip the script, draw 3 further cards. All those cards what Makani needs to turn this around. He's got a Fire Energy. Xerosic's Machinations is certainly going to make an impact.
Yeah, so now Caleb's going to have... Wow, dude, oh my god. I don't know that Caleb has seen the Xerosic's Machinations yet, so he probably wasn't really anticipating that. It doesn't really matter, though. I mean, he's got, like, all these Pokemon that he can ditch. He's got a Pokepad he could ditch. I mean, like, at this point, like, the lilies you could probably ditch. You're, like, ditching the lilies. You're ditching the monkey. You know, do you value the energy? You're keeping the Night Stretcher. I mean, do you even need the Unfair Stamp, right? I think that that's, like, a really heads-up call there from Caleb. Like, the Unfair Stamp's not actually a resource, right? It's a disruption tool. At this point, with 2 prizes remaining, like, does Caleb actually need it to... Does he actually need it? You know, what? Huh. All right, so Makani retreats the Pult into Monkey instead of using Phantom Dive. Okay. No Phantom Dive. What's going on here? Yeah, what do we think is going on there? Like, no Phantom Dive, we retreat into Monkey Pass. That does yeah, didn't have that in my playbook there. Gonna be honest.
Still in the deck, still available for Caleb, so That'll be a point we're looking for that. But crushing hammers first. Tails once again.
These crushing hammers are not
Could
behaving
lose to
this
boss.
game
I mean,
at
yeah.
all in the slightest.
I mean,
Be a
like,
good thing for Makani's
of
side.
course.
Yes, that's true.
So we could see a slower game plan from Caleb once again, and we could retreat into Badu. Because regardless, it's still...
I mean, could just lose to
even if you
boss
take
on
down
Fez
Rochdora,
for
you're
sure,
still
right?
one
But
more
like,
attack. Well, you're still having to take down
at a
one of
certain
Biggie
point, you
and
have to
one
say, like, my
win the
opponent
game.
does not have that, right?
Ever so true.
Or do we slow it down? It's just the, yeah, it's just a Phantom Dive for the knockout. 6 damage counters going on to the Dragapult with the double energies, and then also Pheasantipity taking damage counters as well.
Making
Caleb?
that Pheasantipity within the range of Dragon. Dragon kind of decimation with that Phantom Dive by just
Yeah, maybe
putting
his
a
win
few
con is
extra
like
damage
red card
counters
hammers,
on
like, I guess.
so that it's within that range of 200 damage.
Yeah, so flip the script. We find
Right, and I guess
crushing
that
hammer.
might be
Makani
it.
can now play this to try and turn it. Finally hits ahead, but there's 3 energies on that active. Guess
Gonna
it's
go
the
for the
You
fire.
gotta get the fire, right? Yeah.
Fire
Take the
energy
fire off with
gone
the
to
hammer.
The discard pile. So Caleb now in a position where he's going to need to try and get one of those back on his turn.
Caleb checking his discard pile. He's got 2 fire in the discard pile now. I don't see any hand disruptors there in Makani's hand. Does have Crispin for turn, so can get maybe the dark onto the monkey. I mean, if Makani can like navigate this back to a dub, I mean, like honestly, that's freaking insane for sure. Would it be an absolute masterclass if he did that? I think that's a failed Crispin though. So just playing the Crispin, Night Stretcher for dark. And then is now going to have to finally use the use Phantom Dive. We'll use Recon Direct or use Adrenabrain, move some damage counters over to Caleb's side. There is no Dracloak now on Caleb's side, so it's just. I kind of like going all 6 on a monkey. That's my move when I do this. Yeah, you put all 6. You just put all the damage counters on a monkey because like there's a certain amount that like cannot be healed. So you're like guaranteeing the monkey will go down. I like that. We got a crushing hammer. Could be big. Tails. It's not big. Does have the fire in hand. It's probably the last fire in the deck for Caleb, unless he's playing 4 with the Moltres or something. So it does have the fire. Does have lilies as well.
Does have another fresh Dragapult, so we could see a retreat into the second Dragapult on the bench as well. Yet there's a Fire Energy committed to that instead. And the Lily's Determination, so we'll get to see 6 cards. We'll at some point be looking to try and find that boss's orders. The deck's pretty small as well, Amy.
It is on both sides, to be honest. We are really at the end of the tether. Neither player has
those are not
many resources
those
left.
are not very good cards in Caleb's hand. We check his deck. He does have a couple of Night Stretchers in the deck. They are not in hand. I mean, his deck is very small, maybe 4 cards. I think I saw double Night Stretcher in the deck. So, notably, Caleb attached, to the bench Dragapult, meaning that he is trying to maybe deny a knockout on this active. I mean, yeah, you could retreat it. You could just go Badu, like an Itchy Pollen, and just say, okay. And then I'm going to Fez into boss game, right? I mean, Caleb's got 1 prize left to take, and he wins. So if you go into Badu, you're trying to... I think at a certain point, Caleb might be being a little bit too cute. Like, you just have to just get slugging, dude. Like, put the damage on the board. Because now, what if... I guess if Makani goes double monkey, he's still fine. Caleb's still fine because he'll have that 20 damage there still. So I guess he's still fine. It's still kind of like guaranteed almost. Well, it doesn't matter. Caleb's only got 1 prize left, so he just needs to boss anything and he wins, right? So he's just kind of buying his time waiting for the boss. And knowing that he's got, like, I think he's got 4 cards left in deck. So if there's boss Night Stretcher in deck, the Badoo just kind of, like, buys time until he draws into the cards he needs. So I'm assuming there's boss left in deck. He could boss the monkey, knock it out. Yeah, this is not too cute from Caleb. This is exactly what he needs to do. This plays around hammers. I like that. Yeah, if there's any hammers left for Makani, the Badoo play plays around hammers. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, like, yeah, this play is just exactly what Caleb needs to do to set up checkmate. And you can kind of see Makani is like, you know, he's resigned here. He knows that there's not really any way for him to mount a comeback. Caleb's got so few cards left in deck, right? There's a Night Stretcher. Doesn't have the boss yet. But we see Makani just Makani just passes, right? I mean, because, like, yeah. And I think that you just kind of keep using the monkey, right? Like, keep bouncing that damage back over. And eventually you'll draw into the boss, right? You've only got, like, 3 cards left in deck, so just do it, right? You got Night Stretcher in hand, so you could get an energy back. Yeah, and it's just going to be another itchy from Caleb. I like that. Yeah, if Makani takes a prize, right, Caleb's got it guaranteed if Makani takes the knockout. That's why the Badoo here is correct, because you're just kind of like, you're just buying your time with Badoo, because eventually you'll either draw into it or, and there's the boss. Yep, GG's. Caleb Gademer gonna be advancing to 10 wins, taking down Makani there in that final game. It did look favored for Caleb even before the double prize penalty, but it is obviously impossible to say how that would have ended up without it. I do feel like the double prize penalty kind of changed the way that the game was getting played, so it's hard to say, like, oh, well, if Caleb had to take, you know, all 3 there, I still think he was still in a very advantageous and favorable position. So Caleb going to be advancing to, what, 10-1-1? You can see Makani kind of wearing the disappointment on his face, not happy with how that round went. And, you know, Makani's still having a very good run. Has obviously had an incredible season as well, so should be happy with his performances. I mean, so far this year has just obviously had a very dominant year. But really happy for Caleb, advancing to a record of 10-1-1. Is now going to be in, I think, like a back-to-back winning into ASIM situation with a couple more Swiss rounds left to go. So that is very, very exciting for Caleb. GG's.
Legit headbutt, but at the same time was just heavily damaged with all those Pokemon, so it was so easy just to get another Phantom Dive off and take the victory.
So true, and then we saw this Badoo showdown that Caleb was the victor when it came to Badoo supremacy, and then Caleb, of course, only needed 3 further prize cards, and this is where the patience really stuck in for both players, being so cautious as to not overcommit. No player wanted to give each other the benefits that you get from these catch-up mechanics Dragapult is so well known for after taking a knockout. And that top deck of the boss's orders just sealed the deal and put the cherry on top of the cake for Caleb.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't need to hear anything from us.
All right, thank you so much, Alex and Amy. And yes, I'm here with the winner of our last round, Caleb, who now sits
Puka.
A pretty solid 10-1-1 record. Caleb, a little awkward end to the match there, but how are you feeling after that one?
100%. I just kept thinking of the Psalms, when I'm afraid I'll put my trust in you.
There you go. Now, we kind of looked at your run through the tournament so far. Saw you've been playing
Beast
against a lot
mode.
of Dragapult decks, and you've had a very strong record against them so far.
That was...
Has that Rapska really done a lot for you?
It was so beast, bro.
I mean, it's maybe better as bait than anything else.
That works too. What do you attribute your success to in that matchup then? We saw a lot of I think spots where a lot of players would have gone for aggressive attacks, but instead you decided to stick with Itchy Pollen. How do you know when the right time is to keep using that and to switch gears into more aggressive attacks?
I'm not going to sit here and say I'm 100% confident in anything, but I'm very risk averse, so I don't like confusion flips. I don't like taking a unguaranteed thing. So kind of the breaker in that second game was putting him to 3 damage counters. I actually kind of messed that up. I should have been thinking that I was going to Jet Headbutt the whole time. I think I facially reacted to that, like oops, but I was definitely just thinking about like little things like that, but the breaker was like, I didn't want to have 3 damage in play for him to move around. Knocked out the Dracula.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, always gets tricky with Adrenabrain, figuring out where you can leave damage and yeah, all those things. So I think at this point, you know, you're in a pretty good position. Obviously, there's a lot of those Crustle decks out there, which I'm guessing you're trying to avoid. Are you really just hoping to keep running into Dragapult, or are there any other decks you'd be kind of happy to face off against?
I'd like not to play against Crustle. That's my one loss right now. So continue to wish for good things there, but I'll take anything else.
All right, well, I'll give you opportunity here to give any shout-outs, anybody you want to say hi to, and then after that, you know, we'll let you decompress and, you know, get ready for your next one.
Thank you. Hey, family and friends, I love you. Thanks for watching.
All right, thanks so much for your time, Caleb. Congratulations. And stay tuned, folks. We will have more Pokemon TCG action for you soon.
Let's go beast mode.
It's starting to get busy down on that stage. But Pablo, why don't you run us through some of the intricacies of that matchup?
I mean, we had a lot happening.
God, the slime fit from Amy. I can't get over the slime fit, dude. I can't. Absolutely insane. All right, there's Caleb Gedimer. Gedimer. It's probably Gedimer. Toward 912. Yo, Darren. Shouts to Darren 912. Let's freaking go. Rahul 1101. James 111. Yuho 111. Justin Newdorf 1002. I mean, dude, Justin Newdorf. How cracked. How cracked. I mean, just been on fire. Absolutely nuts. Tord 912 took that loss to Yuho, the Rockets Mewtwo deck. Ross Cawthon 912 with the Slow King. Are the 2-1s out of it now? I think the X2-1s are out of contention, right? For top 8, I think so. Yeah. Let's see. If you're 9-2-1, you could go 11. You could get to 34. I guess you could get to 34. Could 34 points be ASIM? What do we think? Any knowers know? Are there, because there's 2 more rounds, right? Yeah, 11-2-1 should be enough for ASIM. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, so I think the X2-1s still have a chance because you can make ASIM, right? Because you have that extra round where I finished 9-3-1 at Indy, but I think there's one more round here than there is at Indy, yeah. Nine 2-1s, a lot of 9-2-1s. Emma Hagen at 9-2-1. Lucas Zing at 9-2-1. Mies at 9-2-1. So all the 9-2-1s are in like a win out. The dream's still alive if you win out. Henry Chow at 9-3-1 or 9-2-1. Emma Connie, Liam 9-2-1 now. All right, the field is getting smaller, folks. The field is narrowing. With Limitless Calculator, it says 35 points for top 8. Ooh. Yeah, but you don't have to finish. I guess, yeah. So for you have to have as many points as the 8th place finisher to get into ASIM. So if the 8th place finisher has 35 points, then it's 35 points. Then that means that the X21s are out of it. Dude, Cal Connor's on Alakazam. I did not know that. Okay. Well, that is good to know. I did not know Cal Connor was on Alakazam. So Cal Connor is, let's see, where is he? Cal Connor is 9-2-1. It's funny, you can like get the you could see who wins this match by looking here. Caleb Rogerson wins this one. Yeah. Cool that they have these side matches to put up like between rounds. But yeah, looks like Caleb's gonna win this one. Pult versus Alakazam. Hale Obernault beat Owen Kammerman last round. Yeah, Ross Cawthon won. Justin Neudorf beat Liam. Yo, that's big. That's, I think, well, because Justin Neudorf is on, I imagine he's on Pultnor versus Liam on Zoroark. So that's a big win there for Justin because Zoroark does have a little bit of a favorable matchup into Dragapult. Oh, Brooke is at 9-2-2. Let's freaking go. Still has a decent shot at some cash for sure. And I think get her invite. Gonna be exciting. Gonna be freaking hype. Getting into these final couple games. Let's go.
Knockout turn, but first we need to. Oh, I think we've already played. Did we play a sporty yet? No. Goodness gracious, he is absolutely on fire. Of course, Cal gets to attach the air balloon to the Genesect. Now Caleb cannot play Unfair Stamp, and it's a huge KO on Meowth.
Yeah, Matt, really, really simple knockout onto the Meowth just because it's only got 170 HP, Amy. Caleb really up against it on this just from that one turn, that one
Apparently
whole
Brooke
turn
has said
where Calvin
that
drew about what felt like 30 cards.
Top 64, borderline top 32. We'll probably guarantee it. JW. Brooke can't get invite. No, Brooke is close to invite on on championship points, I think, right? That's at least what that's what she was saying to me.
As quickly as possible. However, he is facing down an Alakazam with a huge 140 HP already, and it's going to take a little while for Caleb to get a Dragapult in play.
Yep, exactly that. Not playing any rare candies, so there's no way to accelerate into a stage 2 here. As Pheasant Dipty also comes down for Caleb to be able to draw more cards. Pokepad being able to grab finally one of those Dracloaks. And then just try and
JW was saying
set the board that little bit better because that Alakazam's going to keep just running.
He's
through
feeling
the deck.
sketch about his invite chances. Where is there a place to look at like how many championship points people has? Yeah, where can you find championship points? The leaderboards? Yeah, where are those? Are those on Pokemon.com? I've never really looked at this thing. To be honest, I've never really looked at this because all the worlds that I've ever qualified for, I've never had to use this. So I've never really looked at it. But I suppose this is probably something that people look at an awfully lot now. Right? Oh, Caleb got paired into Crustle. All right, the pairings are up. Let's freaking go. It's Rahul. Wait, no. Yep, Rahul versus Yuho. Okay. James versus Justin Newdorf. Nice. Are we getting that as our stream match then? Caleb got paired into... Yeah, Caleb got crustled.
An absolute tear at so many regional events.
2018, and that was like my first year where I really wanted to go all out at competing, going to as many events as I possibly could. I think at that time I was a little caught up in feeling like you're not making mistakes, but I must have been. And I said something to the effect at the time like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. It's the first step to plateauing in really anything in life. When you say you're firing on all cylinders, there's just always room for improvement. You can be a better person, you can be a better player. Playing outside of tournaments can be hard. You can't just do the reps and expect that it's going to mean something. You need to be setting yourself up for success. Like, I'm playing against this with the intention of being prepared for it. I had a bit of a break at the end of last year, and first tournament back, I won.
What a phenomenal player we just got to feature in our previous round. And now we are live once again. My name is Amy Bosley. I'm here with Alex Dow. We're live
Let's
from the
freaking
hall, having a
go.
look at the...
Let's freaking go. The slime fit. All right, where's we got what, Blitzel versus Justin Newdorf, dude? A battle of the children. Let's freaking go.
We're just so lucky to be part of the show.
The kids,
Absolutely,
dude.
and you guys are so lucky to have so many wonderful matchups.
We got the kids.
We've
Who's
got
gonna take it?
Fantastic players from all over the world who have converged.
Who do we think's got
here.
it?
We are on our second day. We're in phase 2. Let's take a look at how the rankings are currently matching up.
Yeah, these players are pushing themselves as far up the table as they can. Here, a lot of our players that we've already featured as well, but there's some we have yet to see.
What matchup do you guys want to see?
Rahul Reddy is currently just on an absolute tear. 11-0-1 this weekend. And so far, really in a fantastic spot. But then there's so many big names. Ones we haven't even seen. Justin Newdorf. Now, you've got Aban Ahmed in number 11 there. We just saw Caleb Rogerson there in like that feature match as well. And then there's a number of players just again showcasing just how international this tournament can be.
Indeed, and a lot of big names out there. Of course, Justin Newdorf was second place at the World Championships last year, and we've seen really great finishes from Aban as well. James, of course, is a very prolific name in the community, very typically plays kind of control decks, and that can be very tricky in a format like this. We know that, of course, we've got lots of different decks in this mix. It's not just Dragapult, I can absolutely assure you that.
Yeah, and it's not just those crossovers that we've seen in the mirror match as well, scuttling away and around the top tables. Gonna have to let you know that there's more than 2 of them for sure.
Ooh, there's still
I feel like we haven't seen
and I mean, it's frustrating, isn't
Newdorf
it? Because
yet.
if they do pair one
So
another, it is
that would be
quite a tussle.
be a good one to feature, I think.
Talking about who could pair for one another, we do have our next round notable matches.
Whoa, look at that!
Get to showcase that matchup at the very top. James versus Justin will be our Swiss round 13 feature match, but just look at some of those others. We saw plenty of those names already in that Swiss ranking table. But there's so many.
Yuho is playing. Nice, we got Newdorf versus Blitzel on stream. Yuho is playing Rockets. Yeah, Team Rocket. Team freaking Rocket.
A fantastic showdown, but I would like to be a fly on the wall for Rahul versus Yuho as well. I've got to say, that would be really interesting. I wish them both the best of luck. And of course, we've got some fantastic
Mewtwo or Haunch. The Mewtwo with
absolutely magnificent
the Spidops.
You know, 11-1 at this stage in the tournament. Undefeated if you're Justin at 10-02.
11-1 versus Justin Newdorf. Yo, this is gonna be hype, y'all. Winning ins. Pretty much winning ins, yeah. Because like if James wins, yeah, James is winning in. He's got back-to-back winning ins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
can't afford to tie, has to play. He's got 2 chances. If he wins either of his next 2, he's into top 8. Justin Newdorf, same spot. Back-to-back winning ins for him. Into top 8.
Pokemon TCG Live. And we also know Justin's another player. You know, as you've already mentioned, considering he was a 2nd place finisher at the World Championships, another very heavily sort of in the thick of things on Pokemon TCG Live. I mean, it's just incredible to watch these 2 players, Amy.
Speaking of TCG Live, did you know it's its 3-year anniversary? Both of our next feature match players play very heavily on the ranked ladder. I imagine they've paired one another a multitude of times. Justin and James both, I imagine, will be getting in and logging on for that 3rd-year anniversary celebrations, getting up to the tippity top of those Arceus ranks.
Yeah, for 2 players that I regularly see on social media, I think they deserve almost their own ranking at times.
Oh, goodness.
Going to Arceus doesn't seem like much of a feat for those 2 players, especially when they're in the upper echelons of those numbers that they get to.
They need Arceus Plus just for the for those who get just a little bit further. No, I imagine they have absolutely done a fantastic job.
Yeah, and don't forget, as long as you're making sure you're watching along on Twitch as well, there's plenty to be able to get for your Pokemon TCG Live accounts here. Make sure you are watching on Twitch to be able to get these broadcast rewards via those Twitch drops. Just by watching some Pokemon, you get some extra booster packs, you get those special illustration rare cards, Amy. And
you know what my favorite bit is? I love the accessories. I love me some Blastoise sleeves. It's going to be delicious. And of course, you were going to watch for more than 60 minutes anyway, weren't you? So at the end of the day, that's just free stuff. And we love free stuff.
Pretty much just watch 1 round.
Yeah, right.
At least 1 round, because there's so much going on at the same time. But of course, make sure you are connecting your accounts at the same time, because that's the way you actually get it allocated to your accounts. But that's just a fantastic, just little perk you get for listening to us, watching some fantastic, incredible players out there on the fields, showcasing their skill and ability with those decks.
Of course, and we have more to give, as of course the other games have a plethora of goodies you can redeem as well. So don't forget to maybe pop in on those occasionally. I don't want you to miss any of the TCG action, but go and have a little peek here and there. It is absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, when you need to go take a break, go get yourself some water. Just quickly flick to the other one, so that you don't actually have to watch it, but you still rack up those minutes. I mean, look at those rewards that you can actually get. It's just a fantastic way just to keep engaged, of course. But this is all for you guys, making sure you're enjoying the show as much as possible. And again, kind of highlighted it a moment ago, but just to make sure, we'll give you step-by-step instructions exactly how to earn those Twitch drops right there, right now.
It's very easy. Just visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into that Trainer Central account, link to Twitch, all good. Just have a little watch. That's all you got to do. And then next time, you don't have to do it again. You're done forever. And if you want to watch in other languages, or if anyone needs a bit of a hand with that, you can put on the captions, translated captions. It's a fantastic feature, allows a lot of us to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, this is a truly international tournament, championships, that allows everyone from across the world to be able to stay tuned and stay up to date with exactly everything that's going on at one of these massive tournaments. You have all those channels on the left-hand side there on the Twitch/Pokemon, Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Go, and of course, never forget Pokemon Unite.
Oh, I absolutely couldn't. One of my favorites to be able to watch at these international championships. The drama is always there. We love to see it. It's honestly a brilliant time, no matter which broadcast you wish to have a gander at. And I mean, if you spread it out, it's like a whole week's worth of watching, that is. So honestly, I'm set for the next like 2 weeks. Any spare moment I get, I'm going to be catching up on all of those broadcasts.
Yeah, you just absorb absolutely everything that goes on across all of the games. It's just a fantastic, unique way as well, just to stay involved in absolutely everything, because there's just so much to go. There's reruns as well. There's always opportunities just to catch back up.
What's crazy to me is that they don't do Twitch drops on the Pokemon TCG channel in Twitch, right? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't work. Maybe it is. It says here twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG, so maybe it does work. But I've had people coming in being like, I don't know, my Twitch drops aren't working. So, worked for you? Fantastic. All right, then it's not my fault. Good. People in the Twitch chat are talking about these drops. That's what I'm saying. People have been saying that the drops don't work like all day, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not me. I don't turn them on or turn them off. Okay? They're just either there or they're not. I have nothing to do with it. It's not me.
To our top cut.
Yes, Swiss is now looming at its end, and the pressure is on to get towards that top cut. And two players who are not afraid of a top cut situation. I tell you, it's Justin Newdorf and James Kolaski.
Yep, so it's just a fantastic
first look at Justin Newdorf's Dragapult list for the event. It's his first time on stream so far. He's been out there killing it. James, we got to see on stream yesterday, and he won his stream match. James's only loss of the tournament was to Rahul on Crustle. Only played against the one Crustle. That was his one loss. Everything else he's won. I imagine he's been beating the Pults. This list was going around. I mean, James did top 32 Indy with it. Emma Hagen top 8'd the that special events with it. So yeah, this is this list has been going around. It's kind of like a big basic slot box deck. Newdorf obviously finished in the top 4 of Indianapolis with Pult Nor featuring Hammers. So I am quite excited to see Newdorf's innovations with the Pult list for this weekend. All right, folks, looks like we're getting into it. Let's freaking go. Let's get some hype going. Let's do it.
James currently playing this Lily's Clefairy EX deck. And let's take a look at these prize cards. Alex, anything of note?
I mean, there's a nice pretty card there. That Prime Catcher on James's side is currently prized. We have a couple of other unique pieces from Justin's side as well. I mean, it's not too bad. Both Meowths are going to be hiding away in those prizes at the same time. But James does play 4 copies of those, of course, just to kind of keep up that consistency. So we'll keep an eye out on that Prime Catcher. And then all the other pieces. One of those 2 Crispins are prized for Justin. But yeah, fist bump there, Amy. We're kicking things off with Swiss round 13.
Let's do it. We'll go straight into the action. Let's see the table as it stands. James starting Pheasantipity. Not.
Ooh, looks like Justin is playing Dun with Hammers. So no Dusknoir, just Dunsparce, Pult, hammers this time around. So just going for like the straight uber consistency. At this point, you have to imagine that Justin knows what James is playing. Like, obviously, you would expect that. Justin taking a quick look and counting his prizes. Looks like Justin is also playing the special red card. I would expect special red card to be featured in this deck since you just do have like that extra space. So it looks like it is going to be both unfair stamp and special red card featured as disruption cards in Justin's list. We see he's got the special red card, or not, the unfair stamp in hand already. So solid setup there for Justin, as he's got the 4 Dreepy in play. Did prize 1, prized a Pult we saw, but that shouldn't have too much an impact. Only thing missing from Justin's starts is an energy drop, where James got Serrano, going to play that. Did prize a Latias, doesn't matter. That's why you play 2. We'll be able to go get Kangaskhan Latias and a Lily's Clefairy. James's list is playing multiple of the Lily's Pearls, which kind of help to make this matchup even better than it would be otherwise, because the Lily's Pearls make it so that your Lily's Clefairy EX only gives up a single prize card. So very good. Obviously, there is some sort of play around with the Lily's Pearls. What is it? If it gets knocked out by damage counters, they don't proc, something like that. So that is easier to do with easier to do with Dusknoir. Yeah, so the Lily's Pearl says if the Lily's Pokemon's card's attached, she was knocked out by damage from her attack, right? So if it's damage counters that hit the Clefairy for knockout, then the Pearl is not activated. Crushing Hammer going to hit the fighting energy off of the Lily's Clefairy there, which does slow down the Lily's Clefairy just a little bit. Obviously, those are going to have some amount of an impact. The Lily's Clefairy deck is playing Wondrous Patches and Crispins, so can get energy into play that way. I'm gonna go take a look and pull up James's list from the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Take a look at it. Yeah, it's playing 3 copies of Crispin, 3 copies of Wondrous Patch, if he's playing a very similar list to the one he played at Indianapolis, which I imagine he is. So obviously can still hit those, can still hit those Crispin to get a quick attack. But obviously the energy attachments do really matter. We see James does have Meowth in hand. I'm wondering, I guess Justin's probably not playing Rocket's Watchtowers if he's playing the Dunsparce. The Rocket's Watchtowers would be quite good against James's deck. So I am curious to see what Justin's stadiums of choice are in this deck. I think I see one in the hand right there, but I can't quite see what stadium it is. So if anybody knows, what the stadiums are in Justin's deck, go ahead, let me know, because I think that could have a big impact on the match as well. I mean, even just looking at James's hand, he's got Meowth, he's got Kangaskhan in the active, right? Like, those are probably going to be cards that he's relying on next turn.
Yeah, starting to see some level of the 1-1 lines being teched into many Dragapult lists. Just that additional draw power is so pivotal at times, as we do get the first recon directive of this Swiss round 13.
Ruins. Yeah.
Just a night stretcher going into hand.
I do love me some Risky Ruins, so that makes sense. Also just allows you to like force that damage into play.
Recon directive for Justin, looking at those top 2 cards of the deck, putting one in his hand and the other will go to the bottom of his deck, allowing to siphon through that deck and get the perfect hand to be able to continue this game in the best light possible when going up against a not very advantageous deck. A Psychic Energy is attached, and of course it's back onto James to now pick up the pace and go head on against these dragons.
Run errand to be able to draw cards on Justin's turn. It was the opportunity to attach to the active and retreat into Badu to try and Itchy Pollen, but again, we're talking about having to try and figure out multiple Dragapults as an attacker at some stage. Those energy attachments are ever so key, especially when you only have access to one Crispin right now in the deck.
Yeah, and interesting, Newdorf notably deciding not to go with the Itchy Pollen there, instead valuing the energy drop on the benched Dracloak. And I think that checks out because he's saying, like, okay, if you Crispin and aggress with a Clefairy, I'm coming right in and gonna, like, sauce you up. So, like, sometimes the energy attachment I think is more important, and we're seeing right here, like, I think that, yeah, Lily's Clefairy knockout there for James with the Wondrous Patch, able to piece it all together, take a knockout, and then, you know, Justin will respond with the Dragapult. But we see that James just has, like, a very solid board. He's got the Pheasantipity down, he's got the Latias, he's got the Kangaskhan. I mean, that's just a huge amount of consistency to have on board. Like, there's not really an amount of hand disruption that is going to realistically help to deny James the next attack. So if you're Justin here, you're like, I am going to throw, I'm basically racing you, right? That's kind of like where Justin's at. Like, I'm going to race you. Yo, thank you, Jorker, donating $15 to the Trevor Project. We're up to $4,072 raised so far. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Jorker, for the donation to a great cause over on Twitch. I think that, yeah, Justin may be deciding, like, to just try and race, right? You're saying, like, okay, you bring up Clefairy, I bring up Pult, take this knockout. You bring up Clefairy again, knock out my Pult. I bring up Pult, I knock it out. And then eventually I need you to miss a beat, right? So that's, like, probably is the best thing that you could do. You could say, like, maybe somewhere along the line I can, like, stack enough damage counters onto something to try and take a residual knockout, but it's going to be hard, especially when you are being pressured so significantly on your Dragapults. And that's why James hasn't lost to a Dragapult all weekend yet, right? Because it is just such a good matchup for him, such a advantageous trade to be making. And you see the difference that the Pearls make. I mean, you just don't even care about sending a Lily's Clefairy up into harm's way because it only gives up a single prize. So that's something, if you're not playing the Pearls, it makes it so that, like, you can't just send a Lily's Clefairy up into a single prize Pokemon like the Dreepy there, because you get put into this really awkward situation where, like, okay, well, I'm trading my 2 prize Lily's Clefairy for a single Dreepy, and then it's getting knocked out by a Dragapult, and it does just allow Dragapult to just, like, race you, right? But the Pearls change the dynamic of that and make it so that Lily's Clefairy can come up and take a knockout into a single prize Pokemon. So it completely changes the dynamic of this matchup. And we're seeing that play out right here between James and Justin.
Especially when James has had such success in this event so far. Justin's going to need to play very cleverly to overcome such.
Yeah, it would be interesting if Justin was playing the Dunsparce EX. I mean, Dunsparce EX would completely change the dynamic of this matchup, but I don't think Justin's playing it. I don't think he's playing. I think he's just playing the Dunsparce to help withdraw, to make this deck as consistent as possible. I don't think he's playing the Dunsparce EX. Yeah, and I get it, right? Like, I get it. You're just trying to play the most consistent deck you can to the biggest event of the year. It makes a lot of sense. Rose's Encouragement.
So it does allow him to have more Ultra Ball fodder. It looks like he's choosing to do so. Going for another Ultra Ball, just thinning the deck down. He probably will just look to restabilize this board state. He's going for the Dragapult. Maybe this is the turn, Alex.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, what is James's counter to Crustle? To simply not play against it. Or, yeah, James does not have a counter to Crustle. Neither does Justin Neudorf. Neither of them do. And at this point, you're kind of just racing, right? Because Justin, taking a single prize, finds Meowth. Off of the prizes, does have Night Stretcher in hand, so it can bring the Pulp back when it gets knocked out. But what's sketchy is that he, I guess, you know, the energy acceleration is going to be sketchy, but we see that since Justin is playing a very consistent version of this deck, which doesn't have like any of the Dust nor anything like that, he's got the room for like all the extra supporters that he wants to play. He's got Rose's Encouragement in there. So the Rose's Encouragement could give him like another powerful energy attachment turn. Once this active goes down, he's going to be able to go Rose's Encouragement to boost like 3 energy in play to help him continue trading, right? Because that's kind of what he needs to do. Like at a certain point, you're like, yeah, I'm only taking 1 prize, but I'm fighting the board state, right? And eventually you want to disrupt James's hand while taking a knockout. Like you can't worry too much about the prizes at this point. You just have to eliminate Clefairies. That is like, they're going to keep coming. You got to keep killing them. That's just it, right? And at a certain point, you're hoping that James's deck hits like a speed bump. And like he is at some point not able to chain the Clefairy. There's not really any sort of trickery that Justin has in his deck. He doesn't have Dusknoir to cheese. He doesn't have the Dunsparce EX to try and cheese. It is looking to me that Justin Neudorf is just playing a very straightforward Dragapult deck. And you really can't blame him, right? Like biggest tournament of the year, you just want to play the best deck and be one of the best players playing one of the best decks in the room, right? So that just makes sense that he's playing it like this. Similar to Blitzel, Blitzel doesn't really have, a lot of answers to say like Slowking in his deck. He doesn't have any answers to like, Crustle in his deck. He's just playing a deck that he has built to beat Dragapult. And we see that happening right here as he goes Wondrous Patch, promote Clefairy, bang. Here's another 2 prize take. And still is going to have 3 prizes remaining. But yeah, he's just going to keep slugging. Eventually, Justin will weave some hand disruption into this as well, right? He does have the special red card. He does have the unfair stamp as well. So he's gonna weave some of that in. Unfortunately for Justin, the hammers, which are very good at very good in the mirror, are not really going to make any difference here since James is able to just power up a Clefairy in a single turn. The thing about this, though, since Justin can potentially get a 3 energy into play this turn, that's like the angle, right? So the angle is Justin needs to take this 2 prize knockout, put 6 on Kangaskhan, then boss Kangaskhan for game. I mean, really, Justin can just win. Right? He could just boat race and win because James can't take a 3 prize turn, but Justin can take a 3 prize turn, right? So if Justin takes a 2 prize knock on this Clefairy and then goes boss knockout Kangaskhan, because he put 4 damage counters on Kangaskhan first, right? And now I expect him to put all 6 onto Kangaskhan, and then that's just it, right? I mean, so you want to hand disrupt this turn. Ideally, you'd want to like unfair stamp or special red card this turn while using Rose's Encouragement. Rose's Encouragement's 100% the play. You want to get an extra energy drop onto your Bench-Dracloak. Yep, and he's already got the Psychic or the Fire energy there to do it. You want to get that extra energy drop on the Dracloak. Yep. So he's going to go Phantom Dive, knock out the Clefairy, 6 onto the Kangaskhan. Here's the special red card. That's the hand disruption we were looking for, right? And you're trying to make it as difficult as possible for James to get the Chen Pao and the Lily's Clefairy attack. Now, James does play Chen Pao, and he's got double Ultra Ball in hand here. But the thing is that he's going to have to piece together all that, right? He needs to get an attack with Lily's Clefairy for the knockout while also getting Chen Pao to bump that Kangaskhan because the Kangaskhan could lose him the game. So he has to do that. Now, he does have double Ultra Ball, so he could Ultra Ball for Meowth, Meowth for Crispin, and then Ultra Ball for Chen Pao, bump the Kangaskhan, bump the stadium, bump the Kangaskhan, and then you're in the money, right? So that I think that's like probably what we're doing here. I'm thinking, right? So then if you go that route as James, where you go Ultra Ball, Meowth, Crispin, or actually just found the Crispin, I think, off the Fez. There are 2 Fez in play. That's sick. So yeah, can Crispin to get this this Clefairy going, right? And then we'll be able to go to 1 prize remaining. But this is where Justin then has the opportunity to just go stamp knockout again and just say, like, all right, well, this final time you won't be able to get it. And that's kind of going to have to be his hope, right? Is that like saying, like, okay, well, you won't be able to power up the 4th Clefairy. Like, I went through 3 Clefairies. The 4th Clefairy, we're going to say that you're not going to be able to get that. So that's what that's looking like. I think that Justin has the... Let's see, the Chen Pao. Is the Chen Pao in there? Can I see it? I think I did see the Chen Pao. This is the turn you want it for sure. And the Chen Pao is there. We see Justin, or we see James kind of like flipping it to the front. Like the Chen Pao is the card he wants here. So Chen Pao, perfect grab. Going to allow him to just trade with this Dragapult. Justin doing everything right. I mean, really, that's like the exact plays that he needs to be making to stay competitive in this game. We got another Clefairy down. Ultra Ball going to be going for the Chen Pao for sure. And you see Justin is probably not stoked about that, but that's just how much draw these decks have, right? That's why the special red card, kind of a lie. I mean, even unfair stamp at a point, kind of a lie. Would be much better, I guess, if you had Watchtower there. But even if you had Watchtower, then you're bumping the Kangaskhan gets bumped anyway. So it's kind of tough.
Route to victory being taken away by James's Chen Pao here.
This is clever. I love it. Here we go. Chen Pao uses Snow Sink and removes Area 0 under depth so James can remove the damaged Pokemon from his own board. He's in full control of those damage counters now. This is a wonderful dance of prize mapping.
Right. And this is exactly where, if you're Justin, you're like, okay, this is worst case scenario. I really didn't want this to come down to this, but now I have to try and go for my unfair stamp. Prime Catcher was the last, is one of the, no, Prime Catcher was grabbed off the prizes. Okay, so James has the option to Prime Catcher. Maybe if he can charge up no, it's probably going to be Lily's Clefairy, so Prime Catcher is not really a significant grab there. I guess it could allow you to go into a Kangaskhan if you can get a Kangaskhan back into play. But the hand disruption at this point, if Justin can go unfair stamp, will be significant as James does not have Kangaskhan in play now, right? So it's just going to be a promote Clefairy Fez situation. However, any sort of Ultra Ball Meowth angle, can just go get the Meowth, right? You just go get Meowth and ooh, boss. Okay, so. Let's see. All right, Justin, what are we doing with the boss?
You have to flip the script to find that disruption card. That A-spec is so important to find here. Pokepad.
Oh my gosh, there's only like 4 cards in deck, dude.
Pokepad being just played. Get out of my hand is, I'm sure, what Justin's thinking right now. It's not useful.
He's just trying to find that unfair stamp. I mean, you could Lily's into it. You don't really want to, though.
Orders a Pokemon and play that unfair stamp.
But even if An unfair stamp comes into play. James
There it
does
is.
have a little bit of
There it is.
tech
There it
against
is.
it. We do see the unfair stamp.
All right, you
join
hit
Justin's hand.
double hammer.
James, however, does have 2.
There's a
vectors on board.
heads.
It might be enough, but first an energy removal, crushing hammer.
But maybe
There's
this is
tails.
why Justin's going to have to try and gust up a Pokemon he doesn't necessarily knock out for the moment. I guess with Skyliner being live, there's nothing to really trap. So we have to take down this Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah,
Well, we
he's
have to
got
see Justin just choose the right target.
Dragapult evolved up. Justin now trying another.
All right, another crushing hammer. It's a 4 crushing hammer
If it's
list.
successful, I can't quite see the drama.
It is,
Double
okay.
heads on the energies on that Lily's
If you gust up
Clefairy
Fez and
EX.
hit it, stamp, boss.
And here
Wait,
it
are we
comes.
bossing?
That's
Do you stamp,
unfair
boss, Fez,
stamp
and swing?
being played now, really just completely turning the game on its head.
Stamp, boss,
may
Fez. Are we
found a
bossing?
small window
That's
of
what I'm thinking,
opportunity
right?
By taking
He's got
maybe
2 Fezes, yes, but I don't think you want to take a knockout. You don't want to take a knockout, right? Because you cleared all the energy, so you don't want to take a knockout. You want to go boss, and you want to swing, right? And then you want to try and take 4 prizes in 1 turn. So I think you just are going boss. Yeah. And you go boss. Wait, why are we taking the knockout? Why are we taking the knockout? Why are we taking the knockout? There's a Crispin. I mean, that's just game. Dang, dude. I mean, that's like literally 4 Clefairy attacks. That's crazy, right? Yeah, KO didn't seem right. I'm not really sure.
That panned out, but Lily's
I'm not really sure what was going through Newdorf's mind there. I feel like you give more draw with the Fez by taking the knockout, right? Like, don't you just hit into the Fez that's got 210 hit points? You hit into it for 200, and then, yeah. So I'm saying, I know he had Crispin anyway. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't the best play is to not take the knockout though, right? Yeah, you don't take that knockout, right? No, right, exactly, because we saw he had double boss in hand, so like he's got boss. So you definitely don't want to play. You definitely don't want to take the knockout. So I'm not really sure what Newdorf was doing there. You really, I think you wanted to boss up the Fez with the, yeah, you want to take out the Fez. Was probably afraid of boss on Badu Saab. I guess, right? Yeah. I mean, it's tough, but I still feel like taking the knockout was wrong. But I guess, I mean, yeah. I mean, boss is pretty easy to get, I suppose. There are 3 bosses in James's list. There are 3 Crispin in James's list. I guess it was a higher chance that James had access to boss than Crispin. Right. So that makes sense. Maybe that was the thought. Triple Ted asking, doesn't double ID get these guys in the cut? Not Justin. I think 35 is the cutoff. So, but it's a win and in for James now. If James wins this next game, he is in. Ooh, and it's looking like Justin has a really crunchy opening hand, actually. He's got an Ultra Ball for this Dreepy. These are the kinds of games you lose, folks. It's not pretty. So, yeah, that's not looking great.
extra psychic, the extra telepathic psychic energy as well. But, I mean, I don't feel like Justin's going to be complaining too much here in this scenario. Monkey Dory,
oh yeah,
it's not really that important,
scuffed.
especially when all of your Pokemon getting knocked out in 1 hit. But just only able to get the 1 Dreepy on the board here before passing over to James. And now he's kind of setting up himself with that Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
It's
with
weird
a
for James too.
Looks like we're just going to slow the game down and sob that poor Meowth that started for Justin.
Oh,
Now,
if you're not going to
James
have
has,
a great start, as
James has the telepathic psychic energy in hand, so I mean, like, can go get a Clefairy, but at a certain point is deciding that, like, this Sob this turn is going to be better. So Justin does find Buddy Buddy Poffin. Obviously would have loved to have that last turn, but, you know, better late than never, so they say. Now you do have this kind of, like, weird, sketchy situation where if James has Crispin in hand, right, then you have to worry about the freaking Torrential Pump taking out your only Dracloak, and Justin is not playing any rare candies. So if James does top deck into a Crispin, then that's going to be a big play. So you gotta think and worry about that. Justin does have the Lily's Determination, though. It's going to get to go to 8. Also has the Recon Directive after it. So let's see what he finds. Ooh, Crushing Hammer could actually be impactful here. I expect to see Justin play the Crushing Hammer. Yeah. As the Tails, that would have been high impact, as it could have prevented the Crispin Torrential Pump. I do feel like if James had Crispin in hand, he would have played it last turn. Obviously didn't play Crispin, so you're like kind of safe from Crispin if you're Justin. You're like, yeah, well, he would have played it last turn if he had it. So you kind of know there's just no supporters in James's hand right now. Just went for the Dusk Ball, you know, and found like Chen Pao, right? That's it. So next turn for James, I'm anticipating it's going to be, you know, if the top deck is insignificant, then it's going to be Telepathic Psychic to the Latias, and then you're just going to go get like Clefairy or whatever, and then kind of go from there. As Justin, you kind of have to be threatening the Meowth Tucktail. Top deck is Wondrous Patch, so it is insignificant. So, ooh, no, actually, it's going to be the third energy or second energy onto the Wellspring. So now you're threatening if there's like a water energy. Then you could just go Torrential Pump. Does need to find the water energy, notably does not have it in hand. Now, though, since you're Justin, you can actually protect yourself from getting your only Dracloak, knocked out with Torrential Pump. Actually somewhat surprised to see James not thin his deck a little bit more. I think personally I would have liked to see the Telepathic Psychic energy go on to the Latias to get 2 Clefairy into play. And the reason that I want to see that is because there's only 1 water energy in this list, so the odds of him drawing the water energy off rip are like not very high. Odds are, if you find Crispin, that's how you're getting the water energy into play. So I think I would have liked to see 2 Clefairy come out of the deck with that Telepathic Psychic energy just to thin a little bit more, since you are actively dead drawing, right? Like actively, right? So like every card you thin out of the deck does kind of matter. I think that makes a big difference. I guess what the second attachment does kind of do here for James is it does make him a little bit more resilient to Crushing Hammer. It still gives him the outs to be able to Torrential Pump if a hammer comes down. I do like this play from Justin. That's what, the fire energy got attached last turn so that you can go Crispin to get the 3 energy onto the Meowth. Tucktail returns the Meowth to the hand, so it does get it out of harm's way. Also makes it so that it is not being sobbed any longer. The hammer is yet another Tails, and we got another Recon Directive. Pokepad again. Setup is looking pretty ferocious now. 4 Dracloak. Oh, yeah. I don't think he can evolve that one yet. Yeah. Catches that. Dracloak going to come to the hand. Tucktail, and then you got to decide who we sending up off the Tucktail. Probably like the Dunsparce, I would say. Since the Dunsparce can run itself away, right? It's probably like the safest card to throw into the active. does do 60 damage onto this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, right? And then will send itself back to the hand. So when the Meowth sends itself back to the hand, what are we doing over here?
To his hand with all that energy, and he'd be able to reattach it later to his own merit.
Just having a quick discussion with the judges just to make sure, again, we're keeping as as clean on the table as possible. And I think
all right, yeah, we're chilling, bro. Yeah, so it's going to be a tuck tail. You're going to go back to the hand. I'm thinking Dunsparce is the promotion. Again, because it doesn't get like Sob stuck. Are we still on this? What are we doing here?
Confirmation. Exactly what's they're confirming at the moment.
All right, we're chilling. We're chilling. Come on now. Let the boys play. All right, tuck tail, bang. What's it gonna be? Yeah, I like the Dunsparce. Yep. Dunsparce, good choice there, Justin. Good choice. Good choice. All right, what's the top deck for James? Sob pass. Nothing, dude. Okay. Nothing. That's crazy. Okay, so now we've got another Crispin. I'm wondering if Justin is on 2 Crispin, 1 Rosa, or 3. It's got to be 2 Crispin, 1 Rosa, right? Can't go 3 Crispin, 1 Rosa. It's got to be 2 Crispin, 1 Rosa. But did have back-to-back Crispins. That's very significant. Being able to get himself out of the... Crushing Hammer. It just doesn't really matter. He's playing it just to get it out. Because he's taking the knockout this turn. So it just doesn't really matter. And then does find a Pult there. Doesn't need it. He's already got one in hand. Is going to have to go get the Dunsparce to run this thing away. And that is why the Dunsparce got the promote, because Sob onto Dunsparce doesn't really do anything. You can evolve it, and then you can use Runaway Draw. And then the Runaway Draw does get you 3 more cards, moves the Dunsparce out of the active spots, makes way for Dragapult. And, I mean, this is cooking. I mean, yeah, right? Justin's got the 4 Dracloak out, the Dunsparce. And you see, this is the reason that Justin decided to play this. Whoa. Whoa. Just a pass and a scoop. Okay. So Justin actually not even taking that knockout is just saying like, nah, I'm going to give you 1 more turn and then, okay. Yeah, and James just going to scoop it up. Yeah, that was a brick, y'all. That's what it looks like. That happens, dude. That happens. For sure. We saw that James just had a single Dusk Ball to try and find a Meowth or a Kangaskhan and didn't find either. I mean, really, either of those cards would have bailed him out. But let me remind you guys. Yeah, even a deck with 4 cats and 4 Kangaskhan can brick. Let me remind you, how many Lily's Determination do you think are in this list? 0. There are 0, dude. There are 0, right? So, like, you have to... It's not like there's, like, Lilies and Kangaskhan's and cats. There's not, right? There's 0. There are 0 Lily's Determinations in James's list. So, he is 100% dependent. No, I mean, like, right, I'm looking at the Indy list. There, at least as far as the Indianapolis list goes, there are 0 in there. So, this list is 100% dependent on using Kangaskhan and Meowth and Fez to, like, draw cards. It's 100% dependent on that. So, that is, you know, that is something that's going to happen sometimes. Right? I think Telepathic on the Latias thins the deck, gives you a higher chance of being able to get into that game. Personally, I would have liked to see that play, but, you know, We've got ourselves a game 3 here, folks. 15 minutes on the clock. I fully expect this game to conclude. Let's freaking go. And we'll see what James chooses first and what's it looking like.
Houses themselves. They've got their prize cards down. Their active Pokemon are ready to rumble, and we're going to jump straight into the action for game 3. Who will come out on top?
Just over 15 minutes to find a victor and push.
Dude, get us to the table. Get us to the table. Get us to the table. It's happening already.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it was just an energy
Dude, I'm saying
Wellspring Ogerpon EX, and then a pass.
It's Water Pond Pass. All he's got is Water Pond Pass, bro. All right. Does he have any supporters in hand? No, because there's no Lily's Determinations. So, like, it's not like James is sitting on a Lily's Determination over there. And now, if Justin can go turn 1 item lock, if Justin can just turn 1 item lock, things are going to get ugly, right? Because that means even like a top deck Ultra Ball, top deck Dust Ball doesn't get you there. I don't know, like does Justin go item lock? Do you even go the item lock? Because then the Badoo can get sob trapped. I mean, it only gets sob trapped for a single turn though, right? So like, oh my God, okay. This is it though. No, and he's not going for it. He's saying, no, I'm going for as many energy in play, as fast as pulled as I can. I don't need to item lock because really, item locking would only prevent the top deck of an item, right? Oh, Badoo is prized. All right, well then, that'll solve it. Cool. So Badoo's prized, so no item lock. And really, yeah, I mean, the Badoo would only stop the top deck of an item anyway. Because we know that James doesn't have any items in hand, or else he would have played them. Just straight up. Oh my God. Buddies galore. And you see Justin kind of, oh yeah, he's excited. He's excited. I always see James shaking his head like, bro, not like this. Not like this. All right. Newdorf with the double Dreepy. And see what else he's got. He's got cloaks already in hand. Pass. What is it? It's Chenpao. Oh my gosh. And Crispin. Okay. And this is like what he's got, right? He's got Crispin. He didn't have this last game. Does have the water energy. Does actually have Lily's Clefairy in hand. So it wasn't just... It's not nothing. James does have something in hand. He's got Crispin. He's got a Clefairy in hand. He doesn't have nothing. And this is a double prize take for James. So James can just win this way. Yep. Prime Catcher. And intentionally saved benching the Clefairy. Because Prime Catcher could be used without having to retreat, right? So it's going to knock out both of those Dreepy. So it's actually a really heads-up play there from James, not benching the Clefairy, because it also it did not reveal information, right? It didn't reveal the information that he's got another Pokemon. The Prime Catcher also allowed him to play it without having a Latias in play. So that was very significant as well. And he does have a Clefairy, and he does have a Telepathic Psychic in hand as well. So he can use the Telepathic Psychic to go get Latias. He's got all of that. So he's in a really good spot. James is in a good spot. If he ripped anything off of those prize cards, he's going to be feeling pretty good about this. Justin is certainly the one who needs to rise to the occasion, needs to answer. Not having rare candies in the deck or anything like that. I mean, like, he has got to try to just find some Night Stretchers, get another Dreepy down. He is at a huge disadvantage now because of that double Dreepy knockout, right? Like, he lost an energy attachment on that. He lost 2 Dreepy, and the fact that he's not playing rare candy means that those Dreepy are going to take 2 more turns in order to evolve up into eventual Dragapults. That's just the reality of it. And if Justin prized a Dreepy, then he's only got access to 1 more in the deck. And I think he's got Night Stretcher in hand, so he can bring 1 back. He's also got a Buddy, so he could go get the last one out of the deck if it's in there. He's got double Night Stretcher, actually. So he could double Night Stretcher for double Dreepy. And that just might be what he has to do because he needs to be able to threaten Dragapults as consistently as possible. He has to be able to do that. Risky Ruins looking like it's going to get played. And then saving the Dunsparce in the active so that it can't get sobbed is probably going to be the move. All right, let's see. It's Duskball off the top. Going to get to look at the bottom 7 cards of the deck. Find a Pokemon. Probably will find a Meowth. There are 4 of them in here. And there it is, right? So we've got Meowth. We've got Kangaskhan. Both options. Looks like it's going to be Kangaskhan on the grab. Kangaskhan makes sense because you can use Telepathic to go get the Latias out of the deck, retreat into Kangaskhan, just take an off turn. You don't really need to take a knockout here. You just want to play the Telepathic, go get Latias, go get Clefairy. You're setting yourself up for success, and I think that James has kind of got this final game wrapped up. Now that he's got the Kangaskhan in play, he's got that consistency, he's got that board stability with the Kangaskhan, and with a retreat into Kangaskhan, now he's going to start turning through the deck, drawing some cards, and that should set him up to be able to really like kind of run the rest of the game, right? Because so long as he's using Meowth, so long as he's attaching to Clefairies, he's in a good spot. He's already up 2 prizes, right? I mean, such an intense prize lead. It is certainly James's game to lose now, as he is stabilized and is up 2 prizes. But we'll see what Justin's got in store. Certainly expect him to make this one entertaining.
Continue this game. So it's time now for Justin to really start to make this hand a lot nicer looking than it currently is. Crushing Hammer time first.
No, looks like a tails, otherwise there would have been a motion towards that Lily's Clefairy X. There was an interesting choice between the boss's orders and that Crushing Hammer there for Justin, because that could have been a way to try and maybe just target down the Lily's Clefairy EX. But for the moment, prioritizing that stabilization first, as we do also get the runaway draw. So see you later, the Dunsparce, at least for now.
Dunsparce loves running right back into that deck to be used later. Justin, of course, got to draw 3 cards off the top of the deck before shuffling the Dunsparce in. Ooh, okay, a spec here. Another Buddy Poffin. Justin is, I imagine, very delighted to see that so that he can re-establish Dunsparce, although it does get hit by the Risky Ruin.
Yeah, remember, no more access to further Dreepies. 1 Dreepy currently being prized, the other sitting in the discard pile. 1 was rescued with that
this
nice
is so brutal
not
for
too long ago.
This is so brutal because it's like, okay, you're playing Crispin, so it's not boss, it's Crispin, right? Because if you boss, like obviously boss feels really good on the Lily's Clefairy, but Crispin allows you to get those energy attachments in, right? And I think James already has Chien-Pao in hand. So, you know, a swing into the Kangaskhan is pretty horrible, right? Like if Justin swings into the Kangaskhan and then James is able to bump it and take a knockout with Clefairy, that's like, I mean, absolute devastation, right? I mean, you could put 200, it'd be 220. The odds of Justin even having the luxury of being able to establish Monkey in this matchup are so thin because you can't afford the extra energy attachment because all of your energies are going on to the it really needs a hammer to hit here. No, all your energies are going on to the Dragapults, right? And we're gonna see he gets the extra energy attachment because of the Crispin. You know, as this game's coming down the line, he's got the unfair stamp, so he's just gonna have to swing into this Kangaskhan. Yeah, six damage counter is gonna have to go. What, you got 2 on a Clefairy already? You could go to 8. It's just probably not getting anywhere, to be honest. But you do have to, I think, just put all 6 on the Lily's Clefairy there. That's where I would have put them for sure, because you're kind of thinking like, okay, well maybe if I stack up like 120 more over there, I can take the knockout. But what I'm wondering is if James has enough. I think you just go get the Cypher for a couple Pokemon. Yeah, and he's gonna bump this Kangaskhan right out of the way. Or Serrano. It doesn't have to be, you know, Cypher. It can be Serrano. You just Serrano, get 3 Pokemon with Area 0 Underdepths. You're gonna bump this Kangaskhan. And I think that yeah, the Chen Pal is like already in hand. I think that's one of the cards that he had earlier. So he's just going to Meowth for Serrano, get these 3 Pokemon. He's got the Area 0 already to bump the Risky Ruins, so he does need the Area 0 because the Area 0 allows him to extend his bench to 8. And then there is the Chen Pal. So he'll draw after he's thinned his deck. Does find another energy there, which is nice. Can retreat into the Lily's Clefairy, and then here comes the Snow Sink again. And that's why I said, yeah, man, I mean, getting that swing onto the Kangaskhan just felt so bad. And the fact that James was able to establish a new Kangaskhan just makes this board position even more dominant, right? Because you've got the backup Kangaskhan. That was like the one thing that was like somewhat missing from James's board last game. Was still able to draw out of it, by the way. I mean, it just didn't matter. But that was like the one thing that was somewhat missing, is that he had, when he bumped the Kangaskhan, he didn't have a backup Kangaskhan, but now he does have a backup Kangaskhan. So even with the hand disruption, he's still going to be going, you know, even with an unfair stamp, he's like, okay, promote Kangaskhan, draw 2, Fez, draw 3. Like, he's still, just off those 5 cards, you're probably going to find something. You're going to end up with a 7-card hand. Odds are that you are going to have it.
Of course, we get the Dracoloak Recon Directive here first. Are there cards that are useful enough here? Maybe that, was that a special red card? We'll have a look. Yeah, that was the choice there.
What happened to the overlay?
The Recon Directive.
We're on like an old school overlay right now with like face cams. How did we get here?
Get the attachment going as well.
Here comes Dragapult.
How did we get here?
Able to take 1 prize card. However, Justin is going to disrupt James.
I actually vastly prefer this. Like, I wish they kept it like this the whole time. This overlay is so much better. Yeah. I know. Well, this one is better because you can see hands. You don't have all that extra garbage on the sides that I never look at. I love this overlay. Yeah, this is dope.
Cards.
And also 3 minutes remaining as well for 2 prizes to be taken. And also, just by having the 1 bench Pokemon, Lily's Clefairy is actually, without something like the Area 0 Underdepths and amongst other things, that knockout there, taking 1 prize means it's very difficult to get this retaliation KO just from 3 cards, plus the flip the script.
I think we might have
Cypher,
it. We've got Crispin. We need
cooked.
1 more energy.
It's cooked.
Because James could use the Latias here. If he manages to get another energy attached via a Wondrous Patch, this could be it.
Would need the stadium as well to be able to get to the 7 Pokemon on the base. So here comes the gusting of the Meowth. Let's slow the game down enough where I can just sublock you. There's not typically many switch outs, if any, in a Dragapult deck. And this just means that we can slow the game down to a point where at one stage I'll be able to eventually take this knockout. But here's a crushing hammer to stop that in its tracks first.
Here we are. Will it change? Oh, it might change things up quite a bit as we succeed in knocking that energy away from the clutches of Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, there's Pokeball being played. There's not many options remaining. It's just that 1-1 line, it looks like. So Justin's going to have to keep battling on with just this Dragapult EX and that Meowth for the moment. Needs to stop that sublock from happening. Ultra Ball being played now as well. Again, not giving too many outs for James to be able to do too much energy attachment to the Meowth.
Justin's not got much, unfortunately, that he can do at this time.
I think Justin's already double Crispin. I doubt he's playing a 3rd Crispin, right? I mean, you might have Roses, but Roses doesn't help to accelerate energy to this Meowth. So it's looking a little chalked. But let's see. We've got the Lilies. There's 6. He does have the third Crispin. Wow. Okay. Yep, he's got third Crispin and a Rosas. That's pretty impressive. Take a look at the deck. There is 1 energy in the deck. Okay, so that's not going to help because there's only 1 energy in the deck, so Crispin is not going to be able to accelerate. Yeah, and that's going to be game because you just Crispin, and that's it. Wait. Yeah, I know Clefairy doesn't take the knockout. Wait, so Amy was casting. She's like, that's it. No, it's not it. We've got another Sob, right? It's almost it. It's almost it. It's not quite. Lily's Clefairy is only doing, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, like 100 damage? Like, Lily's Clefairy is not actually taking the knockout yet, right? Are there 2 energy in the deck? Oh, there are 2 energy in the deck. Okay, so the Crispin does actually allow this. But then all James needs to do is just Crispin again in his game. Shoo. Oh, no, doesn't have it. Okay. This should be it. Another Meowth, another Crispin, it's game. Yep, that's it. And here we go. Meowth, Crispin on Latias. There we go. And James is going to be your first player to lock up a ticket to top 8. All out Blitzel. Just top 8 at NAIC. Congratulations. I'm sure he is absolutely thrilled. He was saying how much he knows that he's capable of having a huge performance this year, and he's finally got that. Absolutely amazing to see this incredible run so far from James. Yo, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Let's see what else we've got going on here for the rest of the standings. Yo, huge congratulations there to James. We saw is now going to be locked. Is there anybody else? Oh, we already got pairings for the next round. That's crazy. I feel like we just watched that one end. We've already got pairings for the next round. All right, so it looks like James. Ooh, whoopsies! Back to Limitless Labs. There we go. Expertly played on both sides. For sure, we got James, record of 12-1. Got paired against Aban. Let's just go look at the pairings. The pairings are already up. That's crazy. How are the pairings already up? I feel like it just ended. Wow, like, really, they're all up? Like, that was the last one? I guess, like, everybody was waiting on that one to end, right? That's pretty crazy. Okay, so we've got Justin Neudorf playing another. Wow, we got Justin Neudorf versus Daiichi. That would be another great one to watch, right? Ooh, Caleb versus Mies. Ah, that's one I want to watch. Caleb versus Mies, that's awesome. Ross Cawthon playing for a win, and he's 10-1-2. Ross Cawthon playing for a win and into top 8 with Slow King. Yuho playing for a win and in, right? So he's at 33, 34 points. No, you could probably ID. These two could probably ID. They're 34. They'll ID in. Those two will ID in. Those two will ID in, right? Because you've got 33. These got 35. He's got 35. You're at 30. You're at 34. All right. So if he's at 35, yeah, Rahul will ID with Miguel, and then Miguel will have 35. Yep. So they'll ID. They'll ID. They'll ID. They'll ID. So that's 6 right there, right? Then you've got 33 points here. And you've got 33 points here. So these two got to play. Mies' name is pronounced Maze. I know that. He told me in the documentary. But He said that Americans call him Mies, and that he said that that's cool. But I know it's Maze. He told me that. It was in the documentary. He's like, my name is Maze Brennemeyer, but, you know, Americans call me Mies. It's kind of the thing. But yes, I know his name is Maze. I should say Maze, but I've been saying Mies for so long, it's kind of a hard habit to break. So these two will play, right? Because they're both at 33 points. Yep, so those will play, and then one of these will end up at 36. And then these two will play, and this is 33, and this is 33. So then one of those will end up at 36. And then these two will play, and they're at 32. So that could be 35. So one of these can go to 35. 35 is ASIM, dude. Yeah. Oh my God. So these guys can't make ASIM. Caleb can. 10, 1, and 2. He wins. He goes to 35. Maze cannot. 35 is ASIM. And what's crazy is that if James and Aban play, no, if they ID, right, to 35, let's see, because James is already locked. He's at 36 points, right? But Aban is at 34 points. So if they ID, then James is in. He's already at 36. So he doesn't have to play an ASIM. But Aban would have to play an ASIM. Anybody who IDs into 35 points would have to play an ASIM, right? Am I tripping? That's what I'm seeing, right? Anybody who IDs to 35. So you've got James will be at 36. He's at 36. He might even be at 37. He'll be at 37 if they ID. Say they ID. 37. Now, James could scoop Aban in. If James likes this matchup, he could just scoop Aban because James is guaranteed at 36. So that could be a kind of dynamic that you see at play here. You could see that, which would put Aban at 37 points and make him the top seed. I'm not sure that you want to give top seed to another player since top seed and top cut gets to decide who goes first and second. So I imagine that James will offer the ID, and I imagine that Aban will take it. So Aban will probably ID to 35 points. Then you've got Rahul versus Miguel, right? Rahul is 11-0-2, so he's at 35 points. So that would put Rahul to 36 points. And that would put Miguel at 11-1-1 to 35 points. So that's 2 at 35, 2 at 36 plus. Then you've got Yuho, who is at 34 points, and Caleb Rogerson is at 34 points. If they ID, they both go to 35. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 at 35, 2 at 36 plus. Then you've got these two playing at 33, right? So one of those goes to 36. Bang. You've got 3 at 36 plus and 4 at 35. And then you've got these two playing at 33. So one of these goes to 36. So then all of a sudden you've got 4 players at 36. And you've got, I've lost count. 4 players at 36. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players at 36. And then 35, 35. Both those will go to 35. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 4 at 35, and you'd have 4 at 36. It'd be 4 and 4. Yes. So we bet 4 and 4. That's 8, right? Yes. So we decided there'd be 4 and 4 there. And then you've got your 32 points playing, right? So your 32s, one of those can go to 35. So that's 4 and 5. And then you've got another 32s. So you've got 5 people, 6 people right? Because another 32s, 6 people. You've got potentially 7 players that can go to 35 points. 7. Okay. So you've got let's see, not the notes app. Yeah, you've got 4 players at 36 plus points. Potentially 7 players going to 35 with wins and IDs. Okay. So that's what you got, right? So you're going to have like 7 players that are competing for 4 spots in top 8. It's kind of what it looks like. Is Tord out of the picture? No. No. Tord is one of those players at 32 points playing to get into ASIM at 35. Yeah. So players that are at 32 can make it to 35. Anybody at 31 or less cannot make it. So all the 31-point players are out, including Maze. But I mean, they could still cash. I mean, they could cash for sure. I mean, they could still have fantastic finishes. They just can't make ASIM. So you've got everybody here from Caleb and up can potentially make top 8. Everybody from Caleb and up except for Maze. Caleb got down paired to Maze. So Maze can't win, but Caleb and everybody else can up here. Now, who's our prediction to win? Who and what do we think is winning it all? Right here. It's a pretty narrow field now. Hedrick is out. Lucas Singh out. Henry Chow out. Liam out. Natalie Miller out. I mean, these players can all cash. They can still have great finishes. They just can't win. Fernando, Diego, out. Yep. This is it right here. Caleb and up. Yuho could win. You think Yuho could win with the Rockets Mewtwo deck? Chow versus Typhlosion on the side stream? Is that what we got? Yeah, Hale Obernotti. Yeah, that guy's cracked for sure. I'm not seeing a side stream. That don't look like a side stream to me. Brooke lost. No, Brooke. All right, who are our bottom table warriors? Okay. Yo, shouts to the people who made phase 2 and are still out here playing with the net. Dude, I couldn't do it. If I made phase 2 and I was having a negative record, I'd be so out of here. I could not do it. It's good for experience, though, I guess, if you're, I couldn't do it. I need to know what everybody is playing. That's like the one thing that's really kind of tough right now. TPCI gonna rig it for Rockets so they can sell more League Battle decks? You think so, huh?
This evening. Cannot wait to see which of these players will continue their push forward. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this Swiss Round 14 by Kyle Pukasukovic. Lots of incredible storylines here, Kyle, as we're getting down to the weeds of this event.
Yeah, this is it. This is the high stakes round, the last opportunity to earn match points, try to make it into that top cut to keep your tournament hopes alive. And we do have about 6 players who have already guaranteed a spot in the top cut, but many more, and really big names as well, who have an opportunity to win their last round and make it to the top cut.
Let's get a quick check-in on our caster predictions coming into this weekend.
Yeah, Chip, let's look at your caster prediction, buddy.
Wrong, and I don't think I really hit the nail on the head with the B-drill this time, but for you, Kyle, we've got a Meganium player still out there in the mix, trying to get a win in here this round to get into cut. Kyle, I know Meganium is your favorite Pokemon, so it must be cool for you to have a chance to see Meganium having a super strong meta-relevant card.
Yeah, don't remember the last time that has happened, Chip. It's been quite some time. Yeah, this was a pick from the heart. And yeah, happy to see that there is one potentially in the running to make the top cut, which is exciting. I think, looking at Ethan's prediction, it was a layup, of course, Dragapult EX. But it has been largely Dragapult EX once again. Now, I think we have seen plenty of counter decks topple Dragapult EX so far, but there's still just an overwhelming number of people playing that deck. And
yeah,
there's just going to be some in the top cut.
Yeah, no surprise at all. Here are our Masters Swiss rankings coming into this round, and you did call it out, Kyle. Several players have already taken an intentional draw this round to lock themselves up for a spot in Top Cut. Now, at a Pokemon TCG tournament, when you get a match win, you earn yourself 3 match points. When you get a match tie, you earn yourself 1 match point. And as we whittle it down here to Top Cut, the number it looks like for this event that players need to achieve in order to make it into cut is 35 points. So anyone on this list you see already there, Rahul and James, they've already locked up a spot. And then now several others with their intentional draws this round. Miguel, Yuho, Caleb, Aban, all have taken intentional draws. Those top 6 players are already locked for top cuts.
Yeah, this doesn't even show all the players that are still in the running. We still have other players like Ross Cawthon, legend of the game, still in the running as well, can win the last round and make it to the top cut. So it's still so unpredictable at this stage. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. And I can't wait to see our final Swiss round feature match here. Whew. Can you imagine the pressure at this point? Knowing that one win is all that separates you
go!
from making it to the top cut at NAIC.
For Ben and John here on the stage, their tournament run rests on this moment. Win here, continue on, lose, you'll get to collect your prizes, you'll get some booster packs, you'll hold your head high about a strong finish, but also wonder what could have been. It will be Ben playing the Meganium Hydrapple deck up against John's mighty Dragapult EX. Staring at this event with Blake.
All right, folks. Check the predictions. Check the freaking predictions. My predictions for top 8. 2 Pult Hammers, 2 Pult Nor, 1 Slotbox, 1 Slowking, 1 Alakazam, 1 Hydrapple. It was predicted that Hydrapple would make top 8, and I did predict that Slop would win Just saying, I predicted a Slop win, and Slop is our top seed of the event, so we're looking pretty solid so far. Let's freaking go.
The mix that changes things so much. But Chip, we're already started here. We see a bug catching set.
Here it is. Bug catching set, a super great ball.
This is my favorite casting duo. So again, I'm going to be doing a little bit of listening. I invite you all to listen along with me, but of course I'll chime in when it is time to chime.
Is the light
or chip in, if you will.
Dance. Attach an energy card from your hand and draw a card. It's an extra energy accelerated into play. Does not account for your attachment for turn, and it is also really solid draw power. And we see the little Applin in the active spot. That tumbling attack, hey, with a head slip, could take down the mighty Badoo, of course, which is the active now for John Webb, kicking off his turn with the bench of a Dreepy. Now Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards. He did prize 2 Ultra Ball, so that's something worth noting as well, Kyle. He may have limited access to his evolutions through this game.
Yeah, very true. Now this matchup can take a lot of different turns. Sometimes, you know, the grass deck here can just go super aggressive, try to attack very quickly and overrun the Dragapult deck before it sets up. I would say more common these days, you see players using that Celebi to set up stockpile grass Pokemon in your hand, along with that Forest of Vitality Stadium card. Allows you to instantly evolve all of your grass type Pokemon, and then you just kind of play all the cards at once and then surge forward with Hydrapple EX.
Especially strong in a metagame where players have chosen to cut Judge from many of their decks.
Colby saying grass got to be fake. No, this deck is insane. It can hold its own against all the top decks and beats Crustle. So, like, beats Crustle, dude. So, you've got that. I mean, if Hydrapple makes top 8, like, Hydrapple could win the thing, right? It just could.
Burn an energy to retreat into it. Energy attachments are key in this matchup for the Dragapult deck. Maybe less so when you have Blaziken.
Yeah, now obviously the Blaziken is a little bit of a factor here, as the Blaziken does give John an opportunity to one-hit KO Hydrapple. Usually one of the most difficult things about this matchup is that, and there is a, yeah, he's got the Chi-Yu. So John ain't taking no L's to freaking Crustle either. Okay. Crazy Crustle call. Crazy. See, what the world needs is more John Webbs out there teching for Crustle so that I don't have to. Yes. Be more like John Webb. Tech for Crustle, please. So that I don't have to. Yes. More people should be like John Webb.
Extra cards for the next turn. You're really trying to piece it together as you go. One of the really nice things about this deck is sometimes you can just attack with Dipplin and get a knockout on turn 2 with a non-EX Pokemon. Do the wave, we see it mostly in those Festival Lead decks, but it works just as well to take down small Pokemon like Badoo, sometimes even a Dreepy if you can get enough Pokemon on your bench.
Dawn is the supporter card played here for Ben on his turn, searching his deck for one of each basic Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon. And with the Hydrapple grab, I mean, should he have a Forest of Vitality, we could see that Hydrapple EX pop into play right away. And it looks like he does have all of it, but will choose to just go with the Wave attack, leaving a single prize Pokemon active, not wanting to run into a Rare Candy Blaziken play, perhaps.
Yeah, I think also may not have had Meganium in hand and did not have another Grass Energy. So if you evolve into Hydrapple EX, wouldn't be able to do the
It's
Syrup
interesting,
Storm.
though, he could have grabbed the Meganium off the Dawn because he has 2 Hydrapple in hand. He chose not to, though. He is actively choosing to hold off on going with the Hydrapple in this early point of the game.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be about prize trading. Like you said, there's that Chi-Yu that's going to be in the mix. There's the Blaziken EX that can knock out Hydrapple EX in a single attack. Whenever you can force your opponent into taking one prize card instead of two in this matchup, it's a big swing in your favor. Now, one of the issues with this Meganium Hydrapple deck is you play very thin lines.
Yes.
2-2-2 Meganium, 2-2-2 Hydrapple EX. You're very susceptible to prizing a part of maybe the second copy of that line. So in this situation, if your Diplin gets knocked out, there's actually a Diplin in Ben's prize cards, and may be challenging to get another Hydrapple EX into play. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go along.
Small note from production, Ben at the table said, I definitely grabbed the wrong guy. So at this moment, I mean, that is a bit of a misstep, but still is the aggressor here. And for John, not too strong of a turn, just a Dreepy in the active spots, not even having the energy necessary to use Petty Grudge. Just a
Yo, freaking Ben, lock in, Ben. We need you to lock in, Ben. We need you to lock the frick in. Yeah, Ben did not get the Ben did not get the Meganium. I guess like could have had it, had Hydrapple already in hand, but you like got Hydrapple instead of Meganium. Ben, we need you to lock the frick in, okay? It's time. It's time. Now, this might be the only winning into NAIC that you will ever play in your freaking life. That's how this stuff goes, okay? You need to lock in. Take this serious, Ben. This is serious, bro. Let's freaking go for all the Apple lovers out there.
Plus 30 more for each grass energy you have in play. And the way this deck kind of works is you use Teal Mask Ogerpon EX's Teal Dance to accelerate energy, flood the board, and then use Meganium's Wild Growth ability to double all of those grass energy, and those numbers add up very quickly and allow Hydrapple EX to get one-hit knockouts.
They certainly do. Ripening Charge, used as the ability on Hydrapple EX, heals that 10 damage from the pesky Badoo on turn number 1. And Ben does take a KO on the Dreepy. Chi-Yu now in the active spot. Ground Melter able to be utilized for full effect, though it will not pick up a one-hit KO on this Hydrapple. 330 HP, too mighty even for Chi-Yu to take down Lily's Determination. The supporter played once again here for John Webb, sending the hand in. Still 8 cards will be drawn. Have to imagine he'll be looking for some evolutions on the other end of this.
Yeah, and for Ben, this is pretty great news. Not getting knocked out here is massive. Sure, your Hydrapple EX is going to take a lot of damage, but every turn you buy where your opponent doesn't get a knockout, doesn't close the gap on that prize card exchange, is another turn for you to use Teal Dance on Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. And once you start getting to 4, 5 grass energy on that Pokemon, it can also get one-hit knockouts on pretty much anything.
I am wondering like how many Rare Candy John is playing. I mean, like without having a chicken in play right now, it's tough. I mean, Ben is already up 2 prizes. You're gonna have to try and carve out that comeback somehow. And Ben has such a dominant start. I mean, it's still no Blaziken. You really want to respond to this Hydrapple with a Blaziken right there. That's what you like. That's got to be a Blaziken EX knockout. The fact that we're not getting a Blaziken EX knockout there makes me think like it's surely going to go to Hydrapple here. I mean, he's just got such a dominant board state. The one thing for Ben is that he does not have the Meganium in play yet. You need to go find that goober. But thankfully, you haven't had to do 300 damage yet, so it hasn't really mattered. But with this Lily's Determination, hoping to finally find the Meganium, I suspect that he'll be able to find it, but, it's not a guarantee.
Threaten some big knockouts with those Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
And there's the Meganium.
There's a pretty good chance you're going to get off to a nice start here in this final round. No energy found off of the Lily's Determination, though, so maybe still an opening for John.
Yeah, still an opportunity here for John to capitalize, and Ben also going down to 3 prize cards does mean he is in range of a special red card play potentially.
It's so free here. It's so free here for Ben. Pheasantipity is in play. I know the caster's got to sell it, but, like, dude, this is so free. I mean, there's, like, a very small chance that I think that Ben could, like, maybe whiff something, I guess, but with, like, Yeah, like no additional energy attachments, but you already got 4 energy stockpiled on the bench. That's so many, right? And with Blaziken, what if you've got Meganium and you've got like 4 energies on your active Teal Mask, you can go 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 300. I guess you got to go to 5 on a Teal Mask, right, in order to get it. Yeah, you're not going to knock on a Blaziken with 4. You're just a little short. Yeah, so you'd have to go to 5. So that's not possible unless you've got the Hydrapple in play. Would need a Hydrapple coming back in order to get it. So I guess it could get a little bit tough. But since Ben only has 3 prizes remaining, even a Boss's Orders, knockout with Teal Mask could still be sufficient for this turn, right? And you see John just having to play from so far behind that he's actually doing the thing that you never do, which is actually gust up and knock out the Meganium, right? And just kind of hoping that this claws him back into the game. And the reason that you never really do this is because you're usually just trying to actually race the Dragapult deck. And using a Boss's Orders to bring up and knock out Meganium for only a single prize is usually just so bad, right? Because you get like insta punished if they just bring it back. If they bring the Meganium back, you just lose on the spot, right? But John is deciding to make this play because he's already so far behind that really his only chance of winning is denying this knockout. I think, though, to be honest, I feel like you're almost doing just enough to deny. You're doing a lot to potentially deny the knockout by knocking out the Hydrapple. So I think I would have preferred to see that, right? Because the Hydrapple can just get to the knockout without the Meganium, right? So you've got 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to all of your Pokemon. If there's 10 energy in play, that's 330. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, he could just literally get to 10 energy in play without Meganium. So I really disagree with that play from John. I think that John needed to just knock out the Hydrapple and say that, all right, well, maybe you missed this knockout this way. I like, there's no way he's missing the knockout. It was actually like more likely that he misses the knockout if you knock out the Hydrapple than if you knock out the Meganium for sure. So I really think that was just a okay. And here it's just going to be boss, right? Like, it's just going to be the boss knockout, which is what I said. Since Ben only has 3 prizes left, doesn't even have to overextend. Could just say like, okay, boss, and then with now 3 energy on each of those bench Teal Mask, you don't even need Hydrapple to finish the game because, like I said, if the Teal Mask gets up to 5 with a Meganium in play, then that's a knockout on a 2 energy Pokemon EX. So that's all that really needs to happen. And then you'd be at game. So 2 energy plus the Meganium pull would do it. Would like to see some sort of hand disruption from John, but we'll see if that's something that he's got.
Fair stamp to try to disrupt your opponent's hand. Now there is Fezandipity EX on the bench already, so taking a knockout here, your opponent will get some and look at that. John says, no, we're done here. Let's move on to game 2.
Aggressive concede from John, but I like it. It seemed very unlikely he'd be able to win this game. Unfair stamp, hiding in the prize cards, unable to disrupt Ben. And now it is Ben who finds himself just 1 game away from our top cut here at the largest North American event of the season.
Wow, and you can see, kind of the relief on Ben's face here. I think we definitely saw some nerves in the first game.
Going up game 1, gotta feel good.
We mentioned that he actually meant to grab the Meganium off that. Pablo, was there anything else you saw that maybe Ben could have done differently?
No, that very quick aggression, the onslaught of these grass-type Pokemon with their huge HP. I mean, obviously Blaziken is the perfect answer to Hydrapple, but even Blaziken takes a while to hit the field. Finding energies can sometimes be a little awkward for these Dragapult decks, so I mean, set up better is my answer to this. Like, it's just find those rare candies, try to respond as quickly as possible, preemptive Pheasantipity as soon as possible to just give you those extra resources is probably what John needs to do to keep up with his huge KOs.
Thank you, Pablo, for your insight, as always. We'll get into this second game and see if John is able to piece things together, maybe try to find some evolution Pokemon on his second turn, which he, I think, only found one close in game number 1. We are going to kick off this opening search on John's side, starting with a Dreepy, now using Buddy Buddy Poffin to search the deck for a couple of basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and he's going to get a check of the prize cards here. And Kyle, once again, unfair stamp prized. Ooh. And also...
Ooh. Does look like John is playing 2 copies of Rare Candy, so does have that as an option. Has 1 Torchic, you know, available. So, and honestly, I don't think that Chi-Yu really does a whole lot. I mean, it's a single prize Pokemon that can knock out, I guess it can knock out a Teal Mass. So, like, sure, I guess. It is that, right? So it's like, it's a good card to have. But, again, what John is going to want to do is John's going to want to, like, pop off and go fast with, like, rare candies and put pressure on and use Unfair Stamp. I mean, honestly, not having the Unfair Stamp there is, like, both games is pretty devastating for John. Because this deck is a deck that likes to go, you like to be able to, like, pop off and get, like, a turn 2 Dragapult and then just say, like, you're not going to have the Hydrapple knockout turn 2. And they might not, right? Being able to put that kind of pressure on and mow down the Hydrapples. I mean, if you can pop into a Rare Candy Blaziken, that gives you a lot of options as well. Because as soon as your opponent puts the Hydrapple out, you want to be able to just one-hit KO it, right? And the fact that John was not able to one-hit KO the Hydrapple the turn it came into play last turn, I feel like was really detrimental to the game plan. So that's something that he's going to want to be looking at. The Rare Candy needs to be used for the Blaziken. He did prize his Combusken, so that's where those Rare Candies are going to need to go. But honestly, it looks like Ben is having a brick opening, not what you want. So just going to be a boss pass. And this is now looking like a great opening for John to make some magic happen, evolving up the Dracloak without the energy because he's like, well, I could find a rare candy, right? Does have Meowth in hand also. Is playing the Area Zero Underdepths, an interesting stadium card. Can use the Pokepad. I like getting Badoo this turn. Could use Meowth and go, find a Lily's Determination or even a Crispin, if you like. I think like Crispin like could be better there, right? Because you guarantee the item lock. You've already got double Dracloak in play. Whereas like here, if you miss energy off these 8 cards, you're like, cool, I'm an idiot, right? Like it just feels so stupid. So yeah, you see, we found one. I mean, we found one energy, but like you could have whiffed there. And if you whiff there, you're like, feels kind of bad. So I don't hate grabbing the Crispin. It gets an extra energy into play too, which is not bad. Crispin might feel a little slow. Sure, but like, look, guaranteeing the item lock against your opponent's board state here, though, is nuts. Yeah, guaranteeing that that item lock against what your opponent is doing. I think, it's fine. I mean, he ended up whiffing. He ended up hitting it. He hit it, so it doesn't matter. But, like, it's those little margins that we're talking about here that are going to make or break the tournament, right? All right, this apple does have a 50% chance of knocking out Badoo, and it does. Wow. Okay, and here we go. Ultra Ball for Meowth off of the prize cards. But at this point, with like no energy in play, it's looking kind of scuffed. I mean, all John has to do is attack with Dragapult, and this game is over because the Chikorita has a damage counter on it, right? So, yeah, not looking great.
Hold on and wait for the Crispin. Gonna check his recon directives first and look for a Dragapult. He has Crispin available, but does not have Dragapult just yet, and does not find it here. So he will not. Oh, does he have a Fire Energy in the discard pile, though? There's the rare candy into the Blaziken.
You rare candy Blaziken Crispin, dude.
So then
game.
He could go for
no,
Lilies
no, it's not game because you need to knock out both.
But no fires down just
yet.
Just
Lilies. Lilies.
Gonna bench a Monkey Dory thin as much as possible, and in goes the hand for a Lily's Determination.
Ben could potentially make it through one more turn. I think the bad news for Ben is even if he does, I still don't know if there's anything good in his hand, but hey, any extra turns you can buy to stay in a game, you'll take it.
John here with 8 cards, needing Dragapult EX and Fire Energy to just win the game immediately. I don't see either of those cards just yet, and that is a lot of cards that
what is happening,
are
Chip?
Unusable right now, Kyle.
How do you use 3 recon directives, a Lily's Determination for 8, and you can't find a single Dragapult EX? What is going on?
Well, it doesn't seem like it matters here, as it does look like Ben has conceded.
Okay,
so John did not have the game immediately. Was probably going to have to just honestly pass for the turn, but Ben, like you mentioned, seemed way too far behind from that point, even still.
Very possible, and I think...
Game 3, game 3, game 3, game 3, game 3, game 3. Well, let's freaking go. They got plenty of time for game 3.
Ben maybe could have stuck around that game a few turns longer, but you just want to make sure you have enough time to get that third game finished and give yourself
all right,
a chance.
Appleheads, we choose him first or second.
Make your dream happen. Make it to the top cut. Maybe win this whole
Let's
event.
go.
For both of these players, I mean,
both these players playing for the chance of a lifetime to play in top cut of NAIC.
At the Pittsburgh Regional Championships this season. For John, it was a top 256 at San Antonio back in 2025. So this is a huge moment for both of their Pokemon careers, a huge opportunity to make it in and stamp their name in Pokemon history. Heading into game number 3, where the winner will be decided. I do not think we will see a 27-minute tie here, Puka. I feel like we're going to have one of these two guys in our top guys.
Second does just give you, like, maybe you get the turn 1 Celebi, actually. But I guess going first, there's like, yo, Ross Cawthon win into ASIM. Yo, Ross Cawthon at 35 match points. Yo, Ross gonna be an NAIC champ. Is Slowking, can Slowking do it? Slowking farms the Crustles. Nobody at the top here is playing Shaman.
This win and in, it will be Ben kicking us off with a teal dance on his active.
Oh, and Ben has got a
playability in this
fire start opening. Absolutely crazy, dude. Look at this. Double bug catching sets, Ultra Ball, Grass Energy in the hand. This is what you want when you're playing the apples. Got to be feeling it. That's good. That's good. So the first bug catching set, not the most exciting. Really going to want a second teal mask off of this next one. We'll see what the next one holds. Ultra Ball could be a situation where like you maybe preemptively Ultra Ball for Meowth and get a supporter. Oh, he's already got Meowth in hand, so literally never mind. But you could bench the Meowth and get a supporter to hand preemptively. Looks like maybe Apple and Celebi are there. It could be an Apple Celebi angle. I like that, right? Getting the Celebi down. Celebi also can knock out Badoo very easily, so, you know, it kind of is almost like a detriment to, or like a deterrent, I should say, to your opponent wanting to even go the Badoo. And I do like this from Ben. You really want to go turn 1, play the Meowth. You don't know if your opponent's playing Rocket's Watchtower, and I'm really not trying to find out the hard way. So just saying, like, okay, we'll go get the Meowth. The only kind of downside to this is that there wasn't an extra Teal Mask, so you could Ultra Ball away, and it looks like that's what Ben is going to do. Ben's going no Celebi this game, saying, I'm just going to Ultra Ball, get a second Teal Mask, Teal Dance again, get another energy into play. I'm lying. No, actually. Is just going to go get, really? We're going to go get the Diplin? Wow, okay. I expected to be another Teal Dance here just to get another energy into play, but it's not going to be doing that. The Celebi's not really needed to knock out Item Lock, I guess, because you could just go Teal Dance again, attached to the active, and then just knock it out with you could just go knock it out with the Teal Mask, right? I'm gonna be a pass, so let's see what John has got in response. Buddy Poffin, looking strong. Let's see what John's got for us.
Here, otherwise, he's just gonna start attacking and steamrolling like he did in game 1.
John will kick off his opening turn with a Buddy Poffin. Similar setup to what we saw in game number 2. Searching out 270 HP Pokemon or less. A quick check of the prize cards as well for both of these players. As called out previously, one of each of those stage 2 lines in the prizes for Ben. Perhaps a bit annoying to navigate. And now for John on the right side, really nothing too bad. A handful of supporter cards that he'd maybe have to like to have floating around, but he'll be glad to have access to his unfair stamp for the first time in this set.
Oh, is there no supporter card in the hand for John?
No supporter played at minimum, and no, does not look like there's one available in the hand. Unfair stamp is being held on to, though.
Yeah, no supporter there for John, so I mean, could have been a little bit stronger, but the Badoo is probably getting smacked by the probably getting smacked by the Teal Mask this turn. And then John does have unfair stamp. We'll respond to that.
To get aggressive here, take a knockout. He could potentially unlock that unfair stamp and give John a fresh hand and really flip this game on its head.
And I will say the early unfair stamp can be really difficult for this high draft.
No energy there.
Deck to deal with.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? No energy? Please bench something. Bench something. No! Should have benched a Teal Mask or something, bro. It could get ugly. No, you should have benched it. You should have benched a little bit more. You should have Ultra Balled for Fez. You should have Ultra Balled for Fez. Ultra Ball for Fezandipity. Put it down. Put it down.
Pokemon off this Buddy Poffin. You would love to draw Fezandipity EX and then also leave yourself a spot for Meowth EX in this situation.
Oh yeah, there was item lock. Okay, never mind. But still, bench the freaking the other Teal Mask. I wanted to see that.
As many cards as possible. You really
just to have another guy down.
To be big. You don't want to keep getting knocked out, fall further behind. So let's see what John is able to piece together here.
Interesting, we do see the Badoo worked back into the mix. Perhaps preparing for the potential of a miss on a really powerful play. Of course, it would be a little difficult to piece together your rare candies into multiple.
Yeah, I feel like this line here, Ben is getting a little ahead of himself. He decided that he just wasn't going Celebi this game, and I feel like that's just wrong. I don't know, committing to the no Celebi so early and saying oh, I'll just rip it all off Lilies. You might freaking not, and that's exactly what we saw there. And having played the Apple deck, dude, you just don't, right? Especially since you're going first, you have that benefit of time on your side. Dude, you are the one-hit KO deck. You can one-hit KO whatever your opponent puts into the active spot. Why risk it? Why risk it? Celebi sets up your entire deck behind a single prizer. Use that, right? You use that Celebi, right? Now this, because you just Lilies into 8. Sometimes you don't find the energy. Sometimes you don't find the evolution. Sometimes you just don't find it all, right? So, yeah, I understand the wanting to just go for it mentality, but this is a game. That was a game-losing line. For sure. I mean, it just could be. If John wins this and gets to play an ASIM, it's because we didn't go Celebi there. And look at this, the rare candy pulse off of, like, oh my God. Yes, John wins. John wins. That's it. That's it.
Enough times
This
to
is
punch
it.
his ticket into the top cut here at NAIC. What did Ben draw off of that unfair stamp?
An important question, an important thing we will see here shortly.
Nothing.
Forest of Vitality and
that's it,
Pokepad.
dude. Pack it up.
There
That's
is no
freaking
playability
it, dude.
here. Puka, he can.
Should have gone with Celebi. Should have set up. I know, Ben. Oh, it's the chance of a lifetime, Ben. You shouldn't have soiled it. I know. Great finish. Good finish. Congratulations. You're probably still going to win thousands of dollars if you make top 32, but, like, man. Yeah, you really needed to set up behind Celebi this game. You went for it all off the lilies. You could have played a little slower. I think that would have been fine. Or at least giving yourself the option to go with Celebi, right? I think Ultra Balling away the Celebi just felt very greedy. Taking the knockout when you've got a dead hand also felt very greedy. Like, taking the knockout with such a lackluster board. Like, these Pult decks play unfair stamp, and you've got such a lackluster board. Taking that knockout on the Badoo just felt like pure greed, right? Like what are we doing here? Your deck is the one-hit KO deck. Your deck is the deck that could absolutely farm any Stage 2 Pokemon that gets put into play. All you have to do is set it up. Just sit back, set it up, and then go knockout, knockout, knockout game. That's it. That's all you're supposed to do. So, yeah, it's tough, but, like, Ben's decisions got him to this point. That is just, there weren't many of them, but there were a couple key decisions that you make that get you into this. And you could tell he's kind of like just going through it like, dang, dude, the dream run ending like this. But that's just, yeah, there's still more to learn as a player. There's still more to learn. Patience. I understand you're right there, game 3, just want to go for gold, right? But looks like John, obviously, with the amazing draw off the unfair stamp, just going to route this game, take complete control of it, and John will be advancing to ASIM. But wait, there's an unfair stamp for me. Hold on, we're back, folks. Probably not. I mean, it's cooked at this point. It's too little, too late.
We're still in this.
That is unbelievable, Kyle. What a sequence here for these two players. John's draw off his unfair stamp into the Lily's Determination top deck. Ben having absolutely nothing but a prayer and having the prayer answered
I think that
with the...
It's too little, too late, right? It is too little, too late. I mean, like, dude, Ben's got no energy in play. Do you realistically think that Ben is going to get a Hydrapple, a Meganium, and 5 energy in play for the knockout? Like, no. It's not happening. It's just not happening, right? Especially since we know that one of each of those pieces is prized. So we know that one, like Chikorita is prized, and we know that one Diplin is prized. It's not over till all the prizes are taken. Not true. Sometimes it's over right when you sit down. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. It does have a Night Stretcher in hand right now, so can get a piece back with Night Stretcher. It's going to be the Chikorita. It's just so much, right? And there's already a Dracloak on the bench. I mean, all right, to get to 5 energy and a Hydrapple, you would need 3 Teal Dances. It's not even possible. It can't even fit it all on the board. It's not, yeah. You can't even fit all those Teal masks down because you need room for the the Hydrapple too. Right? You get 2 more Teal Mask down. It's not possible. So the one-hit KO this turn, not possible. You've already used your unfair stamp. There is a recon directive on the opponent's board. Tord beat Crussell? How? How did Tord beat Crussell?
Have been the last piece of this puzzle here.
He is really close. The second Night Stretcher was found. The Applin also found from the bug catching set, but the Hydrapple EX itself, the missing piece of this impressive puzzle that Ben has just barely put together. That final piece hiding in the cushions, not quite able to get that complete picture here on this turn. Still though, from nothing into something, will be able to piece together an attack here, and crucially as well, Puka looks like he will aim to attack with his benched Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yep, wisely retreating. This one already has 10 damage on it, so would get knocked out by a Phantom Dive. You just need to do whatever you can, make your opponent have any cards, because John's board isn't that strong either. Just has the 1 Dracloak, is left with 2 cards. There's not any energy on the bench. No other Pokemon are evolved. If this Dragapult goes down, he could be in trouble. But he top decks a Lily's Determination.
Top deck. Top deck. Top deck.
Finding the Lilies will give him a really solid refresh. Combuskin there was eyed up, but looks like Pokepad will be taken instead. I think a pretty nice thinning decision made here by John Webb. Actually, we'll go with the Dracloak as opposed to a Combuskin here.
These players fighting for their tournament lives here. They know what's on the line. A win and into the top cut here at NAIC, the last stop on the road to the World Championships. So much on the line here. Both these players drawing crucial cards at key moments. Which player will be able to close this out?
Recon Directive offers up a Meowth EX and Crispin for John Webb. Does have Boss's orders in hand. It's going to take out that Teal Mask Ogerpon that had the 10 damage on it, and perhaps just heavily damage
going down
the
to
Meowth
1
EX
prize
and try to take his final KO on that Pokemon to close out this game.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
All right. Your Apple. Yeah. Yeah. Needs to be Hydrapple, heal the Meowth.
An EX or a Boss's orders.
And speaking of the Hydrapple EX, guess who has entered the chat? Top deck for turn from Ben is that Hydrapple. Night Stretcher in hand, grabs out the Diplin. He can make this Pokemon all in one turn with Vitality in play already. And with the draw still available of his Flip the Script, there is a lot of potential. Now, he does not need much to KO this active Dragapult, thanks to that KO, the damage that he swung with on the last turn. So with just another couple of energy cards, he could piece together the play we've called out. Teal Dance now draws 1. It is another grass energy, so can still get off the Ripening Charge plus the attach for turn. Perhaps a bit risky there was that Teal Dance, as he needed to find another grass energy to guarantee that heal.
Yeah, looks like may have already had one in hand. The unfortunate part for Ben is his only hand disruption card was that unfair stamp. There's no special red card, no judge, anything like that. So if John is holding something like a Boss's orders away to go after one of these small benched Pokemon,
all right, does John have it?
He'll be able to just play it and
Let's
win.
See.
He can get one more.
And it's Night Stretcher, Boss, Ultra Ball in hand. That's everything he needs. All you got to do is get the Dragapult, Night Stretcher for the Psychic, and that's game. And there's Rare Candy. Psychic Energy will do it. Psychic, Night Stretcher for Pulse. And there we go. GG's, John Webb. Winning into A-Sim with Pulse Chicken. Congratulations to John.
What a run from Ben to get to this point, but Game unfortunately coming up just short. Dragapult proving too powerful, and paired with Blaziken was the call for John this event, and it has earned him a spot here in our top cuts.
Unfair Stamp proving to be the game changer that we all know it is in this current standard format. Saw Ben afterwards just shrug like, what could I have done there? You got a feel for him, but congratulations to John.
I know what he could have done. I know what he could have done. You got to set up with Celebi. You went on the aggro with an underdeveloped board. You asked to get punished, and you did. Should have set up with Celebi. Should have set up with Celebi. Should have set up with Celebi. That's what happened. That's what could have been done.
Just attack with these big grass type Pokemon. John was unable to set up any of those evolution Pokemon quickly enough. I think we just saw John call it quits pretty early after this Blaziken. Got a knockout. Ben was able to go down to a single prize card, but that was it for game one, where we moved on to game number two.
Game number two, we saw Applin getting into the mix, taking out the mighty Pidoo, and pretty slow setup outside of that, though. John was just able to run away, too strong of a board. Ben saw the writing on the wall and sink us into game three.
Yeah, and game number three, John did have a terrible hand to start off with, no supporter cards, but after Ben took a knockout, it was the Unfair Stamp, and what a perfect draw off of that Unfair Stamp. Ultra Ball for Dragapult, Rare Candy, Crispin, just a phantom dive right out the gates. Ben was able to...
All right, let's take a look. Results. James locked in. Rahul locked in. All right, what's our 35s? Natalie Miller get up to 35? No, 34. Wait. So that's 33. No, Natalie Miller's at 33. Yeah, 34. Okay, so it's... Wow. Just one ASIM game? Is that it? Cut off right here. Tord in. Aban in. Ross. Caleb. Lucas Zing, top 16. Liam, top 16. Natalie Miller, top 16. Yeah, I hope Ross wins. And that's the one we'll get to see on stream. Some tables are still playing. They have to be, right? Because there's got to be more than that. Let's see. All right, yes. This one. Because Daiichi and Justin Newdorf are playing. Okay, we don't know that one yet. And Maze and Caleb are still playing. We don't know that one yet. Okay. Yep. Those all are still playing. Right. Okay. Because those are going to add a wrinkle into it, right? Because you've got these two. These two are in already. So we know that Ben, because Ben is going to be... No, John is going to be in ASIM. We just saw him play. And then the winner of Justin and Daiichi and the winner of... No, and Caleb, if he wins against Maze. But if Maze wins, then Caleb is booted out of ASIM, and Maze is just short of ASIM. Yeah. So we could have... We had Hale lost, Tord won, beat Carter. Ross won. Sitting here like refreshing this to see who wins. Oh, let's get his interview.
It was mostly grinding on ladder.
great resource to help yourself out, and you are now in the top cut, just a match away from locking up a World Championship invite. What would that mean to you to be able to lift a trophy at the end of this weekend and potentially even more gold at the end of the tunnel?
I've been playing Pokemon for only a couple years, TCG, but I, as a kid, collected the cards and played Red and Blue, and it's just really special to be a part of the community here and everything, so I think it'd be very cool and justify it to my wife.
You touched a bit about your team and the community. Talk us through
my wife.
You this weekend and on your Pokemon journey.
It means everything. You know, if I didn't have the people traveling with me, if I didn't have my wife at home supporting me with our 2 kids right now, I wouldn't be here. I'd probably be working. Well, it's Saturday, not anymore. Yeah, no, I'd be at home mowing the lawn or something. So I got a good support system that gets me out.
Before we go, any last shout outs you want to make and thoughts before you're going into Top Cut?
I just want to tell my wife I love you, and good luck to my opponents in Top Cut.
And best of luck to you as well, John.
Shouts to all the wife guys out there. Let's go, wife guys, wife guys, wife guys, wife guys.
Great interview, a great story there for John. Hasn't played much all year. Sounds like he's been attending his locals every once in a while. And that's what NAIC can be for so many players. One last chance where now he's just 1, possibly 2 games away from getting an invitation to the World Championships, should he make it into top 4. We're, of course, bringing in Pablo Tablemon Meza here to walk with us through that game. What do you think, Pablo? What a lineup here for our winning end.
Yeah, what a lineup, and I mean, huge props to John. He played his heart out, and honestly, the cards really fell into place, right? That perfect unfair stamp. I don't think you can script that any better. The 5-card draw right there, and I mean, that stemmed from this knockout, right? This knockout, which in many instances, you see your opponent's weak-ish board. Ben had this opportunity to take a knockout, and this comes from a Lily where he was item locked, and he really didn't have much at all, right? So by knocking out the Buddy, you're like, okay, my hand will be a lot more playable next turn, I can make something happen. But it just so happens that John not only had the unfair stamp already waiting in the wings, but then we saw the perfect 5-card draw. I don't think he could have picked any better cards himself. Maybe you saved the special red card for a different moment, but getting the Dragapult right there was a huge swing in his favor.
It did come at a cost, played his hand down to 0.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was very worth it.
As he said, though, very cool play.
Yeah, so very cool play for sure.
It's hard not to root for someone like John, you know, just kind of like a regular guy who happened to make this his one big event of the year, and maybe he's on the run of a lifetime, just having a good time. You love to see that sort of thing, and yeah, go for the cool play, and it works out.
Yeah, and then we had an almost comeback, right? Ben against the ropes here had to stall for a little bit, but then he himself top-decked that unfair stamp that actually made us have a very exciting game. He did miss the one piece to create that Hydrapple towards the end of the game in that crucial turn. I think if that happens, that prevents a knockout, and we really could have had a very exciting game towards the end right there. But I love seeing these moments, guys, like these very crucial top decks. Like the chance of us seeing this right now are so low, but I love when we just get this pink card top deck that leads to these exciting moments.
Incredibly exciting it was indeed. Still a chance there for Ben. It was going to be quite the uphill battle, but
yeah,
it does come up just a bit short. Congratulations, of course, to Ben. He's going to come away from this weekend finishing somewhere between top 64, top 32, I have to imagine, with the amount of match points he'd earned up to this point. So he'll walk away with some cash, plenty of booster packs, and a great story about an incredible run at this event.
Absolutely. Now, I think we do still have one more feature match.
Ooh, Maze beat Caleb Gademer.
That was our last one on the stage.
Okay.
We have some more Pokemon TCG action for you to look at here. It's going to be...
All right, let's see. Let's take a look. Justin Neudorf won over Daiichi. Daiichi's World's Invite is dead, I think. Didn't he need the top 4 for the World Invite? Justin Neudorf got it. Neudorf locked for ASIM at 35. Mays got the dub. So that should be it. Your standings at 35 match points, 11 person ASIM. And you'll have some of your 35s are going to have to play it out. Yep. Crazy. There you go, folks. Oh, there you go. Who do you guys want to see on stream? I guess, like, I'm not exactly sure how ASIM gets paired. Because, like, you know, I haven't been doing the ASIM thing for too long. I kind of took off a year when they started doing ASIM. Well, let's freaking go.
Up to Typhlosion with its Buddy Blast attack, dealing more damage for
Back.
each Ethan's Adventure card you have in your discard pile.
And some of these more recent tools have allowed Ethan's Typhlosion to hit 4 one-hit knockouts. You are capped around 280 damage with this Buddy Blast. You can only have 4 Ethan's Adventure card in your deck. But with things like the Brave Bangle, the Gravity Mountain, you can get to enough damage on things like Dragapult EX to get a one-hit knockout, so it's very impressive when you're able to pull it off.
Yeah, we've even seen Victinis get into the mix to help fix some of the math here for Ethan's Typhlosion. You gotta work pretty hard to reach a one-hit knockout on a 320 HP Dragapult EX, and that is the #1 stop in this format when it comes to deck building, making sure that you have a way to stand up to Dragapult EX.
Yes, basically if we have one Victini and then one of those damage modifiers, you get a one-hit knockout. As the game progresses, you're going to play stuff like Unfair Stamp, Special Red Card. It can be challenging to continue to find those cards, which is where this deck can struggle sometimes, but when it all comes together, it's very powerful.
Henry Chow off to the races here with a couple of Dracloak into play, and early Risky Ruins as well allows him to generate a little bit of damage. Prepping for future Adrenabrains with Monkey Dories. And honestly, that damage not too big of a detriment as well. Normally, you would think that math could hinder him a bit when it comes to Buddy Blast picking up a KO. I guess it does mean there's one maybe less modifier necessary, but with the Brave Bengal Victinis in the mix, pretty reasonable to get there regardless. We also see that Abra getting in the mix here, Puka. Another nice use for the card. We talked about it round 1, day 1. When you play against a single prize deck, having a strong single prize attack option yourself, not too bad.
Yeah, having another Ethan's Adventure nice here as well. That's 2 into the discard pile now. Something like a rare candy could be pretty nice. At this kind of moment, your opponent did not use Badoo's Itchy Pollen. If you can get kind of the first knockout here, try to take a little bit of a lead. Now the board is a little bit fragile at the moment. Not a lot of Ethan's Cyndaquil in play. You actually have to wonder, are some in the prize cards? Because there's only 2 out there.
Yeah, that has to be where we're leaning at this point with the information that we currently have available. Likely a couple of Cyndaquil hiding away. Ultra Ball here for Gavin. Discard a couple cards. Looks like a Dreepy goes down. It's always funny to see Dracloak index, not as a Pokemon that will become your attacker, but just as a draw engine. Recon Directive, you know, outside of that, the Dunsparce we've seen so popular with its runaway draw is one of the best supporting options for many archetypes.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me when Pidgeotto was used in a lot of decks during that Sun and Moon era. No Pidgeot.
Nope.
You just want to use Pidgeotto. Same ability. Much lower HP on that, though. Whoa, Pokemon Catcher.
Not a card I would have necessarily expected to see, and that would have been a huge hit there on the heads. Abra's only got 40 hit points, and with the Risky Ruins that Henry played, he would have been able to get an Ember KO, Gavin Chin, but instead does have Rare Candy and a knockout on the Dreepy. But this is a situation where I think Henry will feel very comfortable.
Yeah, you see the Battle Cage, though, and Henry already played a Stadium card there with the Risky Ruins, maybe a little bit aggressively. And, you know, these Dragapult decks don't play that many Stadium cards these days, maybe 2, 3 at the most. And if you already play one preemptively to generate some damage, then your opponent plays a Battle Cage. It might become really challenging to find another Stadium to get that Battle Cage out of play. When it is in play, it does stop the damage counters on the bench Pokemon from Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, but look at that. Henry's got it anyway.
He's got it anyway, indeed, and he's also got a Monkey Dory and a Crispin. Another card limited by the Battle Cage is the Adrenabrain Monkey Dory, but now free to bounce some damage counters over to the bench. And is there enough damage in play where Henry's going to be able to clear both of these Pokemon out of play? Kyle, 40 damage on the Ethan's Quilava is going to lead to a KO. Only a Dracloak left in play, and sure enough, as you pointed out, Gavin Chin with 2 Cyndaquil prized. Very unfortunate.
Yikes. It's already a tough enough matchup sometimes, and yeah, one of the things you really need with that deck is just a lot of Ethan Cyndaquil in play. Once you start to get like 3, then you're comfortable. When you have all 4, you feel great, but you know, there's 2 in the prize cards. It's really tough, and that is one of the decks that actually does play redeemable ticket to kind of reset your prize cards, but you're not always able to find it when you need it.
Yeah, Ethan's Typhlosion and Beedrill, it seems like the redeemable ticket is 2 decks where that card has found its home. Yeah, tough break there for Gavin with the prize cards, but as called out, it is a pretty solid matchup, I would say, for the Dragapult. The Ethan's Typhlosion just has to work so much harder to keep up.
Yeah. That being said, I'm sure Gavin has beaten many Dragapult decks to get here. Right?
Many such cases of decks having a tough Dragapult matchup.
I think it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, crazy to see. Oh, man, now we're so close, Chip, to starting our top cut. And as you mentioned, we do have Tord Reklev in another top cut here at NAIC. Of course, he won the very first North America International Championships. He's gotten second place before. You've said it many times, the greatest performer across international championships in Pokemon TCG history. So it will be a treat to see him once again. I think we're going to take a quick break, though. Maybe take a look into Tord's journey throughout his Pokemon TCG career.
Tord Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game.
Tord, one of the greatest players of all time.
He's done this on the international stage so many times now.
Basically his entire life just living and breathing Pokemon TCG.
My first big major win generally was NAIC in 2017. I played Trumpet GX with Garbodor. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Aplela GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game.
Whatever. Cue the Tord hype reel. Let's go. It's another it's another NAIC, baby. Yup. Cue the hype reel. Tord's in another top cut.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out the events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired, and I'm already.
They like recorded me They recorded me and like had me do one of these, but then they never made it, which was so sick. I think it's because they think I suck now. But they like went through all the effort of like recording me doing one of these with all my friends and everything. But honestly, I don't really care because they made one for Natalie. They made one for my wife. How many people could say their wife has one, okay? And I'm in my wife's video, so Natalie's gonna kill me for playing this. The wife guy hype reel. Let's freaking go.
My name is Natalie Champagne. I'm from Akron, Ohio, and I am a TCG top trainer.
This is the wife guy hype reel. There's me.
I started playing in
There's my wife.
2011 with my cousins. We all bought theme decks and would play against each other. And I really got competitive in about 2013 when I started traveling to regionals. I played a lot of games, I went to a lot of tournaments, and you learn a lot just playing all the time. After 2015 Worlds, I took a few-year break, and I came back in 2017 and 2018, and I had my biggest accomplishment yet, which was second place at St. Louis Regionals. I had felt rusty, I hadn't played in a few years, but the whole tournament ran so well, and I really felt like I knew what I was doing the entire time, and it felt great. I felt really proud of myself. I usually prepare for events by building as many decks as I can, and my friends and I just run the gauntlet. I like to feel as confident as I can. I like to feel like I know how to approach every situation. If you're planning on playing one deck for a tournament, it really helps if you play the other ones against your deck that you're choosing to play, and it helps you learn from the other side of the table. I don't really think that I have a play style, but I do tend to play on the safer side of things. I don't like to be as aggressive as a lot of players are. I think a lot of the time it's important to make sure that you play as a consistent deck as possible, and instead of being bogged down by techs that you might not use in every matchup that you're playing against. If I was a gym leader, I would probably have a grass type gym. My favorite Pokemon is Roselia. My favorite experiences in Pokemon are actually the road trips, driving to these tournaments. My friends and I will drive up for like 10 hours for regionals.
Should we
a lot
bring
of times
back
my friends
the
will set up like their
blonde hair?
backpacks and like try to play cards on the backpacks in the back seat. It's a lot of fun. I keep coming back playing Pokemon because I love the community, I love all my friends, and the experiences that I have. I love to travel.
My wife got a sexy ripple, just saying.
Type gym. My favorite Pokemon is Roselia.
Dude.
My favorite experiences in Pokemon are actually the road trips, driving to these tournaments. My friends and I will drive up to like 10 hours for regionals. A lot of times my friends will set up like their backpacks and like try to play cards on the backpacks in the back seat. It's a lot of fun. I keep coming back playing Pokemon because I love the community, I love all my friends, and the experiences that I have. I love to travel, and I also really like competition. I was never really competitive as a younger kid, and now that I have found something that I enjoy, I have a lot of fun with it, and I really have a drive.
What year is this
to
video
do
from?
well.
Like 2018? Let's go. Let's go. Anyways, that's the wife hype reel. We've watched the Tord hype reel like 5 times, okay?
It's actually been a little while.
It's still on, actually.
Again, it's actually been a little while.
The Tord hype reel is still on.
The big event was UIC in 2024. I got really close a few times. It feels really good winning. So far, I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping
I remember
for.
they did
That's
this
where
like
everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple of things I could have done better, and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds finals with us. If we play the finals, no matter which one
there like
of us
the
won,
little sizzle hype
would
reel
be,
in the beginning?
History. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plasinski to play again. Probably not very realistic.
Yeah, this
That
thing
would
was
probably
freaking sick,
make for
dude.
the best show possible.
Deck a lot. The deck I feel like is really strong. It's explosive. It can compete with almost everything.
Tord Reklev and Andrew Mahone. It is the story of two tournaments. Tord Reklev.
These players might have the big
versus video ready to.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Hi, my name is Tord Reklev and I'm from Norway.
I'm Andrew Mahone and I'm a Pokemon trading card game player from Akron, Ohio.
Obviously, playing on the online client is different than playing in real life. For example, can't see the facial expressions of your opponent when you're playing.
It's still very intense. I feel the same, you know, my heart's like pounding as I'm sitting here while I'm playing online, and while I'm thinking, I have a deck of cards here next to me and I'll pick it up and I'll kind of shuffle it just because it's that tactile sensation that I really love about playing the game.
The deck I am competing with today is Dragapult VMAX, using Dragapult's VMAX attack to spread my damage counters and taking multiple knockouts on the same turn, making for really solid strategy that you can make a lot of cool plays with, and you can come back basically any game with it.
I've been testing the Blacephalon Unbroken Bonds deck a lot. The deck I feel like is really strong. It's explosive. It can compete with almost everything that you might have to sit across from at a tournament, and that's the kind of deck that I like to bring to an event. I'm really excited to get to play Tord in this finals, and it's really exciting to have made it this far, especially after losing my first round.
I actually don't know what Andrew Mahone is playing yet. I haven't faced off against him or know about it. And I know he's a great player though, and also a really good content creator, so I have a lot of respect for him. I hope it will be a great match.
I expect some top-level gameplay. I expect it to be a deck that'll probably be pretty tough for me to beat. Best of luck, Tord, and I'm really looking forward to finally getting to play against you.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I think that's the first time Tord and I ever played. Was there. He whooped me. But yeah, that was cool.
That walling ability.
But still, I mean, now more so than what we've seen in the past.
Does two things very well.
I think
Number
Tord
one,
and I
it
have
helps
played
mitigate the
3 times now. I have not beat him yet. But I've been close, for sure. I've had him on the ropes. I've had him on the ropes. I've definitely had him on the ropes. Yeah. I played against him there in the Players' Cup. I played against him at 2023 Worlds in day 2, actually. And he won. It was extremely close, though. We'd have a very close set. And then I played him at NAIC last year when I was completely washed and he was on top of the world. He ended up like top 4ing that event. And I had not played in a year, and he absolutely picked me apart playing Raging Bolt when he was playing Dragapult. So I was vastly underprepared for our latest bout. But at 2023 Worlds, it was a good game. I mean, he was playing Guard of War, and I was playing my Miraidon deck. That was a pretty good one. Yeah, every matchup that I've ever played against Tord has been a tough one. Everyone. I've never had a good matchup against Tord when I've played against him. Not one time. Baby Blacephalon into Dragapult, that was tough. Raging Bolt into his Pult deck with like the counter catchers and all the ways to trap my guys, that was tough. And Gardevoir, Miraidon into Gardevoir was pretty tough as well. That was before Iron Hands. So, like, I was literally just trying to put Path into play and, like, cheese. Jesse says, I'm 1-0 lifetime versus Tord. Yo, that's because you're a beast, Jesse. That's because you're a freaking beast, dude.
Saw Carter and pool, adjust their list to have more weight.
Now, I've played against Azul a bunch of times.
Players are a lot more savvy.
By a bunch, I mean like twice. I think we're 1-1. No. Well, he beat me in top 4 of Memphis. I beat him in day 2 of whatever Texas regionals I was playing Lugia at. We might have played one other time that I don't remember.
While yes, a lot of top players felt like that was going to be the play this weekend, ended up kind of converting all the way back to that Blaziken to cover, like you said, the energy loss with Crushing Hammer. So it's so interesting to see that without Dusk Noir, these single prize decks actually find their way back into the meta.
Teal Mask Ogerpon EX still with a representative in the
Lucas
top cut.
Rowlett
It
says, I
seems
remember correctly at
almost-
ACU had him, but I discarded the
just
wrong
see that
energy
on
for
the
Bellowing
last
Thunder, and he
match,
capitalized on
getting
it.
the win.
That
has the chance to
was
bring
rusty.
everything home. A
We
little bit of the
played day
best of the
1,
rest. A
right? And I was
representative in
literally
top cut
learning
here
how to play
almost.
the
It
deck
seems
as I was
that
going. It was
Lily's
like, not only
Clefairy
did I,
toolbox
like,
with
I
the
almost had
Lily's
him game
Pearl
1,
just
and I got
going
punished
all
for it
in
off
on
of an
that
Iono.
attacking pressure from the Lily's
And then
Clefairy
game
while
2, I
reducing it and
I
then
was like
having it
tilted
almost
and
act as a
misplayed and
one-prize
didn't
Pokemon.
grab the stadium that I needed off of Noctowl to take an early knockout with Fan Road, because I was literally like I took an entire year off and was literally learning how to play the deck as I was
you
going.
want to go about getting those prize cards. I mean,
Yeah.
Ethan, you want to talk about the stadium
I
cards
was
a little
not
bit
stoked
earlier.
with how I
mean,
played
the
versus
amount
Cord
of
on
times
stream.
that Jamming Tower
I was not ready to play on stream. I was rusty. I was learning how to play the deck. Like, you never want to be learning how to play the deck while you're at the tournament.
Put the Jamming Tower back
But
in
that's
because,
exactly the kind of situation that I was at. But the deck was carrying because Raging Bolt was just so broken. So it was like, it was cool. I was getting hard carried by the deck that day. I still ended up finishing pretty good. I mean, it was 129th place. It's like not bad. Yeah. No, we're coming back now though. The last like 2 years have not been good for me as far as like gameplay goes because I've just been more sleep deprived, more stressed, more kind of like more with my mind elsewhere than I've ever been in my life. That kind of just comes with being a dad, the territory. But like I finally feel like my dad's superpowers are starting to kick in, and I think that I'm ready. I'm ready to start making deep runs at tournaments again, for sure. You know, Indy got me like kind of like, all right, I can freaking do this, you know? Like, Indy gave me confidence. Like, I can certainly do this for sure. Like, I'm coming out of a dry spell, obviously, because I kind of retired. I'm not saying I'm going to be chasing Worlds invites again, but, like, I'll probably qualify for another Worlds.
You know, Ethan, I would also pick the player with the most amount of Worlds invites
Yeah.
to represent
Like,
the deck.
I imagine I'll qualify for another Worlds. It's just going to be whatever year kind of makes sense. Like, if I end up, like, popping off at a you know, if I go to like Pittsburgh regionals or like Milwaukee and like, you know, have a couple pop-offs, like, yeah, dude, we'll just turn that into an invite year. Can't be letting JW be the only Worlds qualifier from the group. JW, yeah, I know, right? Well, JW never took that time off. So he's getting to the point in his family life where he is going to have to probably take a few years off. But he never did that. And he's got 3 kids now, right? He's going to have to do that, like, eventually. Like, he's been holding on for dear life. Like, this is the last Worlds ever, right? Whereas me, I was like, nah, shut it down, bro. Shut it down. I'll come back in a couple years. That's what I've done. Because I needed to kind of, like, I needed to kind of get myself into the situation where I just, like, I felt comfortable competing again at a top level, right? And I knew that, like, I knew I was just not in peak form being an involved dad, you know, to compete. I'm not very good at compartmentalizing. And some people are, some people aren't. But, like, whatever I'm going through in life, I very much, like, kind of wear it on my sleeve, right? So, if I'm, like, sleep deprived, strung out, tired, and if my mind is not on competing, that's going to, like, that's going to be a part of me being a competitor, right? Like, I'm just saying, like that. So like I don't compartmentalize. Like whatever I'm going through, I'm bringing it everywhere with me. So I'm at this point in my life now where like I'm feeling very confident and comfortable being a dad, you know, and everything is like smooth operating now, and I'm ready to get back into competing for sure. Looney asking, do I feel like I can get back to the top after years off? How's that affect me? Yes, I feel like I can have more good successes in the future. I mean, I top 64 at Indy. Like that's like one win off of like a really good finish. Like, so yeah, and that's like kind of just wung it at Indy, to be honest. I just like rolled up with Polt and was like, yeah, I could probably do this, and we did. So yeah, I definitely feel like I got what it takes to like to have more great finishes in the Pokemon TCG. 100%. It's like riding a bike. Like I have all the pieces and the knowledge are there. I just need to be dialed into whatever metagame I want to succeed in. I actually need to be dialed in. I need to be practicing. I need to be involved, right? I need to be actually doing it. I need to be going to locals. I need to be practicing. So like this next year, I'm going to be streaming more. I'm going to be streaming more Pokemon TCG Live because I want to get those reps in. I'm going to be more trying to like grind a high ladder on streams. Like kind of like the old version of me streaming was like I was so dialed in that I could kind of like mess around and just play like whatever silly decks I wanted on TCG Live, you know, and still like succeed. But like this new version, you know, is going to be me playing whatever like top decks, getting reps in with top decks, trying to get serious testing in on TCG Live. Like that's kind of going to be more like the streaming vibe for me, figuring out like what I want to be doing, figuring out what I want to be doing at like my next regional championship or whatever. As far as like how to like mentally, how do you handle that? Like taking time off in the game and coming back. For me, I was a competitive runner, right? I mean, like, and I was fast. I was pretty fast, and you know, won a national title in Division III in college. I still run. I know I'm never going to be as fast as I was, and I'm at peace with that. The running is now about personal fitness and personal excellence and just doing the best that I can and staying physically and mentally healthy. So for me, competing in the Pokemon trading card game isn't going to be about, like, at this stage in my life and career, competing at the Pokemon TCG isn't going to be about, like, kind of wringing my hands in vain saying, like, I need the next win. I need that top 8. Like, no, it's about the journey of competing, of about pushing yourself, seeing how far you can go, seeing how well you could do with the practice that you put in, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with running right now, and it's also going to be where I'm at with playing Pokemon. I'm confident that I can have other really good finishes that I'm proud of in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, literally, I top 8 at a regional in 2024. I know that, like, to the internet, that seems like a long time. That is not that long ago. Like, I top 8 at a regional in 2024, guys. Like, you know, that's not that long. That is like, my son is almost 2 years old. I top 8 at that regional right before he was born. So, like, now, like, I just need to get back on the horse, start grinding, start testing, and I'm confident that things are going to click. I still got it. You know, I know what to do when it's when it's competition day. I know how to prepare for events. I know how to stay locked in during events. I know how to play against top players. I know all that. I mean, I'm drawing on a well of experience that most people can't draw from, right? Like, I'm drawing from a well of experience. I've been playing this game since 2011. So there's not much that you can show me that I haven't seen before. I've heard it all before. I've seen it all before. I've experienced it all before. You know, I've played under the lights. I've played with the headphones. I've played all that. So all I need to do is practice. need to just practice, need to invest myself, need to get good games of testing in, and I need to have fun, because if I'm not having fun, there's no point, right? There's really no point. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. At this point, I've been playing so long that, and I've had some great accomplishments, right? Like I've won a regionals, I've top 8'd at NAIC, I've got 2 good Worlds finishes, I got 9th and 21st place. So for me, you know, like I've had a good, successful career that I'm really proud of in the Pokemon TCG. I'm not going to do the toxic mental thing of saying like, oh, well, it's all for naught if I don't do X, Y, or Z. Like, oh, well, it's it's all for nothing if I don't freaking, qualify for Worlds this year. It's all for nothing if I don't freaking, get a regional trophy this year. Like, that's not real, right? But on the other hand, I do still have goals. So my goals in continuing to play the Pokemon TCG are going to be to create great content while playing the Pokemon TCG. I've really been proud of the vlogs that I've been creating, and I feel like I'm more able to, like, I kind of have the confidence and the experience now to be at like a high level competition and also be creating content and like not really have it faze me or even think anything about it, right? Like, and I've kind of gotten in that comfort zone doing it now. So like I think in 2024 I was nervous. Like I was so nervous about like competing in 2023, 2024. It was hard for me to like vlog while also staying locked in and competing at a high level. But now I've kind of got that old Unk wisdom aura about me that like I just don't care anymore. So now like I'm still confident and I care about the games, but I'm not like nervous in the way that I used to be nervous. So like now I feel like it'll be really cool. Like if I ever do win another regional, I'll probably be vlogging all the way up, and that'd be pretty sick, right? So because now I'm just going to be vlogging at every single event I go to, because I really want to create great content out of the events that I attend. I also really want to, I want to win another regional. That's like a big thing. I would love to win another regional. That would be like a big goal of mine. JW has won 3. I've won 1. Riley's won 1. We do the tag team podcast together. So yeah, having JW have 3 wins. He's one of our best friends. He's one of my best friends. So, like, yeah, always having that friendly competition amongst friends. Like, I'm just trying to one-up my buddy, right? I'm trying to one-up myself. I'm trying to do a little bit better than I did last time. For me now, though, big goal would be to get another event trophy. So, it's been kind of a tough go for me for the last, whole bunch of years as far as like winning top 8 matches go. It's kind of making me mad, but that's fine. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes. So yeah, getting another event trophy would be big. Would love to do that. My dream getting into the game, my dream was to win a national championship so that I could be a national champion in 2 different things. I felt like that goal seemed much more obtainable when I was starting than it does now. But I've top 8'd at NAIC, so like it's not impossible. But that would be like kind of like the dream goal, I think, would be to be national champion in 2 different things. That would be cool, right? So that's a thought that I've had. But anyways, if I don't end up ever winning another trophy in the Pokemon TCG, that's cool. I've got a bunch. I'm happy with it. It is what it is. Life changes, like things change. I'm really excited, and like, to me, I'm really excited and energized about like the next generation coming up. it makes me really happy to be someone that, like, many of the kids in the game who are like really good right now, a lot of them have like watched my content while like growing up and getting into the game, right? So it's really cool to see like the kids being extremely powerful, the young people coming into the game and are really good and are like setting the standards for like testing and gameplay that are even higher than anything that I've ever experienced, right? So it's really cool to see them kind of pushing the limits of what a successful Pokemon TCG player can look like. And honestly, it's just a blessing to get to play in day 2 with those folks and get to mix it up with them, play good games of Pokemon with them. It's really cool to get to do that. Someone in the chat said, it's like Joe Flacco, right? Like, the Joe Flacco mentality, like, like that dude's a Super Bowl champion and, he might not have, be at his best in current day, but he's accomplished a lot. And he still has a lot of good to offer, right? So maybe it's like that. But with the Pokemon TCG though, it's like a sport in some ways, but it's not like a sport in others because like my body is not degrading in a way that will immediately impact my ability to play the Pokemon TCG, where my body is absolutely degrading in a way that'll impact my ability to be a good runner these days. But still, I'm out there doing runs that I'm proud of, right? I went for a 10-mile run on like Tuesday or something. So, I'm out there doing runs that I'm proud of still. That's, they're not as fast as they used to be, but I'm still really proud of myself for being able to do that. I ran a half marathon in the fall, and I'm proud of myself for still being able to get out there and do that. For Pokemon cards, the bar is a little higher, right? Because I know that if I just put the time in and I practice, I could still have very good results. The barrier for me in Pokemon cards is not my age or my physical capability or my mental. The barrier is the time thing. However, I have this amazing blessing to be a Twitch streamer. So really, if I just come to work every day, lock in, practice standard, that can be my job. My job can be practicing standard. So really, I can be as good at this freaking game as I want to be. I just got to do it. Now, content creation, I'm also a very creative person. I'm very ambitious when it comes to my content. I don't just like grind standard and just have that be that as far as like the content goes. I like making really creative videos. I take a lot of pride in those. I really like kind of flexing my artistic abilities in my ability to make videos and do a good job doing them, right? So like a lot of my time at the office, I spend kind of doing that, and a lot of my energy I spend doing that too. And that's also kind of like a necessary part of it, right? Because if I just invest all my time and energy into being good at standard, then am I creating, I don't know, my brand of content has always been a little higher effort. So like, does my making content get in the way of me being a competitor? Maybe it enhances it. Maybe it gets in the way a little bit. Like, I don't know. But at this point, being a content creator enables me to continue playing the game because I've made a career out of it. So like, it's at that point now where like I can continue grinding because I don't have an office job or, I don't have a job that I have to go to. Like, this is the job. So I could just invest myself fully. So I kind of like see the next 10 years for me, I could get very good at the Pokemon TCG. I could get better than I've ever been because now I have this stability in my life, right? Where I've got my family. I'm married. I have a child. I've got a very solid set of sponsorships that help to, support the content that I create. Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield, right? Like I have very good relationships and partnerships with them, ones that I trust. And I have you guys who watch and support the content that I create. So now if I'm like looking at like what the next 10 years look like I could go on a tear and be the best Pokemon player that I've ever been. Like I could do that in the next 10 years. It's been kind of like a wild last like 5 years for me as I kind of like transition from this young kid with no responsibilities who was kind of just like going to Pokemon events and no lifing Pokemon to now an adult with like very real responsibilities and like, you know, Pokemon is no longer the most important thing in my life where maybe 10 years ago it very well may have been. But from like a professional perspective, like I could be the best Pokemon player that I've ever been if I work at it diligently and now, you know, find this steady place in my life where I can chip away at it every single day. So like, yeah, I'm kind of exhilarated. I'm kind of excited about what the next, what the next handful of years are going to bring for me, because I'm kind of like, I'm feeling more invigorated and more energized about Pokemon cards than I have been in the last few years. And it's because I'm at that place in my life where I'm very at peace with like the flow of my life and I'm ready to compete again. Right. So very long-winded answer to your question, but that's kind of where I'm at with competing. And I'm really excited. Now, am I going to like no life grind, worlds next year? No, I'm not going to fly out to every single event and try to like no life grind a world championship invite. I've qualified for 5 world championships. That's a lot. I've got 2 great finishes. Maybe it's 6 world championships. I don't know. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 6. Qualified for 6 world championships. That's a lot. That's six seasons of my life that I've like no-lifed Pokemon to get those world championships invites. So now that I have like a family and like a kid, I'm not going to be traveling every other weekend, to chase Pokemon glory. That's not what I'm going to do. But I am going to work diligently from home. I'm going to work diligently practicing on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I'm going to work diligently going to like local league cups and league challenges and things like that. And I'm going to work to be in the best Pokemon Trading Card Game shape that I can be in. And then when I do get to go to events, I plan on doing very well. That's my goal. I plan on doing every event I go to, I plan on doing well. And if that turns into a Worlds invite one year, then so be it. But I'm not going to fly out to special events. I'm not going to fly out to every international championship. Like, I'm not going to make irresponsible financial and life decisions to like force it to happen, right? Because what is your life if you do that every year of a life? Like, dude, what are you doing, right? Like, if you imagine, like, I'm 37 years old now. Ross is pretty impressive, right? Because Ross Cawthon is like he's a professional. He has a job and he gets his Worlds invite every year. I mean, he's kind of a legend for that. But also Ross doesn't have, to my knowledge, Ross doesn't have like a partner or a family or like a kid or anything like that. Like, so this is kind of like his baby. That's what he does, right? So everyone's kind of got their own things going on in their life. And for me, I imagine that this next year, I'll probably go to like 4 or 5 regionals, which is a huge. I mean, this year I went to 3. Last year I went to 0. This year I went to 3. So next, I'm like ramping back up into it, right? I don't look a day over 27. Thank you, Morgerson. I appreciate that. Ted says, yo, chill on us no-lifers. It's cool, Like, listen, I no-lifed a year. 2023, I was like, that was like my no-life year, for sure. That was the first time where it was ever like, I'm just going to go to everything. That was the one year. I don't think I've ever done it. That's the only year I ever did that. Because even like, I mean, if you look back at my Limitless page, I was never just like going to all the events. I really would only ever go. The results you see are usually most of the events I was going to. Yeah, like back like pre-pandemic, it was usually I was only going to the regionals that were regional. I think the first time I ever flew to an event was 2018. Everything else was always like I wasn't going to an event unless I could drive to it. Maybe 2018 or 2019 was the first time I ever flew to an event. And then the pandemic happened. And then in like 2023, I just like went sicko mode. I was like, I'm going to freaking everything. I'm just gonna go nuts. And then, you know, I got top 32 at Worlds, so that was pretty cool.
Energy, finding a way in this Slow King build. We've seen a lot of different attackers. Rosses seem to have taken a more standard approach. Metagross, we saw, of course, the Lily's Clefairy, and another...
Yeah, Jeff Jubilant, yeah, the World's Invite grind is like very different now since you have to like hit a threshold. I mean, in a way, it is like you have to be top X instead of hitting a threshold, but in a way, it still is kind of like hitting a threshold. It's just like the threshold's right around 700 or something, right? Like, it is top X, but it is still a threshold, really. The bar just moves, right? So what that does, though, is it does make it, since it is more exclusive now, is like the grinders are, you know, the grinders are going to be the ones that are rewarded the most, right? So like it does somewhat de-incentivize the casual invite, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that, and I think that that's like the correct move for the Pokemon Company to make. I think that Worlds should be very exclusive. I think that Worlds should be a tournament filled with the grinders. Like that's what it should be. It shouldn't be a casual event. So I'm happy that change has been made. But also, like, I don't think that Worlds should be a tournament. I mean, you could call this my toxic trait, but like, if you can't top 8 a regional, you shouldn't be going to Worlds. That's like if you're not the kind of player who could top 8 a regional championship, then why are you the kind of player who should be qualifying for the World Championships? You can call that toxic, but to me, that just makes sense. That's just... So, for me personally, if I'm in good enough Pokemon TCG shape to top 8 a regional, and if I'm top 8ing a regional like in a season, then I can probably turn that into a Worlds invite, right? Because I'm getting the kind of finishes that are indicative of someone who's probably going to get a Worlds invite, right? So like, you know, I'm just going to keep kind of grinding until I get another good regional finish, and then maybe that year I'll go for Worlds. We'll see. Will I sign your Iron Boulder at the World Championship? Yo, yeah, I got you, Ted.
Already, and these players already know what it is already as well. Aban Ahmed, 8th ranked globally in terms of championship points. That first regional of the season in Monterrey in the LATAM regional championship. His best IC performance was actually a top 32, so this is already just going.
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, in chat, too many players just worry about qualifying, and I get it. I get that's something that, like, it's an accomplishment that players want, but I think at a certain point, too, like, we as competitors gotta chill out a little bit. Like, you know, and I've been preaching this for years and years and years. Every single major tournament is an opportunity to make a name for yourself, is an opportunity to win some cash, is an opportunity to etch your name into the Pokemon history books. Every single major tournament is that. You don't have to go to Worlds to like, or even be competing to try and go to Worlds. I mean, look at that, like freaking, who is the Pult Chicken player that we just saw? He's like, yeah, dude, I've been going to like League, you know, and, you know, I'm out here at NAIC, literally just top cut at NAIC with Pult Chicken. And like, he's like, yeah, I'm not even on my Worlds grind, bro. I'm just out here. Like, dude, every single tournament is an opportunity to do that. Every single event is an opportunity to do that. So that's like the kind of attitude that I'm bringing. I want to practice. I want to make sure that I'm at my best. I want to make sure that I'm in good competition shape, and so that every event that I do get to attend, I'm making a serious run. That's kind of where I'm at, right? And I believe in my ability to do that. And maybe some year down the line, I'll have another sicko year where I'm just going to everything, you know. But those kinds of years to me are special. Like, you got to be in a special place in your life in order to justify traveling, like traveling every single month to go to major events, right? You have to be in a special kind of place in your life to be able to do that. And I imagine that there'll be another time in my life where maybe I'm at that place, for sure, right? So, but like that year's not this next year, you know. I've got a toddler with me, like that's probably not happening. But like maybe at some point, like I'll be at that point again where it's time to be on that grind set, right? And we're gonna go to everything. But it's gonna be when I am at like peak shape, right? When I'm at peak shape, that'll make sense. But if I'm not at peak shape, like that doesn't make sense. So right now, you know, I'm just gonna work on getting back into peak shape. And I believe in my ability to do that. It's just gonna take practice. That's where we're at.
Pheasantipity EX, Meowth EX as well. To see how Aban adapts to that as a potential attacking option too. Liabilities in play, having Pheasantipity or Meowth. Of course, the upside is more stability in the setup, more card draw. There is always risk to putting these Pokemon EX in play.
And the big thing about these open deck lists, Ethan, is that Aban should see all of this coming down the line, right? I mean, Meowth EX does have that great attack tuck tail when it gets stuck into the active, right? But just like its art in perfect order, it really is usually sitting on the bench for a majority of the game unless things go awry here. So does have to keep a close eye out for it here, but still, I mean, Aban is at least playing that unfair stamp as the ace spec and a special red card to try and throw Ross off the game in terms of having a giant hand, but here's the problem. You know Ross is playing a Lily's Clefairy EX.
It's like both players understanding the counts in their opponent's deck. Start to
hey, yo, Aban's got the Alakazam too. That's pretty cool.
Figure out how the game will be played out. We'll see things like the Alakazam come into play. Curious if Dragapult's Phantom...
Yeah, Ross took one look at that paper and said, is there a shame in there? That is what Ross looked at. Ross was like, is there a shaman in the deck? No? Okay, good. Let's roll. Yeah, same 60 as Henry Chow.
Mentioned a little bit before, you know Rahul doesn't want to see Ross anywhere near him.
So much riding on
this match Ross dub. Can we get the Ross dub?
This is as far as they've gotten in recent time in the top cut for an international championship. A big missing.
I'm rooting for Ross to win the whole thing.
Accomplishments on his resume is a strong finish in the modern era of Pokemon at an IC. If he can make it here, if he can continue his run, he'll continue to cement himself as one of the game's greats.
I believe it is 6 Dragapults within our top cut, Ethan. And you know that the people out there want to see the king fall to another king and a Super King. Why not? And because of this crazy way that this deck can truly get itself powered up in such a short amount of time, I'm wondering if Aban is going to take the going first away from Ross in terms of trying to at least thwart his setup just a little bit.
Coin flip always a big factor in the Pokemon TCG, and in this matchup specifically, as we get word, we'll make sure that you all get word at home. Prize cards are going out. Double Dreepy in the prize cards for Aban, as well as Pheasantipity EX with Trifrost as a threat and the Night Stretcher prize. This could be detrimental right off the bat.
What was Ross's
Ethan,
first big tournament? Yeah, back in the WotC days for sure. I mean, Ross was at the original World Championships. Literally. I mean, Ross has been involved since day one.
First, that means
Ross's pop ID is probably like 7. Yeah, like Ross's pop ID is probably like 2 digits, bro.
Destiny at night and one slow.
Oh, if you're a Bond, yeah, it's over. You're up against a real legend, bro, for sure.
One energy per turn.
We are getting underway, ladies and gentlemen. Upon starting things out with the Badu active, Treepy on bench, attach and passes. Ross opens with the secret box, the perfect card to play.
All right, Ross got the secret box. That is that's good stuff, right? I mean, obviously, going to be able to get one of each kind of trainer card, so it's going to be able to go get. Dude, and you know, getting rid of the Pokepad, dude, his hand's probably looking pretty good then. Yeah, that's cracked. It's one of those weird ones where, like, you probably, like, get a stadium, but you probably, like, don't even put it into play, weirdly, right? Having the Fez active is strange. I wish I could see his hand, because if you got the Telepathic Psychic in hand, it's just so good, right? Because Telepathic Psychic, you attach to the Slowpoke gets Latias. You know, getting a Kangaskhan out into the active spot be very good as well. Yeah, funny to like have to get rid of Pokepad, then get Pokepad back. But the secret box is probably more or less going to like just be a Lily grabber. Like that's literally what it is, right? Like, look, we traded the secret box for, you know, for a Lily. You thinned a Pokepad out of your deck, which is like not necessarily ideal at this point, but like you just kind of have to do it. Is there a telepathic? No. We go Lucky Helmet. We go Lilies, and we go from there. Just hope that yeah, he's allowed to play Lilies. Let's go. Yeah, let my man play Lilies. Okay, so then off the Lily's Determination, he's going to be really wanting to find Telepathic Psychic Energy and a Kangaskhan. We'll get 8 cards to be able to do that. Do know that he's going to be locked next turn. Again, you know, it's funny. You get the stadium off the secret box, but you don't really want to play it, right? Because you want to save those, especially since you had to get rid of a stadium there off of the secret box. Like you just want to hold it. Absolutely ripped it. Got the Kangaskhan, got the Telepathic. My boy, that's exactly what he wants. He's got the Kyurem, got the Cypher for next turn. It's just that easy, folks. It's just literally that freaking Eevee, dude. It's that Eevee. It's that easy. It's literally that easy. There you go, dude. Yep. Yep, incredible. And then you just retreat into listen, that's the Ross shuffle. He's always shuffled that way. Put some respect on the GOAT, dude. That's just how he shuffles, man. He doesn't have to change the way he shuffles for nobody, especially not you. Okay? Especially not you or you or you or you. None of you. He's not going to change his hairstyle for you. He's not going to change the way he shuffles for you, all right? So shut up. This man has been playing since... Put some freaking respect on Ross Cawthon, okay? He's been playing since the very beginning. Oh, it's not just you, FWW. There's people in the YouTube chat saying it too. It's not just you. There's a bunch of you. Yeah, incredible start, though, from Ross. It's Crispin. Hey. From a bond. I mean, is it game, dude? This is looking like game to me. Why don't I shuffle like that then? It's not my style, dude. You want me to steal Ross's swag? Be serious. Dude, that's Ross's swag, bro. I'm not going to steal Ross's shuffle swag. That's his shuffle swag. He's got his own style. Let him do his thing, bro. Oh, yeah, it's over, dude. It's over, Ross. Do it to him, Ross. Do it to him, Ross. Do it to him. It's over, dude. It's already, like, literally just Cypher, stack the thing, retreat, game. Over. Over. Like that. It's like that. It's freaking like that. Let's go. It's like that, dude. Ross Cawthon moving on. Game 2. Freaking do it to him, Ross. Do it to him. Do it to him, Ross.
If Aban flooded the board with Dreepy, they were all going to be knocked out, did not have the response, did not have the supporter cards, and is now one game away from potential
Could we do a player
elimination in this
shuffling
tournament.
tier list? I would be S tier, dude. My shuffling is so slick. I'd be S tier for 2. Listen, I'm not giving Ross a high shuffling tier, but I respect it, okay? I respect his little shuffle. That's his shuffle, okay? That's his thing. I don't aspire to shuffle like Ross, but that's his thing, and I respect him, and I respect him as a player, and I respect the way that he shuffles. That is just what it is. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, he's got the sickest shuffle in the game. Of course he doesn't. Me, though, you know I got a crispy riffle. I got a crispy riffle for sure. Slow King being fraudulent. Check the predictions. Check the freaking predictions. Eat it. I made these predictions yesterday. Eat it. 1 Slow King in top 8. Check. 1 slot box in top 8. Check. Checkity check, check, check. Eat it. Called it.
Players, and I think we are ready to get into our second game. Game number 2 on. We'll start things out going first. See the openers, see what cards are available for both of these players. Let's start Pheasantipity, so it's at least a Pokemon that's not KO'd
there was
by
no
Triforce,
Crustle in my
and
prediction,
Buddy
okay?
Buddy Poppin'
Listen,
will
can't be
get
perfect.
Dreepy
If I
into
was
play.
perfect predictor every time,
As far as things
dude,
go
there's
for
no
Aban,
way. Nobody.
we'll see how the rest of the hand looks.
Can't. What, you think I'm a freaking
wow, triple
mind reader?
telepathic
All
psychic
right?
energy. This setup may be a bit difficult for him to get together.
This is exactly what you don't want to see as Ross, because that telepathic energy showed how much use it had in that last game, being able to sift out not only another Slowpoke, but that key Latias EX as well to move the basic Pokemon around thanks to Skyliner, but still does
edit
at
the
least
Hydra Apple to be Crustle. Nobody will
have
know.
the opportunity to move things around depending on
Bond choosing
the hand
first.
at
Definitely
this
want to
point
go
here.
first.
But I think it's very funny, Ethan. I mean, Ross
in this
started the
matchup.
Pheasantipity last game, so why not have a Bond start this game as it's right on over to his turn.
Pokepad for Ross in the hand. We'll get the bad news of those telepathic psychic energy being unavailable for the time being. Not sure if the rest of the hand for Ross was too strong. No Lily's determination, it seemed, and if you have a slow start against Dragapult and give them time, you give
Aban got a
Dragapult
pretty nice
inch,
riffle.
you give them a mile.
Well, thankfully for Ross, Aban
He needs a little more time with
a
it.
slower version.
He looks
of
like he's a
Dragapult,
riffler in
so
training.
No rare candy, Crispin shenanigans that we are going to be seeing this game. More so along the lines of getting those Monkey Dory set up, even
Yeah,
with
he's-
things
he's a
like
riff-
Risky
he's a riffler
Ruins
in
as well,
training.
that is
He'll
going
get
to
there.
be able to move those damage counters onto the bench here. The Lucky Helmet onto the Slowpoke. It does have the Boomerang energy
Wait,
with the Lily's
my
determination.
video aged
A
out?
fresh
What do you
8
mean?
cards for Ross.
Hiding in the hand, Lily's determination coming in clutch. If
My
that
shuffle
supporter
video
card
is
was
still
not
there.
Ross was definitely in
Yeah, my
deep
shuffle video
trouble.
is still
Some
there,
stability
for sure.
with
That link
Lucky
is just
Helmet
no longer
attached to
working.
the active. Ross will see 8 cards.
The link is old.
As things stand, hoping to see a Latias as well as a Mega Kangaskhan to once again have Run Errand get in the mix.
Where's the glass of water? Dude, the best shuffling video of all time is...
Ever Crispin.
Yeah, best shuffling video of all time is the moist shuffling video.
Slowpoke in the active might be the play. The thing is about the boomerang energy, you can't...
Milo Myrtle, you watched the video last year? Beast, thanks. That's one of my most watched videos on my YouTube channel is how to riffle shuffle.
Off of the Lily's determination, I'm seeing some cards thrown down. I'm going to assume that that is going to at least be an Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball, great card in the Pokemon TCG.
Oh, a Twitch clip tutorial. Oh, what are the hand shuffle? Yeah, that thing is probably aged out. Yeah, Twitch, honestly, Twitch is falling off, dude. They delete all the VODs. It's like, yeah, man, it's tough. They don't keep anything on there anymore.
At this point, I think he's just probably trying to go as much consistency as possible here. Ross does have a second Ultra Ball in the hand.
Yo, what's up, Goku? I'm chilling. How are you?
Possibility of, yes, getting Mega Kangaskhan EX and this Latias EX is up and running. The problem is what you have to discard to get to that point, right, Ethan? This Brave Bengal, like you had mentioned, going down. The Academy at Night going down as well. Actually using it for, is that a Meowth EX instead?
Ross is a gym leader, ladies and gentlemen. He has collected all 8 badges.
So glad you saw that too.
Optimal shuffling techniques in the
some
Pokemon
crazy
TCG
technology
videos
in the
got
big 2-6. So
204,000
competitive trainer, plenty of gym badges.
That's
This shows a
beast.
little bit of weakness for Ross in this spot. Can avoid benching Meowth this turn because of that decklist knowledge, knowing that there are no Team Rocket's Watchtower in this list, as Avon does have a much better start. The Dracloak Evolution plus Lily's Determination, yet to use Recon Directive, looking to stabilize the board even further.
And you know what Abon is looking for. It is that tiny grass Pokemon that has certainly defined this meta, and it will be that Budu to prevent Ross from using item cards next turn. Now, granted, Ross is
Wait, what
at least
filter
going
are
to
we
be
talking
able
about?
to
Why do I
hopefully
not
get
see? What
into
are you
a
guys talking about? The
Slowking next
TikTok
turn.
filter.
But the
What is
question
that?
what
Where
comes
is
out of
that?
especially because Ross's
I didn't
deck
see it.
does
I was like
rely
looking
on
away from the screen
Pokepad,
for like a
especially
second.
to find those attackers, and especially finding Kyurem, you're going to leave it up to a chance of a Lily's Determination to get all of your pieces together?
Does seem like a big...
Meowth EX instead?
Oh.
Ross is a gym leader, ladies and gentlemen. He has collected all...
Dude, that is so disrespectful. That is so disrespectful. You've got to be kidding me, bro.
As well, and that was a question.
That is so You do not do that to Ross Cawthon, the legend. You do not just do that. That is insane. What? You do not just do that. What? No, bro.
Compared to putting some more Pokemon in play that will help stabilize the board on the following turns.
I think Abon is technically okay with Ross only having 2 Slowpoke and no support Pokemon as well available, especially because Ross didn't grab Mega Kangaskhan or Latias off of the Ultra Ball. Instead, it was that Meowth EX. So that's signifying to Abon that maybe Ross's hand is a lot weaker than before, as that second Recon Directive is going to be able to come in. And Ethan, as I always like to say, this is a great turn by having a Dracloak in play, but you really just want that energy.
Considering the rest, as you mentioned, energy coming down onto Dracloak, and the floodgates may open for Ross, considering the retreat into Abra as a potential pivot thanks to that teleporter ability. Really thinking about it.
No, you got to leave the energy on the Fez, bro. Like, listen, you got nothing. Because if all 3 of your Dracloak get knocked out, you could Crispin and take a knockout with Fez. So you got to...
Is there
the
a
cruel
world,
arrow,
is there
bro.
a way where he gets this knockout
Cue
this turn?
the Azul video. The cruel arrow, bro.
Where you think about it, right? There are only 3 Pokemon on the Dragapult line, 2 Dracloaks and 1 Dreepy available, because the 4th and final Dreepy is actually in the prizes this turn. So if Ross is able to string along at this Trifrost here, that is going to
all he
knock
needs to do,
out
you go
every
Meowth for
single
Lily's to 8.
of getting
I mean,
a Dragapult next
it's
turn.
certainly doable.
Dare I say, Ethan, does it come down to this Lily's Determination and Academy at Night to get it done?
Even going to play this Ultra Ball, Slowpoke, and Cypher.
Let's go, dude. All right, let's go. Ross. Show me, Ross. Take me to the Slow King Promised Land. Take me there, Ross. Pure euphoria. Do it. Stadium. Dude, you need a 2-card combo off of 8 cards. It is so free, dude. 8-card combo. 8 cards, 2-card combo. Dude, show me sweet Slowking Nirvana. Come on. Psychic Energy, Kyurem. That's it. Psychic Energy, Pokepad. Psychic Energy, Ultra Ball. That's it, dude. That's it. That's it, dude. And then blammo. No cut. He said no cut. No psychics. There's no psychics. There's no psychics. No, there's no psychics. Frickety frick frick. Look at all those energy prized. Oh my God. 2 boomerang energy, no psychic energy. 4 prized. You're killing me. I wish I could fast forward to game 3. Ross, Scoop, let's go to game 3, bro. Just do it to him game 3. It prized 4 psychic. Oh my God, I did not realize how bad it was. 4 psychic energy prized. You know, Aban is like, oh yeah, dude, let's freaking go. We're in it. You can win the matchup without using Kyurem, for sure. You just have to go, you know, Metagross, Bengal knockout. Yeah, you still got Clefairy there, so it's fine. Clefairy gets you a knockout. Metagross. Bengal gets you a knockout. And then we'll figure out the third one, you know? We'll figure out the third one when we get there. You don't need the Bengal for Metagross, you do, don't you? Metagross does 300. Bengal gets you to 330. Oh, but I guess if you're hitting for weakness, because Clefairy. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot the Clefairy was already there on the board. Yeah, that Clefairy's there. I see it. I see the Clefairy. All right, yeah, Clefairy's there. That's certainly a part of it, isn't it? Kadabra. There is a whole Kadabra over there. And Crispin.
Deck like Slowking that doesn't really, as long as it doesn't have that Mega Kangaskhan in play, can't reliably get cards down the line.
Will be that fire and psychic energy found from the deck. See which Pokemon this goes on to. It is the psychic energy to Dracloak. Fire energy put into the hand. All abilities being used. No Pokemon knocked out. Flip the script cannot be used. Dragapult EX comes into play. Dragapult number 2 as well wants to make sure Trifrost is not an efficient attacking option. So protecting this Dracloak, retreating into Dragapult EX, and we will see Aban fire off the first attack. Phantom Dive will KO Slowking, and he'll decide how he wants to put 6 damage counters on these bench Pokemon.
Assuming you always want to sprinkle 1 onto the Latias EX for the multi-prize potential for Aban down the line, but a very key 6 damage counters here that need to go out. That Lily's Clefairy is technically ready to go, and there are enough benched Pokemon on both sides for that Full Moon Rondo to take the knockout, especially thanks to Fairy Zone here. Now, granted, Latias is also a funny attacker as well, but it could just be 6 on that Slowking, but once again, it is going to be that 1 damage counter on Latias for good measure. Let's see if Ross is going to be able to stitch something else through.
Yeah, and the 5 on Meowth ends up lining perfectly. You can use Phantom Dive 2 turns in a row.
All right. Let's see what we got, Ross. 1 Slowking, 1 Boomerang Energy. Gotta find a Psychic. Gonna be hard. They're pretty much, I mean, a lot of them are prized there. That is not going to be super duper easy, but it's doable. Especially if you have like Cypher Maniac with Flip the Script. I mean, you could just guarantee it. It does look like Cypher Maniac's going to be the choice. Yeah, it is sketchy, though, because, right, if you put 120 more damage onto the Meowth, you take it out over the course of 2 turns. And so, like, a boss, you could get to a point where you go boss, Phantom Dive, right? So, like, next turn, you go Phantom Dive 6 on the Meowth, and then the following turn, you go boss, Phantom Dive, knock out Latias and Meowth. So that's tough, right? I guess we got to look at, like, what's a Bond's energy situation looking like on his side of the board. He's got, I think, an energy on a Bench Cloak. So, yeah, or energy on a Bench Dragapult, right? So the thing is if he goes, he kind of has to go boss this next turn, right? So Aban's got to go Psychic Energy, boss, knock out Latias, 6 on Meowth, right? And then the following turn go like Crispin, knock out Slowking, knock out Meowth, right? For 3. That's the move, right? So you do this, you take this knockout, because if Aban doesn't go boss this turn, then the next turn he won't be able to use Crispin and boss in the same turn. So, I mean, Aban has to have boss this turn, I would say, right? But he's got a pretty big hand, and his hand didn't get disrupted, so he's probably just got that. I guess you could go Crispin this turn. If you go Crispin this turn, you don't have to boss. You have to go Crispin or boss, whichever one. It either has to be Crispin this turn or boss this turn. And the odds of Aban not having either of those is, like, almost impossible. Like, it just has to be... Yeah, it has to be Crispin or boss. Or Rosa, whichever. It's just got to be one of them, right? Yeah, it's got to be one of those two. Or else you'll run out of the energy. So, asking Ross not to have either of those is pretty much not possible. And we're getting the Alakazam for the spicy draw 3. Yeah, Ross just going through the motions. He might be able to seal it in game 3 for sure. Get a solid start. Go first. We got the Alakazam, draw 3. Found the Rosas. The Rosas to get 2. I mean, it's pretty much sealed at this point, because then you just Rosas, accelerate 2. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty insane. And then all you need is boss, and it's game over.
Way to pick up Pokemon in play, and more importantly, no way to disrupt the hand, meaning Aban sitting on boss's orders with 2 Dragapult fully powered up means it's essentially checkmate and GG.
I think Ross is
and
kind
Ross
of in this
is like,
weird
yeah,
state
I'm
of shock
scooping,
as he is going to scoop up those cards.
Game
we
3,
are going to a game
come
3,
on.
everyone, in our first match here in
Slowking.
asymmetrical top cut. And once again, Rahul ready, looking up to the stars, hoping that Ross is not going to find another energy or even prizing 4.
Excellent line found from
I mean, like,
Aban,
prizing 4
found
energy
the
there was like...
checkmate in 3.
You just say
There was
that's not
nothing
going
Ross
to happen
could
in this
do.
game, right?
Seasoned player himself understood the situation, picked his cards up, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a 3rd and final game.
It is all coming down to this, Ethan. This match, believe it or not, actually determines a lot more than just the winner here. This will actually have influence over the rest of the bracket. Like we had said, the only Crustal in bracket could be going down to Slowking when there's 6 Dragapults around him. You know that's exactly what Rahul wants to see.
Pablo, assuming that Ross will go first in this game, looking for that turn 2 Seek Inspiration. How does Aban go about these early turns to try and prevent that or make it as least impactful as possible?
If it generally is something you can.
It is a little bit scary choosing to go first. I imagine that Ross will choose to go first in game 3. Right, it's a little bit scary choosing to go first because then obviously you could be walking into like the quick item lock. If you're walking into the quick item lock, like, I mean, bad things can happen, right? If you just don't open the right cards in your hand. Ross could absolutely win this event. Yes. Ross could absolutely win this thing. He's got to make his way through this matchup first, you know, and obviously, like, Dragapults are not free. I mean, it's a good matchup, but, like, you still think you need things to work.
Yeah, it was tough. 100% difficult. Ross still
There's
found
no rare candies
a
in
way to
Aban's
try and
list,
get
so
to
he
that
doesn't have
game.
to worry
He had
about
that
that.
one turn of opportunity to get himself back. So we are getting into things. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The winner will move on to our top 8. The loser will go home. Here we go, game number 3. See how this start goes. Dreepy and this as the starter for Aban. Ross will kick things off. And
is this
what
Seeker
are
box?
we eyeing up on turn 1? It is going to be an Ultra Ball.
I was worried, Ethan. That could have been a great secret box turn 1 again for Ross. But like you had said, it is going to be that Ultra Ball there. Be mindful of the amount of reliable resources. And speaking of resources that are going to be locked away now, that copy of Latias EX and a copy of Mega Kangaskhan. But good news, there are multiple in the deck list. But at least Ross is going to have access to all of the energy this time.
Checking the deck, making sure he understands what pieces are available. There is still plenty of time on the clock, just under 50 minutes.
Aban doing the poker chip shuffle.
Questions to be answered.
With
Does
the,
Ross have a way to pivot into something like Mega Kangaskhan this turn? It seems to be these early uses of that run errand ability, smooth out the steps to getting off these early Seek Inspiration attacks.
Do we have telepathic
It's
psychic?
just so unfortunate for Ross because you know he has to bank on finding this telepathic energy. If he is able to retreat this Slowpoke into the Mega Kangaskhan here, now granted an energy attachment wouldn't be the worst, but it is going to be this one copy of the item card switch. Will run errand find telepathic energy?
See a Pokepad as one of the 2 cards drawn for that run errand. May want to play that before a potential Badoo this turn. There's the Boomerang energy. More importantly, does Ross have a supporter card for the following turn?
2 Pokepads. Ultra Ball.
Just Ultra Ball and a few Pokepad. It would be such a costly discard. These Pokemon search items are so important in getting set up.
Speaking of getting set up, Ethan, Ross might want to use Ultra Ball to find Meowth for that Lily's determination on the next turn. Like you had said, Badoo is certainly going to come into the fray at this point, as Ross is smart enough to know that that is what Badoo loves to do, and that is just turn off engines to and fro. And like you had said, this is a lot of resources going down here. Those Pokepads are key to finding Slowking without getting rid of your hand too much.
Prioritizing that Academy.
Yeah, and you just are saying, like, I will find the telepathic psychic.
Meowth EX will
like,
come
I will
to the
just
hand.
find it, you know?
Now, knows because of the information of public deck lists or open deck lists that there is no stadium card, so we'll most likely just pass the turn and not put that into play. That is exactly the case. Zaban will start things off with Ultra Ball Chi-Yu hitting the discard pile along with Dawn. And it did see a couple of copies of Lily's Determination in the hand.
But even worse, even worse, Ethan, there's a couple of Dreepy in the prize cards as well again. Now that one copy of Crispin and the Risky Ruins as well definitely helped out Abon, but we're looking at the Dreepies there. I can't believe I just called you Dreepy. Very funny, but still, I mean, Abon, this is kind of that oh no deck check at this point where Abon has to just come to terms with the fact that he's going to be working with a very small hand size and actually using the Ultra Ball there to grab Fez and Dippity because at least it can't be Tri-Frosted.
That and
the
there
Ultra
are
Ball
more
for
search
Fez
down the line for Badu with that Buddy Poffin. Wants to maximize the use of these.
All right, Ultra Ball for Fez there. That's really interesting. I mean, there's a lot of Pokepads in the discard pile now. You're kind of going for, you just don't want to lose, I think, right? Like Abon saying, like, I just don't want to lose next turn. So getting the Fez does kind of guarantee that you don't lose. It is also a good Ultra Ball target. If you draw into Buddy Poffin here, you're chilling. Does get Dreepy Pokepad, so I mean, that's like pretty ideal. Pokepad could go for Badu. You could also just pass and say, like, you ain't got it, right? I feel like you have to item lock. Yeah, I feel like you have to, right? You got to Badu. Pass is, like, kind of fair, but I think item lock is better. You have to item lock here. You have to. You have to. Yeah, and then Abon's got to shuffle. Yep. All right. Okay, let's go. What you got? Oh, the telepathic off the top. Top deck. There we go. Telepathic psychic. Okay. Big one. Crazy. Let's go.
Ross is going to see 10 cards and could find the potential combination. Under item lock, if he can find Slow King plus that Kyurem, he'll be able to take a KO on 3 of these Pokemon in play and leave Abon with
it's fine, and he doesn't even need to do it. He doesn't need to do it this turn. He could do it next turn.
Night, so that piece is a check already. And can
there aren't 4... Dude, yeah, with Cypher, that's actually crazy. With the top deck of the telepathic, all you have to do... Wait. No, because you draw into King. He's just setting up more. You don't need it, right? Oh, and he's got it all. Okay, I didn't realize he had the stadium already. I mean, it's 3 prizes, so who cares, right? Yeah, you're taking literally 3 here. Let's go, Ross. I didn't realize he had one of the pieces in his hand. And it's going to be the... You probably go unfair stamp. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's go.
Ross to retreat here, but now Abon forced to use that Night Stretcher again to grab the Dreepy.
That's right, he did. He Ultra Balled away the 2 Pokepads and get the stadium. You're right. You're right. That was key.
It's not going to have enough value. Ross has 3 cards in hand that are just those prize cards just taken. Abon is going to wait to use that A-Spec towards later on.
Yeah, it makes sense to hold the unfair stamp for now, for sure.
We were talking about the Zeraora used a little bit earlier. It now may be the time to
unfair
use
stamp
that
I mean, he's got 3 cards in hand. He took 3 prizes, but yeah, you don't do that. Yeah.
2-1 prize race here, so it's very interesting to see if Abon is going to be able to sift something through, maybe even establish one more Pokemon to get him going.
I mean, what Pokemon can you get? You've got a Night
a Bond
Stretcher
find the
and
second
2 of your Dreepy are prized.
Night
It would have to
Stretcher?
require the last use of recovery, but it's a dire need.
Yeah, he's got 2 prized Dreepy, right? So to have to find second Night Stretcher here, he's probably not going to find it. It just has to pass. All right, what does Ross get? Yeah, it's not much. Ross is just going to be chilling here. It's a pass. Okay. Oh, my gosh.
Another, and now if a Bond can buy himself one more turn, he can get himself back into this game.
And would it need to do it very, very quickly as well. And it's going back to those opening turns, Ethan, that Ross had to discard so many of those resources and tools to make that Tricross play happen.
I mean, Ross is at such a severe prize advantage now, though. And with the other Dreepy being prized and no rare candy in the list, I mean, really, like, if the Pult comes up and then gets knocked out, like, what's a Bond doing, right? Like, it's one Pult. There's no other Dreepy in play right now. Like, maybe you could start setting up Alakazam, right? Like, because Alakazam maybe could attack something. Like, I don't know. It's not great.
There is that Slowpoke on the bench. One of them is prized. Getting rid of this Academy at night. Definitely a checklist item for a Bond as Buddy Puffin gets played. There's not very many basics in the deck outside of that Abra. Just thinking through the motions, going through what is most optimal, will choose it to be put into play. Ross now on odd prize cards does limit the value of Alakazam down the line.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here too. Abon is really going to have to use that Psychic Draw in order to keep drawing cards here, especially if Ross is not going to be able to get out of this current hand here. So while yes, Alakazam can be used, at least it's another attacker. There's the Meowth, Ethan.
Considering getting Pheasantipity involved.
I think, yeah, it's Pheasantipity. Crispin Pheasantipity attack, right? That's what we got going on here. But you want to knock out the bench Slowpoke. You don't want to actually knock out the active Slowking because you don't want to invite Kangaskhan up into the active. So I think you just you Fez knock out the Slowpoke, right? Yeah, knock out the Slowpoke, I think. Or do you knock out the active because it's got a boomerang on it? Okay, yeah, not even going to take a knockout.
As the time goes, it's going to be Mega Kangaskhan EX now put in range of a Phantom Dive.
Ooh.
Ross, another big top deck. Can he find something to bail himself out? I wasn't sure exactly what was found from the top. It's a Night Stretcher, but that's not going to give him the help that he needs. It's just going to be a pass over of the turn of Bonds. Pheasantipity is working overtime.
At this
not
point,
like
right?
this, dude. Not like this.
Damage. And even one more turn of using this Cruel Arrow could allow for some massive knockouts to be for next turn, right? You could set up the Meowth on Ross's side thanks to Risky Ruins, like you had mentioned a little bit earlier, and Monkey Dory to be able to get a Bond back into this game.
Now Dragapult EX can be evolved and protect that Pokemon from a Trifrost down the line. Kadabra found off Pokepad. This may be the momentum a Bond needs.
Cypher was pretty greedy. I mean, yeah, you could have gone, I don't know, because you could have gotten it the following turn. It didn't have to be that turn. It could have been Lily's, and then it could have been get it the next turn, right?
Rosa's encouragement, powering this Pokemon up, has the fire energy in hand as well. Bond can continue to use Cruel Arrow to capitalize.
Oh, man.
On Ross's side, 100 damage on Latias, finds the psychic energy from the top.
Are we just going for it blind, dude?
We had mentioned there are at least one in that discard, and it will be that Metagross. But the problem is, do you realistically want to use it on something?
No, there's Kyurem.
Pheasantipity when you would much rather.
Yeah. So you could go, if you still got the stadium in play, so you could go to one prize remaining, right? No, you got to do it. You have to take this knockout. You have to take this knockout. Yeah, it could bench the Mega King, I guess, right? And there we go. Bang. Knockout. Okay. One prize remaining for Ross. Ah! Yeah, but it's got to be... You get Kang. Our Yuho won. Nice. This is crazy. This is crazy. All right. So, I mean, even if you unfair stamp, I mean, Ross will have the Kang, right? I think, like, it's certainly not possible for Aban to win this next turn. Unless you've got Risky Ruins Monkey, it's not possible to knock out the bench Slowpoke, too. You've got all 6 prizes left to take, so you have to, like... You need a couple more turns as Aban. Aban doesn't have it all yet. Alakazam, draw 3. Boss unfair stamp. I mean, you could pretty much have your way. You would also really want to counter the Stadium, I think. And it's going to be unfair stamp. Yep. So, unfair stamp. I mean, Ross's hand was pretty bad. I think maybe he took the Cypher Maniac off the prizes. I don't think... No, you have to take out the Slow King, the thing for Aban right now. I mean, literally, the Slow King is fully loaded. You have to do it. You have to take it. And then you win next turn. But you have to take it right now. Because the King is just an easy win. If you leave the King, I think it's like Curum Psychic off the 2. All right, does Aban get the counter Stadium, though? I don't think so, right? So no counter Stadium. The Stadium is still there. There will be a Psychic in the discard pile for Wonder Patch. Okay, and this is it, folks. This is it.
Slow King will take one prize card, excuse me. That Kangaskhan gotten damaged early on, and this is the turn for Ross. Can he put together a big attack?
The
Scott
draw
Lilies.
for turn, Ethan, I believe, was at least a Lily's Determination here.
Wow.
My goodness. There's the Lily's Clefairy as well. Is the bench full enough on both sides for Full Moon Rondo to take the knockout if he's able to find Wondrous Patch and another
Lilies
energy to go
without
along?
having to Kang yet,
There would be a
dude?
total of 7 bench
Didn't
Pokemon.
need
That's
to Kang
140
yet?
damage. Plus the 20 base. You see Ross smiling. He understands what he needs. Just an energy and and a Wondrous Patch would be enough, assuming there's that last bench Pokemon. Aban holding onto his hand, knows that it's going to come down to if Ross can find this.
This is horrifying.
And we're getting a judge shuffle, ladies and gentlemen.
The judge
Getting
shuffle.
involved, an unbiased party. Ross Cawthon. A huge moment for
Judge
him.
shuffle.
He's gonna draw these 6 cards. There's the energy card.
No!
That's a guarantee. Ross Cawthon is going to take this.
Let's go! Do the secret box! Absolutely nuts, bro! Absolutely crazy! Yo, Ross Cawthon with the dub! You got what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. That'll do it, dude! Wait, does he have a Pokemon? Wondrous Patch. Let's go, Ross. Let's go. Let's go. Fez. No, he's got it. He's got it, my dudes. Just let him do it. And he gets the Wondrous Patch. Just let him cook, guys. Let him cook, bro. And that's it. Woo! Let's go. Yo, Ross Cawthon, huge top 8 for my dude Ross. Huge congratulations. I mean, absolutely amazing accomplishment. Huge congratulations to Aban making it to ASIM as well. Ross Cawthon, absolutely incredible. Has qualified for every single world championships ever. And now is top 8ing NAIC 2026. Absolutely incredible. Has innovated on so many decks throughout the years as well. Has finished second place at the World Championships twice. To get to see him piloting the Slow King deck to perfection, making a deep run, and now having a chance to play in top 8. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ross is already a player that many people consider to be a top 10 player of all time in the Pokemon TCG. Some people even got him in their top 5 lists of all time. I mean, he's that caliber of player. He's that caliber, right? Yeah. He's that caliber of player. Absolutely legendary. And now has a chance to continue to play on to win the North American International Championships. So, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing run. Yo, GG's. Great stuff. And all right, folks, I've actually got dinner plans tonight, so I'm bowing out. But it was a wonderful couple days. We streamed for 10 hours yesterday, 8 hours for today, so I'm bowing out. I'm going to watch the rest from the comfort of my own home, eat dinner with my family. So, you guys, yeah, I got family stuff I'm getting to, folks, all right? You guys have fun, all right? I'm going to go eat dinner with my family, all right? I've been live for 8 hours. I've been live for 8 hours. Don't give me crap. I've been live for 8 hours. I'm getting out of here. I love you guys, all right? I'll see you. We're your family now. One more round. All right, guys. No, I'm going to watch from the comfort of my own freaking home with my family eating dinner. I haven't eaten all day, all right? I'm getting out of here. You guys have a good one. Obviously, keep chatting in the Tricky Gym Discord. Keep chatting in the main channel. I really appreciate all the love for the restream. This is my first ever time doing like a big restream like this. It's not something that I typically do, so I appreciate you guys. I'm glad you guys all had fun watching it. I had a lot of fun doing it too. It was something that I've very much enjoyed doing. So maybe we'll do it again sometime. Let's raid Pokemon TCG.